The ship was elegant, with sleek lines and sweeping curves. The engines thrummed pleasantly, the lights moved in patterns that brought satisfaction with their mathematical progressions, the hull colors were smooth and brought to mind comfort and calm. The ones escorting it, though, surrounding it in a sphere of heavy metal, were obviously not built to calm anyone. They bristled with weapons that snarled silently, heavy with thick armor that felt heavy and crushing to the eye, the engines growled with barely restrained energy, and the lights seemed to search for weakness. They appeared, silently, streaking in even though they arrived at a full stop, all at once. The formation was tight and precise, engineered to ensure ships could support one another while protecting the elegant one. From the biggest of the ugly ships came the broadcast. "We are the Confederacy," rang across every data screen, across every display, roared from every speaker, and vibrated every loose piece of metal to howl the words in 100 different languages across every world, station, and ship in the system. "We are here to provide assistance," roared across the system. "We were invited in." The words dripped with something that the unified civilized race's members that lived in the prime unified capital didn't understand. From the elegant ship came smooth code, using elegance gleaned from unified civilized species lexicons. It was a quiet transmission, polite and elegant. "May I come in?" Those words were transmitted to the Unified Civilized Council's first secretary. Politely waiting in the buffer until the secretary uncurled from under her desk to answer her comms. She thought for a moment, remembered the roared words, and transferred the call to her supervisor before hiding back under her desk. Over the course of several hours the call wound its way through the labyrinth of the bureaucracy, passed from underling to supervisor to manager to executive. Half of the problem is the various councils were completely panicking. System scanners could find the elegant beautiful ship. It was the right size for a person of importance, but not ostentatious, big enough for luxury and comfort, but not arrogance. Its drive signature was pleasant to behold on every wavelength. It wasn't the problem. It was the escorts surrounding it in a multi-layered globe. Most of the ships couldn't even be detected with anything beyond optical lenses or the naked optic. Either the ships simply didn't exist, were only balls of static 3 times their visual size, or flickered in and out of the scanners like a poorly tuned holograph. The ones that could be detected read on the scanners that they had no energy signatures, were solid blocks of inert alloy, and had no drive signatures. They might as well have been dead chunks of ore floating in space. But lights could be seen from them, the faint sparkle of shields could be seen, and the drives leaked energy, all visible on optics or to the naked eye. And there were hundreds of them. From tiny needle-like craft that looked like someone built a high-thrust engine, slapped some weapons on it, tossed a cockpit on top, then remembered to put armor on the fragile craft, to massive hulking ships, kilometers long and thick, built in a way that the ships proudly and defiantly let anyone who viewed them know that the ships had one purpose and one purpose only: breaking other people's shit. The various councils were in a state of panic, meetings devolving into shouting matches and tantrums, conflicting viewpoints clashing on displays and through the air. The Unified Science Council insisted that the planetary and system scanners had to be in error, their software compromised by the problems plaguing the Galnet of the Unified Inner Systems. The Unified Commerce Council argued over the disruption to industry, trade markets, and the unified trade system and urged the Unified Military Fleet to drive the interlopers from unified space. The Unified Executor Council blamed the new fleet for the mutiny that had taken place several days before, a mutiny they had only learned about a few hours before the new fleet had arrived. A mutiny that had cost the Unified Executor Council an entire fleet. A fleet that was nearly 20% of their entire force. The planet went through 3 whole rotations, before finally the most honored of the Unified Supreme Governmental Council answered the waiting transmission. It hadn't been retransmitted, hadn't been repeated, it just sat in the comm buffer. Waiting. Menacingly. The lowest-ranking member of the council, who had lost the vote almost unanimously, closed 4 of its 8 eyes and reached out with one trembling digit and pressed the blinking icon, cringing at the idea of what would bellow from his speakers. Instead, in Unified Galactic Standard, a pleasant, calm, and reassuring voice asked, "May I come in?" and flashed an image of the elegant ship. The menacing ones appeared but were crossed out. This led to a long argument, 5 turnings of the planet, over just what the message meant. The council members argued endlessly, devolving into what the meaning of "in" really meant several times. Each recess the council members retired to their estates to dine on delicacies, surrounded by opulence and enjoying luxuries. While their people died by the tens of thousands. In the middle of such a recess, a Bucknera snuck into the council chamber, using her stolen and then cloned maintenance ID card, and, looking around wildly with her 3 hearts pounding in her torso, pressed the yes vote icon on the panel of the highmost. As she ran away, she sobbed, unable to believe what she had done, that she'd accomplished her first meat space run for Mr. Johnson. But she had no choice. Had no options. Had no respite. Had taken the job because her life had become a horror. Every cycle, every rotation, her inbox flooded with the same video. Every time she logged into social media, she was flooded with the same video, over and over and over, no matter where on Galnet she went, with one exception, that video perused her. Her crushmates being skinned alive, roasted with plasma, and devoured by clashing metal jaws that just let the blood, juices, and flesh fall to the ground as the jaws clashed in an obscene parody of eating. She had tried to pry out her Galnet Link implant with a sharp piece of metal, but her apartment 6 had reported her. She'd been whisked to the medical center, where they replaced it. And she'd been immediately flooded with the image again. So she sobbed as she ran from the council center, filled with shame. She ran through dark and rainy streets until she hid in a friend's apartment, curled up in the corner with an EVR headset on. She slept, using the game's built-in dream generator to sleep a sleep without nightmares, as 2 of her friends disabled her Galnet implant and dyed her fur to disguise her. New ID made to hide her. Her name, her brood, her slaughtered crash abandoned to keep the executors from finding her. Her name was forgotten by everyone but those she invited in and her chummers. On the wrath forges of Mercury, the final strut was infused with wrath and hatred, pounded into place with rage, and inscribed with her name with the fires of vengeance. The massive super dreadnought, the CSN Courage and Despair, launched into space, its first transmission her name backed by a scream of rage and hate, pain and loss, vengeance sworn and promised wrath in her name that was carved onto its bow in burning chrome. 10,000 Nico Marine catgirls painted her name in neon pink on banners they then affixed to their armor after chasing one another and striking each other with the banners. 500,000 orcs scrawled her name in liquid iron on the sides of their war toys, firing their weapons to call out praise to their one true god Mordaka. Her name rang in the pounding of brimstone hammers slamming on the anvils of hate of war-fueled Mars, forging for a full turning of Mars' chainsword blades inscribed with her name in liquid fury to arm the chapters of Imperial Marines. 200,000 clones stepped from the cloning tubes with her name before their numbers, giving voice to her name as one as they cocked their mass accelerator rifles. 2 million neural smart gun links burned in cold fury with her name inscribed in chrome and fire as the warborgs came online. 250,000 Trinead warrior eggs hatched with her name breathed upon them to dry their wet carapaces. Across space, her name was screamed in rage and hate and burning wrath, a promise of revenge and carnage in the name of one who could not protect herself or her people. In the hives of the manted her name was whispered softly by the blind and deaf albino oracles as they rubbed their vestigial wings together deep in the ruins of the chambers of the dead queens. When the council reconvened, they reacted with horror. Obviously some being had turned the sensitivity up too high on their datapads, and a stray breeze or an odd piece of lint had touched the icon, and now new lines had appeared under the yes reply that none of them had meant to send. I await your transmission of landing coordinates, with calm and anticipation on being in your presence and hearing your words. Please do not disappoint with delays, for anticipation held too long becomes disappointment and grief. Immediately the council began arguing until the third least ranking member lifted a clawed hand. Perhaps we should send landing coordinates before they grow impatient? He asked. The arguing turned to whether or not the member's point of order should be recognized when he was Savashan. During the argument of whether or not to recess for a full rotation or a quarter, another message appeared. My companions grow agitated. I apologize, but they are overstimulated by the thoughts of assisting you. Might I receive landing coordinates so they feel that progress is being made? As it stands, I have been required to agree to a security details to assure my companions that my safety will be assured. The Most High, who had been feeling the strangest emotion, one he could not name, despite having mastered his emotions for 3 centuries, stared at the body before him. They cannot decide upon what colors of leaves to chew, he realized. His heart thudded with agitation and he curled his feeding tendrils around his mouth with anxiety. They will still be arguing when those terrible machines break into this very chamber, and then argue over who died the worse. Without consulting the other members, using executive power so long unused it was viewed as a mere codified abnormality, he transmitted the coordinates of the nearest spaceport and included a message. We await your arrival. The answer was immediate. I am coming with my guard. The council chamber erupted in fury as the other council members protested what he had done. The only warning the spaceport got was the message, "He is coming," that broke through data streams and screamed from every display. It arrived moments before a half-dozen spears of light raked down from the sky, raising up clouds of dust that obscured the vision. The scanners detected nothing but a flare of kinetic energy being dumped into jump space, as if a battleship had made the transition from real space. When the dust cleared, giant bipedal figures were revealed, kneeling on the plascrete of the landing field. Colored dull patterns of gray and black, the mottled scheme made them hard to pick out against the background of the city, confused optics as to depth, as if they were 2D projected in front of the 3D of the city, often rippling to appear as if they were made up what was beyond them. As when they stood up and maintenance techs found themselves gaping as they rose to their full height, higher than the guidance station, higher than the beacon tower, they loomed over the starport on legs 20 meters thick. Omnitargeting linkage engaged, they rumbled as one. In the rough circle formed by the massive bipedal robots or spaceships or whatever they were was a square made up of 4 large ships, as large as cargo haulers. Inside that square was an elegantly formed shuttle, lavishly decorated. The cargo haulers dropped their sides open with a clang that resonated across the city. From inside poured rank after rank of massive figures, clad in ornate heavy power armor, the plates abnormally thick. They marched, in perfect unison, until they were in front of their larger brothers. With a shout, they went to kneeling in front of the giants, their heavy bulky weaponry held at ready. Vehicles, squat and deadly-looking, bristling with weapons and twinkling with shields, moved on tracks, repulsor fields, anti-grav, and wheels out of the cargo haulers and took up an inner circle between the giants and the cargo lifters. The cargo lifters closed the panels, and those watching realized with horror that what they were seeing wasn't cargo haulers, and gunports opened up and weapons came online. Most of the starport staff fled. The commander of the security force stared at the executor, who was demanding, his tendrils shaking in rage and his mouth almost foaming, that the security forces attack the forces arranging themselves on the primary landing pad. The head of the security force, a normally peace-loving being, drew his pistol and shot the executor through his open mouth. The front of the smallest craft, the ornate shuttle, unfolded, and a round saucer-like vehicle, a darkened and opaque bubble on the center of the top, slowly hummed out. It was surrounded by massive bipedal figures that lacked color, only a flat black coloring their surfaces. Massive rifles were in their hands, cannon-sized tubes extending straight up from their back on their right sides. Their footfalls cracked the plascrete of the spaceport as they followed the vehicle. The vehicle made its way slowly, stately, to the Unified Galactic Council chambers. When it arrived, the dark bubble detached, revealing itself to be egg-shaped, and it hummed into the building. One of the massive figures ripped the door off when it opened it, staring at the door with its visor-covered face, as if it didn't understand how the door had come off in its war-steel hand. The High Secretary, whose nerves were stretched to the limit, peeked over her desk as the front row of the massive figures stopped in front of her. Their surface was a matte light drinking black. Their arms and legs were thick machinery that hissed and whirred and purred. Their torsos were solid blocks with plates angled to provide the best deflections. They glimmered and shimmered slightly with some kind of shielding. They crunched to a stop in front of her desk. After a moment they parted somehow, as if they were able to move aside without motion. The egg moved forward. "Might I have directions to the High Council chamber, honored one who serves for others' convenience?" The egg asked in Unified Galactic Standard with smooth tones and a calming accent. The secretary nodded, gulping with both throats, and brought up a map with directions on it, using her wingtip to flip it toward the egg. The metal figure on the left moved, its arm extending and its fist closing with a crunch. On its black blank face symbols appeared. "Access denied" flashed on her screen for a moment. "She is harmless, honored Warborg." "Do not impede her service and sworn task, dutiful one," the egg purred. The Warborg opened its hand, access granted, and lowered its arm. After a moment, the egg made another purring noise. "Excellent. You have attended to your duty most splendidly. You have not only my thanks, but the thanks of the Terran Confederacy." The secretary nodded and the egg hummed away, 2 of the massive figures escorting it. She hid under her desk when she realized all of the massive figures, but 2 of them would be staying with her. The knock on the door startled the Master of Ceremonies, who had nearly fallen asleep as the High Council members had largely fallen to sulking. He jumped up, yanking open the doors, to reveal a dark gray opaque egg flanked on either side by two huge matte black bipedal robots. "May I come in?" The egg purred. Yes?" The master of ceremonies answered, wondering which council member was showing up in such a matter. The egg moved in, silent, a stately pace. The two mechanical bipeds moved next to him, the sound of gears whirring, the faint hiss of steam whispered, and the hum of electronics audible to the master of ceremonies' ears. The egg moved to the center of the council chamber, coming to a halt. The two massive robotic figures stopped, one to either side, and the members of the High Council stared in confusion, wondering which council member was inside the egg. The egg vanished with a pop, leaving behind 5 figures. 4 were smaller versions of the first, their heads bristling with cybernetics, their carapaces different colors, one green, one black, one russet, one gold. All of them looked around, their antennae twitching. The biggest one was bone white and clad in swathes of soft blue material. It was sitting with its 4 lower legs folded, its 2 atrophied and vestigial blade-like arms held tight against its chest, its 2 gripping hands were clasped in front of it. Its multifaceted white eyes glittered in the lights of the council chamber as it slowly rubbed its vestigial wings together. It was also a 12-foot-tall praying mantis. Silence descended on the council chamber as the shock of what they were seeing soaked in. The being took in that moment of silence, relishing it, savoring it, before breaking it by concentrating on its speaker. "It appears you have a precursor problem," the small russet one said. The council chamber exploded in shouting. "Manted intelligence, memo. PSI link communication. Have made contact. Am before their rulers. Many have no inner voice. This is going to be bad." Eagleed Kalshiina/Crashrider pressed himself against the wall at the same time as his 2 chummers did the same. They held still, trusting in their hollow camo to prevent the silent machines, bristling with spikes and blades, from spotting them as the machines moved down the hallway in perfect lockstep. Crashrider waited 10 pulses, then held up his black anodized cyberarm and motioned his chummers to follow him. The arm replaced in the game the useless meat space one that had been burnt and scorched, the nerves reduces to screaming fire and the artery exploding from biofeedback and now hung slack from his meat shoulder. The group of 3 moved carefully through the facility. Streaming waterfalls of runic fire covered some walls, some doors were blocked by spiked and bladed code, and 3 more times they had to press themselves into nooks and crannies as mechanicals moved by. Some were draped in the raw and bleeding skins of their recent victims' social media profiles and chattered vile runes at one another in mechanical glee. But they were part of 1337 BOYZ, the best of the best, survivors of everything that could be thrown at them. They'd seen worse. Crashrider knelt next to a barrier of snarling twisting flowing glowing neon runes that muttered with warnings of dire fate if so much as touched. He brought out his chrome cyber deck, plugging the wires into the jack in his head. His induction link was long gone, burned out in the game, his left oral nerves, burned out in meat space. He closed his eyes and saw Kalshiina's name flow up, along with the last picture he could find of her. The last where she wasn't screaming. He tapped out his code on her and the deck went live, showing the complex twisting venomous serpents that made up the door lock. He twisted them until their heads bit their own tails, curled them, circled them, gave them a half-twist. The code of the door flowed smoothly. They moved through, into the chamber, beyond. Massive glowing racks of supercomputers extended off into infinity, electricity crackling across them, plasma spiders scurrying and looking for any intruders. The trio were silent as Crashrider knelt down and deployed his cyberdeck again. They watched nervously as the picoseconds ticked by, stretching into nanoseconds, into seconds, until almost a full minute had gone by. Crashrider suddenly punched out, falling against his chummer, trembling and sweating from jump shock. "Weesa got a buzz now," Crashrider gasped in street speak, clawing at Steeltalon. "Mesa says bad things, come." Steeltalon yanked her chummer up, throwing his meat arm over her shoulder. The 3 runners threw themselves through the door and let their feet make them their namesakes. Getting out was faster than getting in, corridors were shorter, fences were meant to keep people from getting in not getting out, and the whole facility seemed to be paralyzed. As they burst out of the facility, they saw the white square hanging in midair at the same time a screech erupted from the building. "There is only enough for one." Neon Baby looked back and saw the building itself was shifting and changing, tearing its way free of the neon ground, saw its eyes open to sweep across the ground with hatred, seeking who dared come near it. A smog? Weesa was inside a smog? Neon Baby yelled in street speak right before they plunged through the white rectangle. Evereth wanting W3N7 Sayabibbiziziades, Nemam Nal Rot Mage no. They were stretched even as they were squeezed, and for a second they all were part of eternity, and part of entropy. Neon Baby looked back and saw the end of the tube, the way they'd entered, stretch and warp, the tube screaming in agony as the black and red maw pushed its way in. The side of the data tube split as the head of the giant machine pushed deeper in, roaring and screeching as it did so. Then they were three, falling out of a white rectangle and onto the broken and dusty ground. Crash Rider knelt in the dust, coughing and spitting up blood. Steeltalon got to her knees, lifting her SMG and coughing. Neon Baby lunged to his feet, grabbing a grenade off his belt. Wisa gotsa boom boom de tubes, he yelled. He threw 1, 2, 3 grenades inside the rectangle as everyone else scrambled away. The rectangle flashed twice and collapsed. Get out of the impact zone. A figure in military camo yelled, gesturing wildly. Usa's run. Big boom boom, he yelled, switching to street speak. The three runners looked around and realized where they were. The Makalet Fusion Reactor Battle Zone. Held for almost 6 months by the Badhan Regiment, a force of street Sam-turned soldiers who refused to back up a single step in the face of a digital onslaught through Galnet nodes the government refused to shut down. Together they scrambled to the figure, tumbling into its fighting position as dense data packets of twisting runes slammed into the ground around them, sending up plumes of neon dust and burning chrome. Above them, the sky, the color of a TV tuned to a dead station, groaned in pain and seemed to bulge. Neo, we need an exit. Steeltalon screeched into her headset. Crash Rider looked at the soldier, who looked beaten and battered but still defiant. Yusa got a holza it off bang bang mewy mewy. The soldier looked at him, wiping the dirt from his face. What is it? The sky tore as the anti-air emplacements began to fire. Rockets, lasers, plasma beams, packets of code washed in grief and hatred all slammed into the sky as the tier began to widen. A smog, Neon Baby said. The soldier nodded, looking at Crash Rider. Is it important? Crash Rider nodded, switching to real code to avoid misunderstanding. More important than even the fusion plant. The soldier hefted a big rotary autocannon. Go. We'll hold or die here. Got an exit. Steeltalon yelled out. Crash Rider turned in time to see the door open up. 100 paces away. There is only enough for one. Go. Mesa cover. The soldier yelled, leveling his autocannon at the motes floating down from the terrible jaws that had forced their way through the crack in the sky. The trio scrambled out of the fighting position, running for the gate. Motes crashed down, revealing themselves to be machines made of vile and blasphemous code. They snapped their pinchers, clacked their jaws, flexed their talons as they oriented themselves. 2 were between the trio and the gate. For Aldun. The soldier bellowed, leveling his 300 terabytes SSD autocannon and clamping down on the smart trigger. The autocannon has his regiment Bothans spray-painted on the barrels. Heavy shells slash packets of code slammed into the right-hand creature, flipping it over, probing at its belly, finding a weak point, and slashing apart its code. The rate of fire made it look like a solid shaft of light. BRRRRT. The beam of rotary autocannon fire swept across the trio, the smart link holding back 4 bullets by a microsecond, then locked onto the other one, stopping its forward rush toward, not the runners, but the gate itself. It stopped dead, hunkered down, and kept advancing, ignoring the auto fire prying at its armor and firewalls. More of the Badhan regiment joined their fire as more and more motes slammed to the ground. Their air defense pummeled the head of the smog as it pushed its way into the sky. Neon Baby stopped at the gate, looking at Crash Rider. Is it worth it, chummer? He asked. Crash Rider nodded. Drink me to freeware, chummer, Neon Baby said, hefting his heavy rifle. He checked his mag. Proxy-piercing Virii rounds. Yusa go now, Neon Baby said. Crash Rider didn't pause, didn't take any more time, and threw himself into. Itin read Otni Daser Kaporn Sorka Derames Niluk Ninrub Arif Noan Arif Nob Nibikelsternizuk Snikterts. A rainy dark street. Cold neon flickered across dead building facades. In the distance, lights of a city could be seen, but the data highways were empty here. Steeltalon tumbled to the pavement, barely keeping hold of her SMG. She turned toward the white rectangle of the gate. It turned red, flashed twice, displayed the last, connection lost TO host, code, and vanished. Crash Rider could see his bike. A two-wheeled ground effect vehicle, high-powered gas engine to replace the purring weak electric one, the extras stripped away, a cyber control rig expertly attached to it. It sat next to the sidewalk, old screen sheets flapped against the chrome-spoked wheels. "We gotta move," Crash Rider yelled, grabbing Steeltalon. The big street Sammy nodded, running for the bike. Enhanced reflexes and musculature got the big street machine there first, and she jumped on the back, facing backwards, cocking her SMG and checking the rounds. TCP port searching IP tracers. It would have to do. Crash Rider threw a leg of the seat, grabbed the handlebars with one hand and pulled free the data cord with the other. He kicked the starter to life as he plugged in the data cord, everything syncing together. Crash Rider maxed the throttle, the rear tire barking and screeching on the dark wet tarmac for a moment before it grabbed. The front wheel lifted for a few dozen feet before it slammed down and they were off. A bellowed screech echoed through the alleys of the Barrens. "Something big Isa coming," Steeltalon yelled. "Can't talk, must go faster," Crash Rider said. He revved the engine to the red line and swerved between the wrecked, burned out, scattered vehicles littering the road. The buildings whipped by, windows shattered and black, some lit by feeble candlelight, a few with pale faces staring out, but most empty. Graffiti started appearing. Specks at first, then letters, then runes, then whole sentences. A LAWSEC SWAT vehicle crashed to the road behind them, the road rippling and flexing around it, the building swaying like gelatin. Crash Rider hit the throttle, ramping off the first ripple into the air, holding it for long seconds, letting the ripples pass beneath them, before slapping back down to the damaged data tube. "There is only enough for one." The SWAT vehicle's siren screamed. Coiled metal tentacles reached out, realized they were too far and retracted, clicking their graspers in mechanical frustration at being denied their digital flesh. Steeltalon hosed the entire mag of her SMG into the armored windshield of the SWAT tank and grinned with neon teeth as it suddenly slowly. "There. That graffiti." Crash Rider inhaled and yelled it. "Hack the planet." Fires lit in the alleys and it was roared back to him. "Hack the planet." They were past the fires and Steeltalon saw the street boys flood out from the alley into the street, pushing burning cars. Their heavy cyber muscles were covered in tattoos, sweat poured from their brows, but still they brought out heavy weapons that would tear Steeltalon's cybernetic arms off to just try to lift. The Arnie Awesomes raised their firepower and bellowed out their war cry. "Let off some steam, Bennett." They opened fire on the SWAT vehicle as Crash Rider cut the corner hard enough glittering data pulses peeled from the tires and sprayed the facades of the buildings. Crossing a bridge, Crash Rider yanked the bike to the side, lifting the front wheel, slamming into the barricade, and with a scream of tortured code and warping data strings the bike caught air. For a second they were suspended in blackness, between one trace and the next, forcing quark drift between two frozen traces of tachyon wire. For a moment the two runners saw all of Galnet. Then the world came rushing back as the bike slammed down onto railroad tracks. It shuddered and thudded on the ties until Crash Rider revved the engine, popped the clutch, and snapped the bike onto the right-hand superconductor rail. Crash Rider goosed it, redlining the engine, but that didn't matter. "What do we have?" Steeltalon yelled. "Core data from the Smog's ROM." Crash Rider yelled back. He leaned forward and Steeltalon did the same, the back tire dangerously close to her. Behind her, she could see it. The train tunnel under the bridge they jumped from was bulging. A tear started in the middle, flames licking out. "He wants us bad," Steeltalon yelled out. Crash Rider ignored her, concentrating on keeping the bike on the supercooled strip of metal and code and data. "Neo, we need an exit," Steeltalon cried out. "On the Galnet Supercruise thread." "Yes. I know. Do it." The tear bulged further and a flaming skull burst from the under the bridge, the bow of a train made of blackened and twisted cybernetics crushed together with still screaming runners bleeding neon blood from between the dead spaces. He could see it coming, a station. Just beyond that. The train engine roared out. "There is only enough for one." "Stop saying that." Steeltalon screamed back, firing another magazine of spam pop-up rounds at the train's open jaws. Into the station, the pillars whipping by, graffiti on the walls. "Hack the planet." Crash Rider cried out desperately. The daughters of Chrome Loth dropped their stealth fields, women in tight spandex and leather, cleavage and thigh revealed, for Chrome arms to help their two flesh arms. They waited until Crashrider sped by, smoke pouring from his engine and from the hubs of his tires, and threw their datanets across the tracks. They poisoned their datanets, wrapped their ends around the columns, and vanished back into stealth, climbing through hidden ports, sliding behind invisible proxies, jumping through unregistered trial software. Crashrider kept going. The gate was ahead, in the middle of the tracks, and he swore in street speak as he dropped to the Super Cruise rail, the tracks bumping and shuddering. Spokes shattered and neon fragments of code sprayed from the wheels of the bike. The train smog hit the nets, the poisoned Ipe Sniffer port jackers, cutting deep as its firewalls collapsed. It roared and the nets held, but no longer cut deep, no longer held it back as it charged forward. It pulled the pillars down. Digital dust plumed around Crashrider as the station collapsed on top of the smog. It roared with anger and started to shoulder its way up. The daughters of Chrome Loth swarmed it, jamming deep with their code probe stingers, squatting down, the stingers descending and puncturing deep into its code. Some died, shriveling up with a banshee scream, but others grew plump and lush. Secrets filled their poison wombs, and they flickered and vanished as they fled, laughing and mocking the smog. It didn't care. Its searchlight eyes were locked on Crashrider. Crashrider hated to do it, hated to lose it, it was an ARG reward, irreplaceable. But this wasn't an alley brawl against a rival ganger, a street slambang against another Go gang. This was Corp War. No, it was bigger than Corp War. It was war. The lead tire hit the rectangle and dissolved. The bike slammed to a stop, beginning to accordion up, throwing both riders through the white rectangle as the bike destroyed itself against an illegal dataline crossline. Crashrider managed to. Ten read Otni Daycirca Pornsorca Derames Niluk Ninrub Arif Noan Arif Nob Nibekelsternizuk Snikterts. Tuck and roll as he fell out of the rectangle. It was already blinking red, the unique code of the bike stripping through and destroying the code of the gate. Connection. Steeltalentio flew host through. Lost. The gate blinked away. Steeltalen's arm didn't make it. Crashrider got to his feet, pointing at what they were after. Stu's Diner. What do you have? Steeltalen gasped as she wrapped a tame overwrite virus onto the neon blood-spurting stump of her soulmeat arm. They think I have the encryption key for the mid-grade ground assault mech shields, Crashrider said, pulling his friend as fast as he could. This run had already cost him a fellow ARG player, he wasn't about to lose another. What do you really have? She gasped as they pushed open the back door. They stumbled into Mr. Johnson's private lounge. The suited man, his face a colorless blank mannequin's face, looked up. Crashrider tossed Mr. Johnson his cyberdeck. The ROM-encoded secondary master algorithm for the planetary harvester-class vessels, Crashrider gasped. Wisa Haxa Romhack Forsa Smog? Steeltalen gasped. Mr. Johnson caught it, nodded, and yanked a cord he'd grasped from nowhere. The room dissolved and vanished. In a room in an unnamed hab complex, in a dreary city on a worthless planet, in an abandoned system, Eagleet shuddered and groaned as dump shock took him. He felt hands rolling his meat body on his side as he vomited. He was still smiling when consciousness fled. For you, Kalshiina, he sent out to the spirit of the girl who had held his hand on the playground once. Galnet News. The Makalet fusion reactor suffered a magnetic containment failure as the primary and backup computer systems failed this morning, resulting in a 12.5 megaton explosion, destroying the city of Makalet. Casualties are estimated in the tens of millions. More as this story breaks. From Mantid Intelligence to Digital Sapience Intelligence. Oracle say something is coming. Something war-changing. Build more thinking nodes. Nothing follows. From Digent to Manant. We'll keep eyes out on the networks. Speaks in loud spaces sat in the fifth contemplative position, his legs folded next to his abdomen, his vestigial blade limbs pulled up in what humans called prayer, his grasping hands folding it where his thorax met his long abdomen. His antennae quivered softly, sampling the emotions of those around him and keeping contact on his little ones. All those around him except his two guards. He could hear them, even though he was able to exclude them through long training and a quirk of genetics and growth jelly. where the council was either the mental equivalent of a dial tone or confused whiplashing emotions overlaid with fear, suspicion, resignation, or avarice. Two minds growled and snarled in the emotional equivalent of running a mandible file across one's antenna, warning and threatening, keep out, with a large portion of what humans called, get fucked, for good measure. But Speaks was used to that. He had been dealing with humans since he had left the quiet solace of the chambers of the elder sleepers. In a way, it was comforting. Like being covered in a suit of hissing spiders that spit bees. He had never been around equals before. His multifaceted eyes were blind, but he still watched the council beings surrounding him, the design of his little ones allowing him to lift their triangular heads and view a complete 360 degrees around him. Even beyond their wild gesticulating, he could sense their emotions, hear the thread of their inner voices, feel the emotions they hid from everyone else. Speaks was saddened at how many of them lacked an inner voice. After a while, the council's outrage was spent and the final protester sputtered slowly to silence. Speaks reached out to his speaker, meshing his thoughts with its tiny mind. It welcomed him, happiness radiating out from it as it raised itself up, ready to snatch words and thoughts and meanings from sounds. Do you need more time to discuss things among one another? Your outrage has only killed a few million. Do you need time to increase this august conclave's body count? The speaker trilled. The chamber exploded in rage again. Speaks didn't care. Every moment he could hear Untolds crying out in fear and agony before going silent. To Speaks it was as if stars were going out in the sky. Despair, the little black mantid, whispered to him across their interwoven thoughts. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind. It quoted to him an ancient Terran poem that raged against what this very council was so enamored with. The poem inscribed at the base of the statue on Terrasol, known as Do You Need Assistance? Speaks let his mind drift, taking comfort in the snarling rage growling and snapping from his two honor guards. He knew that, should these beings attempt to raise their hands against him, they would protect them with their very lives, dying in pieces to protect them and shield them from the violence that so terrified his people. The violence within him as it was within the Terrans. Do these beings understand such a thing? Speaks asked himself. The little alabaster one told him that nay, they cannot, they can only see what their grasping hands can snatch, close, ignorant of the blade arms of others. She could see more clearly than he could through his hunger. Finally, the outrage died down again. He paid no attention to any of it, instead, reaching out and tasting their various emotions, having the green little one commit to memory which ones he would seek out privately in their chambers away from prying eyes. No matter what words and sentiments you cast upon me like chaff upon the wind, it does not change the simple fact that you cannot defeat them, cannot save any of your species from the precursors, he said through the little russet speaker. Again, the council chamber exploded. A fantasy of climbing onto the podium that one being with a large head was banging upon, striking down in the perfect clean strike, pulling the being upward as it screeched, grabbing it with his grasping hands, bringing his jaws down upon its skull, cracking it, crushing it, shearing through flesh and bone to find. His cybernetic implants shocked him. Not that anyone would have noticed that faint wing flutter at the edge of one of his vestigial wings. Both his honor guards powered up their weapons, targeting Speaks, then released their omni-targeting linkages and let the power trickle from their weapons as Speaks was calmed by his prosthetic. The little green one rubbed its blade arms together and scraped them through its mandibles at the way the Terran's mind sharpened and focused on the five before the gentle current from the prosthetic calmed it. The council thought it was just cleaning itself out of primitive instinct. They had no idea how close the Grand Unified Council chamber and beyond came to being a slaughterhouse. Speaks relaxed, cleaning his blade arms slowly, licking along their blunted edges, cleaning them with intricate care, as if they had never been altered by genomods from their razor-sharp beautiful lethality. For a split second, he had an image of the heavy warborg on his right holding him into the air by his throat, its other arm drawn back with a piston-like fist clenched and aimed at his head as his grasping hands held the Terran by the throat and his blade arms slashed through its warsteel armor, both of them locked in a death embrace, coolant spilling from the warborg as ichor leaked from Speaks' armored neck, the two of them. The light electric shock was a hush to his mind. In the aftershocks his mind sampled and tasted the minds surrounding him. He could silence them all in an instant, he knew it. He could simply reach out and snuff their minds, stop their thoughts, freeze their muscles, hold them silent in place, even still their heartbeats. Let his thoughts ripple out from this chamber throughout the building, stilling the thoughts of the inhabitants, stripping away their thoughts and memories and emotions, devouring them into his own overmind in his abdomen, his mind rippling out across the very city, taking control of their bodies once he devoured their minds. Except that would cause glorious fight to the death with the two warborgs whose minds would bellow in rage as they instinctively attacked him. Glorious combat with a mind that could withstand the punishing assault of his will, and the shock made him quiver and his little ones go still. The warborgs didn't let the charge trickle from the weapons back into the power pack, instead they left their weapons charged. The metallic kachunkalak that sounded from the two Borgs as they loaded their rifles and the cannons on their backs stilled the entire council chamber. Many beings quailed and cringed back as the two massive cannons slowly rotated up the backs, trailing 60mm belt-fed collapsed density depleted uranium shells jacketing unstable deuterium, moving slowly over the shoulder to point at the mantis creature. The confusion that action caused kept the council chamber to go silent. A slight blush colored Speak's wings and slowly colored two lines, one on either side, of his abdomen. He reached out for the little russet speaker, calming its mind, and spoke through it. "I have come before this body, not to ask permission, but to merely inform," the little russet one said, its voice a high-pitched peep that some in the council thought was done to make it appear cute. Some noted that one of the two big armored figures aimed his rifle at it and wondered why. It was so cute and harmless looking. "You should know and understand not only what you face, but what you have no choice but to rely upon to save you from an onslaught you cannot defeat," Speaker said, its voice slowly lowering. "If you are ready to hear my thoughts, signify a vote of yes upon your podium." The little black one spoke. "Vote no, and we shall leave and you shall wonder why it all happened." Speaks found himself trembling and willed his implants to shock him down his central ganglia. The vote was carried, barely passing, and an electric shock broke into Speak's fantasy of exploding into sudden and violent motions, screeching his species' ancient war cry. Omni-targeting data was shared across the linkages. "We will hear your words," the High Council speaker said. "I would rather make you hear my thoughts," Speaks thought to himself. Being so close to these species made digestive juice slowly coat his mandibles, but he cleaned it away rather than let his escorts see it drip from his jaw, mandibles. The little gold one shocked him hard. "In ancient times, before your species were much more than barely sentient creatures crawling, not understanding, the precursor war occurred between." Speak started. Several of the council beings shouted they knew history and get on with it. A half-dozen screamed that precursors were mere rumor, baseless unfounded rumors designed to frighten and spread conspiracies among the mentally ill. Speaks disconnected himself from the sight organs on everything around him, slowly cleaning his blade arms as the cattle around him brayed and whinnied and mooed as if their words and crude vocal sounds mattered at all. The gold one shocked him again and brought to the attention of his guards that one of her cybernetic implants was showing signs of overheating. Wisps of vapor drifted from the mouths of the 60mm cannons, and the council was stilled by sound of superdense capacitors charging. "Between two races," Speaks continued. He had to impart this knowledge to them, to make them understand what they faced. "Those races build vast machines to combat one another." Again the council chamber fell to arguing whether or not the precursor races could have built what was ravaging their worlds, how they could last 100 million years. Speak slowly stood to his full height, a 12-foot mantis, with thick exoskeleton armor over thick biomechanical muscle. His blade arms suddenly molted, the dead carapace puffing away, the blades glittering in the lights of the council chambers. 30 billion viewers shrunk back and gasped as the sight of the mantid triggered some kind of primordial instinct in their brains. The council members all went still, their muscles frozen, their words stuck in their throats, even their hearts stilled as their brains were squeezed somehow. The invisible wave crashed through the building, washed over the city, and began to cover the world. "Hear my words and despair." Speaks in loud spaces roared out with his mind. Billions screamed in terror. "We precursors realized there were only enough resources in a finite universe to support a single race. One side's war machines determined that they would be that race and their creators fled their machines." Speaks in loud spaces howled into every mind within a fractured microsecond. His little ones went perfectly still. "We left behind our cattle to be exterminated by the other side's death machines." Speaks roared out. "Now they have come to finish the job. Only those who can withstand one such as I have any hope against them." He exploded into motion. The council watched as the two armored figures roared in wrath and hatred, abandoning weapons to shift their weight to bring fists to bear. Speaks turned inside out and splashed into his component parts as the implosion charge, forged into a wire that ran from his skull to the end of his abdomen, was triggered as he moved faster than the cybernetic embedded in his spine would allow. Now you know, the little gold one said, looking at the terrified beings of the council chamber. She looked around at the gathered politicians. Do you understand? Mantid Free World's external memo. Now they know. Terrasol protect us from ourselves. Nothing follows. Confeed memo. To all. Safety precautions went well. Now they know why they can't win on their own. From what we've seen, we have to help them break the chains laid in the ancestors' minds that still hold them today. May the Omni Messiah protect them. The gold mantis, small only compared to her massive forebearer, deployed a small cube on the floor in front of her. A rod sprang out of the cube and the assembled beings, still shocked from the psionic assault, cringed back with a multitude of gasps. The rod folded around the disc, creating a small disc which the golden mantid stepped on. It hummed and at the command of her cybernetics, rose into the air. She waited for everyone to calm down, her blade arms folded carefully and her grasping hands holding on to the bottom of them. Finally, the chamber settled down. In the city beyond, beings moved back to their trivids, nervously approaching, afraid to look but curious at the sight of the small gold mantis who held still on the hovering dish. Across the world, beings shook free of the psychic shock and approached their trivid, fearful but curious. The precursor war happened because my forebearers, like the one you saw, and the others, of whom records have been lost, could not contain their appetites and, upon learning that even the universe is finite, went to war over who would eat last. Her voice was pure and clear, and she fluttered her wings and preened as she spoke. The council had learned its lesson and did not interrupt. My species consumed not only meat but emotions and even thought and memories, uplifted species to bear sentience. Able to feel emotions and form memories, but not enough to develop civilized thoughts, she said. She signaled with a rune in Unified Galactic Standard, the equivalent of a shrug. What our opponents ate or did is lost to the epochs long past. Silence reigned for a long moment as she paused to clean her antenna. A councilman opened his mouth, but one of the massive robots made a growling noise, like steel gears grinding away their teeth against a whetstone. He shut his mouth quickly, his tendrils curling and his crest deflating in fear. For reasons that have been lost, but many have pondered upon, both sides built huge mechanized war machines. As you can see, my people tend to be tiny, outside of our warrior and, well, ruling caste such as Speaker was, she said. She used displays to show a little cartoon version of her wildly running back and forth to escape shoes and feet, wearing a big floppy hat with flowers on it and clutching a purse almost as big as she was, with little cartoon spirals floating up from her cartoon head to signify frustration. There were a few titters. That aside, we built intelligent war machines. We conquered, or thought we did, a digital artificial sentient's natural tendency to seek to protect itself by wiping everyone else out, by some means we no longer understand. She put up a rune for a sigh. Sadly, our knowledge of our ancient language and reasonings are lost to the hunger of history as Speaker was lost to his own appetites. She paused there to clean her antenna again and take a sip from a drop of water she lifted up from the disc. A holograph of a rune asking for patience floated in front of her. Although there were questions, the recent events stilled tongues. Those who still would have talked stared at the robots beside them. The little gold mantis set down the water drop and straightened back up, signaling with a hologram in front of her that she was going to continue. As records will show, one such a speaker can even stop and devour the thoughts of digital sapients, providing they can get within range. A reason for our forgotten enemy to build so large. She flashed a rune for humor. You can see, by my size, why there's a possibility my people built so large. We are a tiny people, and some are aware a being can be quite impressed with size when perhaps we should not be. A rune flashed for double entendre as she preened for a moment. There were some polite chuckles through the chamber. Some of the earthier species and beings laughed out loud at the humor of an insect so tiny making such a joke. Fear began to be replaced by curiosity. Sometime, during that terrible war, where entire planets were wastefully wiped clean, one side's mechanical surrogates realized that the truth that was imparted in them, the reason for the war, also applied to them. The rune flashed for a regretful sigh. They, also, realized that in a finite universe there was only enough resources for one, and why shouldn't they be the one? Why should they turn it over to biologicals, who have short lifespans and cannot be trusted stewards of those finite resources? It was then that first one sides, then the others, turned upon us, their creators, throwing back our own war cries to one another. The mantid flashed the rune for patience and sipped at a water drop again before cleaning its grasping hands and flashing the rune for resume. It went badly for both sides. My ancestors left our, food species behind and fled, taking a risky gamble. We would have both sides chase us through the scorched wasteland of our war, through the enemy's territory, and then hide while the rebellious servitors destroyed our enemy. She paused, taking time to clean her blade arms and grasping hands, and then her antenna. She flashed the runes for, "Please excuse my fatigue, I am discomfort," as she did so. One of the council flashed a rune for attention. She pointed at it and flashed the rune for assent. The council being stood up. "Do you need us to go into recess?" The council being asked and sat down. "Thank you for your kind consideration, but no. It is more than us, whole worlds are watching and eager for the ugly, terrible, horrible truth," the little gold mantid said. She rubbed her wings together and then flashed the rune that she was ready to continue. On thousands of worlds beings hurried back from the kitchen or nutri dispenser when family members called out that the little gold mantis was going to continue. While the strategy worked, drawing all our mechanical creations after us into our enemy, and beyond, our escape, in the end, did my ancestors little good beyond sheer species survival, the gold mantid said. She made the rune for ironic sadness and the continued. My species, constrained to a few planets, with only a few spacecraft, fell to internecine warfare. When the dust settled, only a few scattered planets contained our race. Our space vessels were gone, our advanced technology smashed, just our forebearers desperately trying to survive on worlds that were chosen out of desperation. She flashed holograms of the other mantids at her feet. In time, we separated, became slightly different, but the hive queens and the omnispeakers still ruled over our hives. Each advance, we fell victim to what is called the Fermi paradox, collapsing again and again. We had our own Fermi boundary. When one hive split into two, those two hives would eventually got to war over the limited resources. The gold one paused. The black mantid and the green mantid were signaling holorunes of distress. She waited until they signed runes for continue before speaking again. Millions, tens of millions, over 100 million years passed before we reached space again. Some colonies called out into the void, then were silenced, but we only know that through archaeological records. Then, of course, we found our other colonies and went to war, falling to our own Fermi paradox boundary of more than one hive, she said. Then we discovered signals. Signals meant thought. It was alien thought. She waited a moment before flashing a rune. It was delicious. All of the mantids flashed holorunes of distress and the gold mantid paused. A holorune representing a questioning speaker flashed and the gold one flashed the "If I am able" rune. The questioner stood up. "How are you, she asked. She curled her tendrils in embarrassment and sat down. "Different?" the small gold asked. The questioner flashed the questioning rune. The little gold one pointed at the big robot. "Thanks to our friends," she said. There was an inhalation of fear at the thought that little mantid creatures had built those massive mechanical beings. No, friends," the mantid said, flashing the rune for negation and the rune for reassurance. "That is not a robot. It is a warborg, a human being who has undergone full cybernetic conversion body replacement to amplify their combat abilities. It is driven by a living mind, the mind of a sapient being with morals and ethics, culture and society." That seemed to relax the gathered body. Trivid cameras moved in and got better angles on the massive warborgs, some cameras lingering on the belt of 60mm ammunition that gleamed with silent menace. On the featureless faceplates of the warborgs flashed the unified galactic holorune for "I am expressing pleasure at your presence" in calming blue. Some of the younger viewers laughed. The little gold mantis gave it a few moments, pausing to take another drink from the droplet and clean her antenna. The other ones flashed that they were calmed again. When she felt the stress in the chamber ease, she flashed the rune for attention. As I was saying, thanks to our friends, we learned that our ancestors may have been titans striding across the stars, smiting our foes and devouring what we pleased, but the great galactic wheel had turned and we were no longer the apex predator. She brushed her antenna and then continued. We encountered humans, who approached us eagerly, clamoring they wished to be friends. She signaled the rune for sadness and made a motion at the small cleaner robots who were still cleaning the mess speaker had made. Omnispeakers and the hive queens had other plans. In cruel betrayal we struck at the humans, and they recoiled, she said. She took another sip of the water droplet as the other flashed runes of embarrassment and sadness. We thought them instantly beaten. Destroy the queen, you win the war. She let it pause. Waiting. We saw the humans go still, as prey do. We, in our Hive Queen's arrogance, mistook that reaction for fear, terror, and borderline submission as we assaulted them, linked as one mind, our hunger held together as one, moving each as a perfect cog in the universe's perfect machine. But, we had made a mistake, she paused again. You see, we had never encountered murderous all-consuming overpowering rage. Even the Hive Queens quailed back as the humans exploded. Even the Omnispeakers screamed in horror as something much worse than the great machines we still dimly remembered came out of every cattle world, every terrible broken and savage world, every shattered ruined city, out of every corner. Screaming their war cry, they overran us, crushed us beneath their armored treads, tore us limb from limb with their armored fists, ripped into us with their very teeth. The others were flashing runes of distress, but she powered through, shivering. Then they found our home planets. All of the small mantis people were rubbing their wings in distress. And destroyed every single Hive Queen and Omnispeaker. They used nanites to alter our genome so we would never again produce a queen, and only rarely would we produce a speaker, scorched away our royal jelly, and loomed over our suddenly disconnected, sundered people, their mailed fists clenched to deliver the final blow. They saw our confusion, our panic, our bereavement as we were torn from the hive mind, and even as they screamed their war cry they suddenly paused, the gold said. They spared us, embraced us, taught us to live without enslavement. She flashed for a pause and everyone waited, many staring at the two cyborgs in horror. She waited until the smaller ones flashed that they were composed and ready. She waited for the council beings to flash that they were ready. She saw a light for a single question flashing and signaled assent to the questioner. The gentle being stood up, a Shavashan female, her scales dull and her tail thin with age. If I might ask, gentle being. She bobbed her head in nervousness, then looked up. What was their war cry? I see it still disturbs you to think of it even though it is centuries past. All the mantids flickered their dismay icons. The black one moved forward, extending himself to his full 3-foot height. I am words spoken we fear, it announced, lifting its blade arms up over its head. And I shall tell you. There was a pregnant pause. Words pointed at the two warborgs with his blade arms. Speak the words we fear, it cried out in small voice. The two warborgs took a single step forward, their footsteps shaking the entire room. Their roar lifted to the heavens, and more than a few council beings felt that it echoed off the stars. Remember Terrasol. Mantid Free World's message. To Confeed. Now they all know. Will you protect us? Nothing follows. Terran Confederacy message. To Mantid Free Worlds. Always. In blood and fire, brothers. We face the long darkness together. Liba was nothing to anyone. It was a small world in the ways of the galactic economy, political influence, manufacturing ability, or any other way that the unified galactic systems cared about. Its people were a small people who had barely developed star drive to get into jump space and travel to another planet. That planet had been important, a manufacturing hub for the leading tentacle of the unified civilizations. The little world had gone from dreams of starfaring and exploration and joyous advancement to locked into their little world. Emigration quotas, Dalnet bandwidth limits, even exploitation limits within their own system, all were put in place by the Unified Civilized Races Council. After all, their world had been registered as the property of Yuqua's Pack Guru Manufacturing nearly 3,000 years before the little people of Liba had even developed the ability to transmit or listen to radio waves. The Unified Legal Council had informed the people of Liba that if they had intended to assert sovereignty over their own world, perhaps they should have filed a motion to appeal the claim register within a year of it first being filed. The fact that the people of Liba had not even developed gear-driven clocks, by that point, was not any fault of the council. The people of Liba should have thought of that. And so Liba's dreams of being part of, maybe even founding, some kind of interstellar society of equals died in a court of law before they even invented the metal-nibbed pen. They tried protesting the only way they knew how at that point, violence. Their attempts were pitiable. They barely lasted a full decade before they were defeated again. The Unified Races Council ordered that the people of Liba undergo therapy to remove violent primitive instincts through social conditioning. The little land-dwelling amphibians were marched lockstep into camps to taught how to properly venerate Yukw's Pack Guru Manufacturing, a subsidiary of New Uklik Entertainment conglomerate, and follow the commands and regulations of their elders. The little space facility, the Libawian Pride and Joy, was raised for ecological reasons and a coal-burning power plant put in its place. After all, the Unified Space Council had already had UPM build a much better spaceport than the crude native one. Bit by bit the people of Liba saw their cultural heritage sites wiped away in the name of modernization. With the destruction of history comes the destruction of cultural identity. After a generation or two, they became a loyal worker pod for UPM, spending their meager pay on necessities and a few simple luxuries, as was proper. Still, some of them harbored resentment in their hearts. This wasn't how it was supposed to be, was it? The amphibians, half the size of the four-legged, four-armed, six-eyed, tendrilled overseers known as the Lanik Talon, dug into burrows, squirreled away makeshift weapons, made careful chains of communication. The Libawians created small units of resistance, each reporting to a leader, who only knew the name of one leader. They had recreated the resistance cell structure again. Forced to live outside the shining cities, they suffered often from vertigo after all, they slowly gathered. The Lanik Talon were the ones enamored with the cities, not the Libawians. The thought was to bring down those high shining towers, bring the Lanik Talon down to the level of the amphibians. And so the Libawians prepared and waited. But that was not why it was dying. It had become infected. It started simply. Twinkling points of light appearing out in space. The planetary managers said that the lights were mere tests, nothing for the Libawians to concern themselves with. Then scanners went down. A space station began screaming. Liba's Galnet became a place of horror as the infection spread across the solar system. The Lanik Talon counseled caution and not to be swayed by anti-unified propaganda even as they boarded their ships to flee the system. Then sparks appeared in the sky as orbital leisure stations were destroyed, ships were raked with fire and exploded, and everything but the Galnet node was wiped from the night sky. For 3 days Liba had cringed away from quiet darkness. Then the voice was broadcast across the world, a brain-twisting screech of absolute horror. There is only enough for one. Mechanical horrors landed at the spaceport. Not with crashes, but landing with care, before wading into the starship still in port. The newcomers tore apart the ships and their crews, then spread out, moving toward manufacturing facilities. Private spaceships were destroyed in high orbit, their wreckage first scattered, then gathered and processed. Cargo vessels were torn apart and processed. Still sparks blossomed in the night sky. Little pinpricks that lit up and went out. Once in a while, there were long streaks in the night that ended in tiny flashing pinpricks. The Liba first viewed the mechanicals as liberators and rushed out to greet them. Only to be murdered en masse. The Libawians all nodded to one another. Of course, it was just another monster from outside. The cult of the solitary burrow were correct. Those who reached out a hand in friendship only had it torn off or had a manacle wrapped around the wrist. The Libawians scattered as best they could. The mechanicals concentrated on the Lanik Talon, herding them into their cities, broadcasting the savage murders suffered by the Lanik Talon. The Libawians thought that perhaps if they just pretended none of it was going on, the mechanicals would leave them alone. That pipe dream ended with shrieks of agony. The Libawians learned in the next few turns on their world to avoid any technology higher than fire and sharp sticks. A machine that found any primitive ones might chase them and kill a few, but largely ignored them after scanning quickly for any technology. A quick-thinking Libawian noted that every one of their people fitted with a cybernetic link was gone, dead, their bodies torn apart. Any group larger than an ancient clutch was destroyed. The Libawians mourned for lost dreams. Even being drones for UPM was preferable to being torn from comfortable housing and forced to live in the mud, hunting with sticks for nearly extinct mussels and wildlife, drinking dirty water, and watching the city slowly burn. The Libawians wept. They just wanted to be not alone. They just wanted to see what was beyond. Just wanted to meet other beings. But not like this. Not like this. Pinpricks appeared the sky again, only these ones did not go out. They got steadily brighter as the council cities burned. Sparks came to life and died back down around those burning stars. The Libawians looked up, wondering what was happening now, even though a small part of them knew that it wouldn't matter. Whoever it was, their little people would be nothing more than amusement for hunters at worst, slaves and drudges at best. Hope flickered, then went out. Liba was dying. Not from the slamming impacts of orbital guns, not from the mechanical murderers sweeping across the planet, not because the cities, bright and sparkling, were burning and being turned to horror-filled charnel houses. It was dying as Hope died. Then came the message. From the stars, as fire blossoms, new suns ignited in the night sky close enough that more than once night turned to day for long heartbeats. It vibrated off of every scrap of metal, bellowed from every speaker, howled from every hidden datapad. We are the Terran Confederacy. We have come to assist. Hold the line, brothers. The Libawians huddled in their burrows, closing their large expressive eyes, and just wished the universe would go away. The message couldn't be meant for them. They were small, insignificant, and the universe viewed them as little more than slaves to their betters, to be slain for amusement at will. But some, who harbored resentment toward UPM, who nursed flickering anger in their souls for the Lanik Talon, began to dig free caches wrapped in EM shielding and buried in iron-rich mud. Began dreaming that perhaps, this time, things might be different. As the little Libawians watched, streaks slipped down from the orbitals, into atmosphere, and began to speed toward the thickest concentrations of machines. Nuclear fire blossomed, pushed away the smoke of burning bodies, and left behind damaged and destroyed machines. Not the larger ones, of course, those rose from where they had crouched, shaking off smaller ones, and screeched their defiance at the newcomers. There is only enough for one. The newcomers bellowed back. Freedom or death. The Libawians huddled down, caught between the two roaring forces. The braver of them lifted their googly eyes to look upon the land, raised their gaze to the sky again. Massive ships roared down from the sky and the Libawians felt their thick rubbery skin prickle up in fear. The last 2 times that had happened the universe had shown them that they were the butt of a cosmic joke. As the Libawians watched the machines, the new masters of Liba, swarmed the massive ships, which responded with counter-fire. Some ships exploded in midair. More didn't. Even more rained down from the high orbitals. The ships didn't bother to slow down to a gentle speed and then slowly levitate down to the earth. These ones came in fast, rockets screaming as they suddenly braked. Radiation poured from the nozzles, scorching the ground, burning away vegetation and turning dirt to plasma-hardened rock. The ship slammed down, the sides opened even as gunports continued firing. Parts of the massive ships detached, moving on treads, deploying guns that raked the sky with shrieking munitions. The parts of the ship took up positions around their broodmother, linking together their fire, adding their own roaring voice to the defiance lashing out at the machines that still swarmed. From inside the ship came more vehicles, massive bipeds that were made entirely of metal. More weapons were raised, and the machine's assault began to tatter, began to break. The wave of metal was pushed back further and further by the guns. The very sky seemed to catch fire as the newcomers threw their fury into the faces of the machines, unleashing endless wrath into machines without numbers. Shell by shell, beam after beam, the newcomers drove the machines back. But that wasn't enough for the newcomers, they spread out, like spokes from the hub of the landing craft. Each spoke building another hub, calling down more ships from the sky, repeating it over and over. Smashing the machines. The Libawians dug deep into their burrows, fearful of what horrors the newcomers would inflict on the small Libawian people. The only step they could see from driving them to scattered primitivism was to wipe their small people from existence. Then, it happened. As dozens of Libawians watched from the safety of the water of the swamp the newcomers, the huge bipeds of metal and fury, approached the machines that kept the younglings in cages for experimentation or just plain sport. Over the last few turnings of the world the machines had moved the younglings from cages to inside the buildings. The watching Libawians knew that their younglings would be slaughtered, caught between the murderous machines and the furious newcomers. They waited for the pounding of artillery and aircraft that always preceded a biped ground assault, flicked their tongues nervously while they waited for the massive tanks to pour cannon fire into the base as they did to break it up for the bipeds. None of that happened. Instead, the bipedal machines, accompanied at times by 4-legged ones, slowly moved forward, from cover to cover, firing only at the guns that revealed themselves in the machine's base. They seemed almost non-committal, firing and advancing, firing and retreating, shifting their lines. To the hidden Libawians, it made no sense. The Libawians felt a stirring in the current and froze. The currents did not feel like one of the big machines patrolling the rivers and streams of the delta, but like more Libawians moving through the water, towing large fish as if they had made a prized catch. Click sounded in the water and the Libawians blinked in nervousness. The click sounded like Libawian clicks, but made no sense. It was just random sounds. Curious, one of the Libawians swam deeper, into the silt-filled cloudy water deeper in the river. He held tight to his spear, but had a stolen handgun under his tongue, ready to swallow it if he had to. His echolocation told him that there were dozens of his kind swimming through the cloudy opaque water, pulling huge fish behind them. The fish blood made it impossible to tell which tribe the newcomers were from, clogging the taste buds, so the Libawian swam deeper, lighting up the ends of his whiskers in hopes of seeing who was moving through but had not announced themselves. At the bottom of the river he saw them. His eyes seeing what his senses said were only his kind and some fish. The four-legged robots had their legs folded and were using water jets to move. They were pulling 2 or 3 of the big bipeds on fishing line. There were the smaller ones, the size of a child Libawian, were darting around like fish. One moved in front of him, stared with a blank faceplant for a long moment, then wiggled away. From the four-legged ones poured the smell of freshly caught fish blood. He paddled in place, watching in confusion as the chrome figures moved through the darkness of the silty water. The clicks and pops were between them, not meant for Libawians, but one another. The curious swimmer, a part of a cell that had planned on assaulting the spaceport before the machines had arrived, realized he was hearing battle code, not much difference from the coded cant his own cell used. As he watched, one of the bipeds turned its blank fur toward him. Its forward hands opened and closed, then the biped turned its head back toward the four-legged one towing him. Curious, the Libawian, one Uk Hook, followed, adding his own movements to the pack moving through his territory. There was only 12 of them, moving correctly in a spindle, and they made room for Uck to swim with them. Uck realized that they were swimming to the pool in the machine space. That cruel body of water so close to freedom, but so far that young Libawians were allowed to swim in, but were kept from escaping into the waters of the delta by a flickering shield. He saw, as he followed, that the shield was still up, but did nothing. He swam through, expecting oblivion, but instead just felt a tingle. They had left it up? Why? Uck expected the bipeds to spring from the water and start shooting everything in sight. Instead, the small little ones slid out of the water and wormed their way across the floor on their bellies like they were made of liquid. Uck started to reach for the edge of the lip, but one of the bipeds grabbed his wrist. When he looked, the rune 4 weight flashed across the faceplate of the biped in the darkest color that Uck could see. The biped slipped out of the water, climbing out with water running off them. To Uck, they looked like primordial nightmares. All black, bulky, dripping water, covered in delta reeds and muck. Uck stayed in the pool, watching. The four-legged one started returning, moving carefully, sliding into the water without a ripple. The smaller ones came out, leading 2 or 3 podlings each, the podlings giggling to themselves at this new game. Uck stared as they kept going by. It has to be a terrible trick. It couldn't last, the unearthly silence where even simple water droplets were like thunder. There is only. The familiar scream started. Uck closed his ears, but still felt the bellowed replies. Get fucked, Skynet. Shattered the screeching onslaught, roared from a dozen throats. The night caught fire. Stealth abandoned for speed, the four-legged ones and the smallest ones urged the podlings into the pond even as Uck heard the weapon fire start. One of the smaller ones came in, moving fast, making a curious noise that sounded like mew 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 as the podlings imitated it and chased it. A machine burst in, smoking, tattered, its armor blown away or twisted and cratered, and leveled what Uck had long ago learned was a plasma gun at the running podlings. Flares shot out of the little metal one's back and the podlings laughed with glee as metallic dust puffed from the little robot to fill the room. Uck spit the pistol out into his hand and pulled the trigger wildly. He had never fired the plasma pistol before and didn't expect it to kick back against his hand. It hit the machine twice, rocking it back, the return plasma shot missing the little ones and hitting the wall. Croaking in anxiety and despair, Uck reoriented the pistol on the machine, which was turning toward him. Help, kitty kitty Simba, help. Water exploded behind him as one of the four-legged ones burst from the surface of the pond, flying through the air, a massive cannon with shells as thick as Uck's forearm attached by a belt, connecting the cannon to the four-legged robot. Lasers flashed out, slicing away the plasma run from the machine, cutting furrows in the machine's armor, cutting free 2 legs. Then the four-legged robot crashed to the floor as the podlings croaked and clicked in fear. It made a roaring noise, a primal sound that made Uck shudder, paused, and the cannon on its back opened up. BRRRRT. To Uck, it sounded like the world ending. The shells chewed the machine apart, but the four-legged robot didn't stop there. It raked the walls, peeling apart the metal walls, the shells not stopping and slamming into targets beyond. One of the podlings jumped in fear, and Uck felt his stomach clench as he knew the beam of light traversing the room would catch the podling. Instead, there was a minute gap, too small to be purposeful, but too perfectly positioned to be accidental, and the podling landed safely. The little one clicked and croaked, and Uck understood it. Follow Mew Mew, follow Kitty Kitty, little littles. Another machine entered, and Uck fired the plasma pistol again, all 3 shots missing. More entered, swarming in through doorways, crashing through the metal, dropping from the vents. Uck fired again, but the pistol's plasma cartridge magazine ran dry on the 4th trigger pull. The four-legged one scrambled to Uck, stopping over him, crouching down over the small Libawian, and that cannon kept firing, flashing lasers, and screaming plasma getting added to the mix. Machines shattered, spun, and collapsed. Uck saw smaller laser beams flicker out, intercepting pieces of metal shed from exploding machines, zapping them from existence before the tiny metal pieces could hit the podlings. It seemed to go on forever to Uck. The scream of weaponry, the sound of metal ripped asunder, and the clicking, follow Mew, Mew little littles. Females began streaming by, some heavy with eggs, others with the deflated look of ones that had recently laid their eggs. Males streamed by, many injured or with cruel implements thrust into their bodies. They all jumped into the pool as Uck huddled beneath the big four-legged. Finally, it was over. Silence descended for a moment, broken only by the patter of podlings and rescued brood mothers streaming by. Still Uck huddled under the four-legged one. One of the big bipeds came into the room. One arm was blown off, its black surface was marred, and it leaked fluid down its flank from a hole that Uck could see circuitry and mechanical parts through. It saw Uck when the four-legged robot moved aside. Uck froze, sure his time had come. More returned and one moved over to Uck, who huddled down. The visor went clear and Uck realized he was looking at a hairless primate, like one of the lemurs of the southern jungles stripped of hair and made large. "Is this your planet?" it asked in unified galactic common. Uck croaked his assent. The figure pointed at a robot that still twitched and one of the bipeds kicked it over. Uck noticed that the weapons on the four-legged one tracked it. The biped stopped it with one big foot, pressing it to the floor as if the machine's mechanical strength didn't matter. "It's John Connor time, Froggy," the primate said. He squatted behind Uck, reaching around him carefully, and replaced the plasma pistol with another pistol. Uck shivered, terrified, as the primate embraced him, holding onto his hand, forcing his finger on the trigger. He was about to be devoured, he was sure of it. "You're this close to going out, Froggy," the biped said softly from behind him, moving Uck's hand to aim the pistol at the armored flank of the machine. He forced Uck to press the firing stud and the weapon cracked, spitting a slug that cratered the armor but didn't penetrate. Uck clicked in resignation. Of course it wouldn't penetrate. "You'll learn to fight back," the primate said. He forced Uck to fire again, although Uck didn't understand why as the slug only hit the crater, widening and deepening it. To charge the wire, the primate forced him to pull the trigger a third time, expanding the crater. Uck still felt despair. The pistol stung his hand even with the primate's help, what hope did. And smash. The next shot exposed the innards and Uck felt a sudden surge of shock. These metal. The next shot slammed through the crater and turned wiring and mechanical parts into slag. The machine shrieked in pain. Uck felt a sudden flare of anger. Mother. The next shot slammed deeper and two of the machine's legs blew off. Uck felt the anger build. Why weren't his people armed like this? Fuckers. The next caused a thin plume of plasma to vent out the ruptured side. Uck clicked rapidly in anger. Into. The next caused the head of the machine to blow off in a shower of sparks and the entire side to split open. Uck gave a loud croak in anger and tried to hop forward. The primate let go. "Junk," it said as Uck rushed forward, emptying the magazine of the pistol into the machine as he croaked and clicked in rage. Confednavant report. Lintenal 515, called Liba by native species, being cleared. Casualties below estimation. Orbitals under confid control. System 90% pacified. Native species capable of self-defense. are arming and equipping to act as resistance force to assist native species with spacefaring before unified civilization interference. Nothing follows. Unified Manufacturing Council internal memo. The Terrans spent significant military resources to free a labor world under the control of Yukwaz Pakguru manufacturing by ground force means but glassed the entire planet of Kalukuluku, a major industrial manufacturing center only a few light years away just because they couldn't detect any life forms left on the planet. Kalukuluku's industrial and manufacturing capability could have provided assistance to the war effort if it had been liberated rather than underwent orbital bombardment. Had the vaunted Terran Confederate Navy properly allocated their forces instead of rushing to engage in ground combat on a remote planet of no strategic or tactical value, the industrial center might have been saved by the same forces. Nuclic Entertainment Conglomerate has filed a most strenuous objection to one of its valuable industrial centers being so casually wiped away just because these Terrans can't properly allocate military resources. Please discover who to contact within the Confederacy government in order to allow Nuclic Entertainment Conglomerate to bring forth a lawsuit for this grievous misapplication of military resources. Council eyes only. Not for public release. Subject: Terran technology. Despite concerns of many, it does not appear that the Terrans are eons ahead of the unified civilized races, as they have raced past us while utilizing technology we have long known of or discarded as irrelevant. In all area, from metals to circuitry to chemicals even to superluminal propulsion, the humans never discard information or stop research into applications and further information. An example is their war steel, which is, in fact, not steel. It is an ion-bonded molecular-aligned hyperalloy that must be crafted in a high-temperature environment and can only be worked by extreme pressure. We have known of this alloy for eons, but have found it useless as the expense in energy and materials outstrips its utility as it can be replaced by weaker materials that are much safer, cheaper, and easier to manufacture and utilize. War steel is forged on only the hottest, most barren planets. Terrans claim it can only be forged by hate or wrath, two Terran concepts that are primitive. Hate is an intense, almost irrational, level of dislike. Wrath has two meanings, one synonymous with hate, the other is extreme, even excessive violence. As you can tell, those really have no meaning when it comes to manufacturing. Attempts to replicate war steel forging with current methods have failed. The material can be produced, but it hardens within microseconds and cannot be worked. We cannot explain how there are propaganda pictures taken to support the war effort that show liquid war steel, a deep crimson in color reminiscent of Terran blood, being poured onto forging surfaces the humans call anvils. Where our technological progression follows a fairly predictable line, just like every other discovered race, the Terrans' technological progression looks more like someone randomly connecting lines between the stars. Rather than taking the proper time to consider the ramifications of any line of research before delving into such research, as is the fact with most races, Terrans just start researching it without worrying about moral or ethical implications. This has led to advancements in many sectors that we did not attain because of ethical quandaries involving early formula or scientific application probabilities. In this paper, we will show how the Terran scientific progression can only be described as madness on a scientific scale and provide proof. Subject: Terran combat robots. How do I put this? They aren't robots. They're Terrans. Either one who has traded in his biological body for a fully mechanical one except for his brain or one encased in full armor. Even the ones the size of a high-rise building have a human brain operating them. Yes, even the ones that vomit up nuclear beams. Worse yet, is you really need to stop bringing these guys back. Most of them wake up when I'm checking out their circuitry, and I'm here to tell you, they don't like that. Half the time they threaten me to try to force them to allow to return to combat, even if that combat was weeks ago. I'm not sure any of the so-called robots are actually robots. The one subject you brought me, as soon as I applied power, woke up and demanded a lawyer. Then used my personal communicator to call one. Apparently, the Terrans have cracked the method of creating digital sapience without it going homicidal. I know your august body wants answers, but let me tell you one simple thing, investigating this technology is an invitation to madness. If you can explain to me how if SUDS works, you can have my summer house. Apparently, at the moment of biological function termination, the sole uninterrupted disaster storage goes into effect, supposedly sucking them in, and then they can be reloaded into a custom-made or a replacement body. You tell me how this works. IT doesn't work like that. Dead is dead. This is the really real world and there is no coming back. You know what, to use a human saying, all of you can get fucked. That's right, I told you to go fuck yourselves. The whole uni-fucking-fied science fucking council can go take a flying fuck at whatever a rolling fucking donut is. Oh, and you can eat shit too. I quit. Subject, Mew Mew Kitty Kitty objects. Terran soldiers, and even their civilians, are often followed by one of three creatures. A doggo aka Good Boy, a furboy aka Kitty Kitty aka Mew Mew aka Trash Goblin, and a fishy fish aka Swim Boy. Terran rituals of gathering up their dead even extends to these creatures, which had largely been assumed, until recently, to be some kind of low-level artificial intelligence-guided robot. A kitty kitty was recovered from the wreckage of a battlefield some 2 months ago and moved to a research facility. A decision that later proved to highlight the risk of alien technology, much less human technology. A kitty kitty has what Terrans refer to as a liquid hyperalloy chassis or a T-1000 body. While the frame appears solid, it is in fact made of some type of liquid metal impregnated with literally millions of nanites. It has 2 power cells, something called zero-point reactors, which involve suspending 2 oppositely charged particles a distance from each other while surrounded by protomatter. Further investigation on how this works is needed, but will entail great risk. It also has something we could not identify. The first thing we discovered is that Terran computer circuitry is dense on a molecular level. Far denser than our own. Some of the circuitry appears to be an electron supercooled and stretched a distance, using tachyons to transmit on or off signals along the circuit. It was difficult to tell as Terran circuitry dissolves as soon as the casing is breached. Despite scientists' claim of that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works, the fact that the Terran circuits work says that it must work that way. Which is why Terrans use binary. Simple on and off doesn't require as many filters to cut out background radiation and signals, unlike our 14-switch code. The kitty kitty examined had used up the majority of its combat munitions and supporting munitions, and we were unable to break the code, as explained later, of its operating system and obtain an inventory list. What we did discover is small micro-launchers that allow it to fire off flares, chaff, and something called Love Kitty Kitty, which appears to be some kind of modified parasite that quickly crosses from skin to blood to brains, which makes the victim view the kitty kitty in an affectionate way. It is unsure why this was seen deployed via whiskers to trauma and disaster victims. Each kitty kitty is able to arm its feet with monomolecular edged claws. These claws are used for climbing as well as combat. Its teeth are used to chew through debris that might be pinning a survivor as well as to inflict severe injury. In its chest, we found an inert sphere labeled Dyson Nanoforge KK series, which we removed. At one point, we discovered the biological component and were shocked and appalled. The biological component had suffered severe damage to itself and its cybernetic components. Tissue samples showed that this is a genetically modified primitive feline. The cybernetics involved to increase its intelligence, allow it map areas, and provide advanced processing nodes as well as link with other Terran technology. After several cycles of examination, it was discovered that a universal omniport would connect to a section of dense circuitry within the kitty kitty's non-liquid hyperalloy frame. This circuitry was encased in heavy-duty shock protection and it was assumed to be of great importance. It was loaded into a virtually isolated system and scientists began seeing if they could decrypt it. That, gentle beings, was where it all went wrong. It turns out that the circuitry held a backup of the kitty kitty's operating system, memories, and personality. It immediately went into clawboy mode, moving through the system with ease. I personality saw it somehow, well, ooze for lack of a better word, between 2 air-gapped systems. From there it escaped into the city's Galnet node. It popped up in children crash learning computers, store computers, pet store computers, always jumping and moving. Oddly enough, it never replicated itself. It did go to a hospital and use the physical printers. It printed out a feline body and cybernetics, implanted them, burned itself out of the system as well as its records. Cell printing and circuit printing remained in evidence on security feeds, before gaining possession of the inert sphere and fleeing the hospital. Despite several cycles of searching, we were not able to find it. This even reinforces the dangers of the Terrans' unrestricted technology. They don't have anything we haven't already examined and discarded. The Unified Scientific Council has determined that Terrans and their technology are a scientific dead end and a threat to the culture, society, and peoples of the unified civilized races. Attached are video feed of examination of the alien object. 2. Mankung Juji. From Unang Juji. Oh, Mankey, you bought me such a wonderful pet. The little ones love it so much. I take it everywhere I go in my purse. It curls up next to me on bed and makes the most soothing rumble. I don't even mind that you have to spend so much time on your trips. Mew Mew is a wonderful companion pet. Thank you so much for it. I'm taking it and the kids and going on vacation. Touches. Una. Terrasol. 30,000 BC. Og looked up as Ugg staggered into the cave. Ugg was beaten up, bruised, bloody, and had the broken-off end of a spear sticking out of his leg. Og managed to stand up before Ugg was in his face. You say Hook Hook all gone. Hook Hook waiting. You say Hook Hook no have spears. Now Ugg have spear and leg. You stupid. Ugg snarled. Tuk Tuk and Mog say Hook Hook gone. Not Ugg fault. Og whined. Tuk Tuk and Mog dead. You stupid say so get all killed. Ugg threw the other Neanderthal to the ground and began beating him with his club, doing what millions of others through history would wish they could do as he took out his rage at Terra's first and longest-lasting oxymoron. The comm section was overloaded, ships had dropped from Armada and Task Force broadcast to fleet or division or battalion or even dropped off the net completely. Most comm officers had signaled all shifts and even the emergency communication centers were running at full capacity. Yorktown, I have visual, do you read? Yorktown, can you respond? Yorktown, signal if you read and cannot transmit. Engines 3, 5, and 9 are down, main batteries are offline, secondary batteries are at 22% and failing. All hands, abandon ship, all hands. Gravity containment failing. Ching Piranha, class Fishy Fish Reaper drone wave. Get an M. Ink and Pride Division, shift to 229 and go to 60% broadsides. Boarders have been repelled and DCC has the fires under control. Recover all Viper fighter craft. Prepare to recover all. Yorktown, do you read? Yorktown, do you read? Please signal. It wasn't the worst battle the Terran Navy had ever faced. No, that was the Orion Shoulder, which devolved into an order of mutual slaughter that cost the lives of nearly 12 million combined naval members and 320 million clones. A battle that occurred 2 years after the war had ended. That had been so bad everyone was so embarrassed about it that it brought an end to the Combine and the clone corporate conglomerates. But to Fleet Admiral Amithas Noshtik, this was worse because it was not just happening to him, not just happening to his men, but it was happening right now. And it didn't fucking have to. Order Division 21, to hold off, contact Echo. Tell them to not worry about conserving ammunition, once they run out I want them to jump to Rally Point Ticonderoga, he snapped. Harumph, I was speaking to you, Admiral, a stuffed voice said from behind him. Tell Cruiser Bat Rogue to get in tighter to the Hammer of Pluto, her point defense is damaged and I don't know if she can hold off another wave of those plasma widgets, he snapped. Comm 1 relayed his orders, using Whisker comms, point-to-point FTL that was no more jammable than particle motion. Most High Commander, I am speaking to you, the voice tried again, this time using a local rank. XO, what's the status on the refugees? He snapped. His XO, a Trinead who had born in interstellar space, answered crisply, current wave is almost unloaded, next wave en route, 1 wave loading, 1 wave returning for loading, J. Keep sending reinforcement requests. Any ships, any forces. Tell them we're trying to save people here, that the system has to be surrendered temporarily, but we've got to evac the civilians. Yes, sir. Even if I have to stand on the hull and wave flares in standard code, the Trinead snapped out, his posture perfect. Comm 2, push that signal through, open broadcast, unencrypted. Contact someone before the Admiral gives the order that I shall retrieve the flares from the survival locker. Commander. The creature behind him yelled. Admiral Noshtik spun his chair, turning back to face the screen. On at the system high most was staring, his tendrils bloated and his crests on his neck, back, and sides expanded and raised. His clothing was obviously intended on being impressive, he wore 3 sashes, all covered in medals. Amithas raised an eyebrow. Yes, Governor? You will address me as System High Most, the being said, ruffling his crests. Beyond him, he could see the ready room of the CNV Thok, Several other government officials gathered around him, ignoring the sole crew member who looked ready to explode inside her armored vac suit. "What do you want? I'm extremely busy here," Amithas said. The being harumphed at him, a noise that reminded Amithas of an elderly, incontinent dog passing gas. "When will we break orbit? Your fleet cannot hold off those monsters for much longer." Amithas sighed. "As I've told you, Governor. System High Most," it grumped. "Right now, my fleet is the only thing holding the high orbitals open and maintaining air superiority as well as missile defense for the continent. If my fleet breaks orbit, there will be nothing to stop the enemy from," he broke off as several of the beings began chattering. The System High Most cut the sound from his end. He waited, hands folded over one another at the small of his back and his feet shoulder-width apart. An uncomfortable position in an armored vac suit, but protocol gave him no choice. Finally the sound came back on. "I was not aware of anything of importance still on the planet's surface," the System High Most said, harumphing again. "All government and corporate officials and they wealthy have already been evacuated. System High Most, as I have told you before, there are," he brought the number up on his retina display, 11 million civilians still lined up and waiting to board transports. The four-armed cow ruffled his crests and shook his tendrils, inflating and deflating his jowls rapidly. "And I told you, all personnel of value have been evacuated. This delay is unacceptable. We of the Confederate Navy are not accustomed to leaving behind living beings to the mercy of precursor machines bent on mayhem and slaughter," Amithas snapped. "Your intelligence stated there was one Goliath class in this system and we arrived to find two devouring it. You said you had reported it immediately on sighting it only to reveal once we got here that you had given it weeks to establish itself. Had your intelligence been correct, more ships would have been allocated for this mission, without causing any delay. You had the best intelligence the unified military fleet could offer. It is not our fault if you were not able to capitalize on it," the being huffed. "Military intelligence, talk about an oxymoron," most of the bridge crew thought to themselves. Behind him, the orders and reports still flowed. Bolo Dreamer reports all civilians away from Point Tango, requesting orders. "Yorktown, do you read? Yorktown, we have you on visual, do you read? Tell her and Ranker to get out of there. There's nothing more they can do there. Tell them I'm ordering them to make high orbit. Attach to the medical transport Kikikikik and generate point defense and standoff interceptor rounds. I want it to have all the support it can get. Port battery crews of the Newport are going to bulwark status. They're going to try to give the life pods time to go to hyperspace. Captain Take Kni transmits his regards." Harumph, "Well, I was made aware that the Confederate Navy was also not accustomed to losing," it said. Amithas could tell that the System High Most thought he had scored an important point. He shook his head and smiled. "We may lose a battle, but we are never defeated." "You risk our lives, for what?" the System High Most asked. "Beings that have a million others to take each of their places? I demand that you evacuate us at once with your entire fleet to provide protection." "Well, System High Most, thankfully for those people down there, you are not in the position to make any demands," he said. "Tactical 3, give me a report on the ground and put this jackass in a holding buffer. He can wind to 6. The System High Most vanished from the screen and the screen wavered for a second before a clear channel could be found. It just displayed the area around the largest starport, in the middle of the largest city, on the proto-continent below. There was a small spoked ring with unit designations blinking on it around the starport, marking where Confederate Marines were holding out against the sheer red wave of assaulting machines. "Goliath Amarok is dropping another wave on the far side of the planet," Com-12 reported. "Goliath Jotun has left the gas giant and is heading back toward us." The number of refugees at the spaceport was steadily dwindling, but not fast enough. As Amithas watched two of the leading spokes vanished as the unit markers slid down the spoke, indicating that the unit had been forced to retreat. Bright spots kept blossoming around the outside rim of the wheel and around any protruding bubbles. His fleet providing orbital fire support. One of the units signaled they'd repelled the attack but desperately needed reinforcements. They'd taken 30% casualties. "Time to full evacuation?" Amithas asked. A 6 tossed it up next to the spaceport. 72 Terran minutes. "Time till the lines collapse with current hero range analytics?" he asked. 22 minutes. "Time till the cloning banks are reloaded?" he asked. 81 minutes. Sir, we've got a response. 1, no, 2 signals. Com 11 reported. There was a pause, and before Amithas could ask for further information, Com 11's officer groaned. Oh, by the great egg of Oz, it's 2 idiot fleets. Great. Idiots. Put them on screen. One at a time. Let's see if they'll be of any use, Amithas sighed. You could never tell with idiots. It might be 12 million screaming nids or a Federation shuttle with inflated ideas. It was worse. A lot worse. Half cartoon, half catgirl in heavy ornate pink Imperium power armor, the Nico Marine Praetorian waved her little fists in the air and began babbling in her native English emoji. The translation appeared, but it was just as garbled as her words, since the language was constantly evolving and often the subject of furious firefights and even blood feuds over the exact meaning of things. The computer tried to translate but had obviously just given up. You want to help? Amithas asked. A 10-second-long babble of English emoji translated out to a simple, yes. It's not winnable. It's a holding action until we can get the civilians out, Amithas said. More English emoji, with hearts streaming out of her eyes and popping like fireworks. The translator guessed at Roger. Yorktown, we read life signs. Do you read? We have you on visual and are in shuttle range. Do you read? Shift to 315 by 119, Division 31, keep on target November. Going to rapid fire on all tubes. C+ battery sigma is down, plasma wave phased motion cannons are down, shields failing. Fleet Amethyst engage at will at your discretion. We need reinforcements. I'll tie you into our tactical net, he said. He knew better than to offer idiots orders. If they followed them, they usually screwed it badly, for everyone involved. Cartoon versions of the Nico Marine Praetorian appeared on either side of her, eyes replaced by beating hearts, waving pom-poms, and firing off blasters. Com 18, tie them into the net, Amithas snapped. Tie in the other one. Oh god, things just went from bad to worse. On screen was a fist fight between 2 big green-skinned monsters. Their armor, bolted directly to their muscles, was painted pink and white. Orcs, he muttered. Finally one stood up, cracked his jaw back into place, pulled the knife from his neck, and faced the screen. It slapped a yellow wig on its head and put on a pair of oversized star-shaped sunglasses. Oh god, the kawaii boys. He started yelling in Orky emoji, and the computer did its best to translate. After a full minute of inarticulate rage, filled screaming, the computer guessed with, hello. I like your ship and hat. Would you like to buy a vowel? You want to help too, Amithas said. More yelling, another fistfight in the background. The big one talking knocked out one of the fighters with one swing, took its pink wig, and planted it on his own wig, then began yelling again. When it stopped, Amithas nodded. Very well. This is a holding action. There's no way we can win. We've got 2 Goliaths here and they've had nearly 3 weeks to dig in. Just give the refugees time to escape, that's all. We'll tie you into our tack nets, the Admiral said. More yelling, guns firing, and the screen went blank. Think it will help, sir? His XO asked. Amithas shook his head. They're idiots. Who knows? Sir, both fleets are splitting into 2 components. One set is accelerating on an orbital vector, the others look like they're splitting the Goliaths between them, TAC 11 called out. They can't win. Why do the idiots do this? His XO asked softly. They can't help themselves, Amithas shook his head. It wasn't these particular idiots' fault they were the way they were. They insisted on using teleport technology, despite the fact it slowly caused a steadily progressive psychosis in living beings. Their canon demanded it, so they used it no matter what the effects. You humans are a study in chaos, the XO chittered. They go at full emergency speed to their doom. They dive into the back of an ice cream truck with spoons in every hand. If they can take the pressure off the Marines, give us time to evac the civilians, then I'm willing to sing their praises, Admiral Amithas said, looking at the numbers. 9 million left to go. Idiot 1 and Idiot 2 are charging through the precursor lines, TAC 5 called out. Idiot 1 is taking almost total casualties on their lead ships. Idiot 2 looks like they're going for a close-range pass on Amarok and... Correction. Idiot 1 performing boarding ram. Everyone on the bridge grimaced. Boarding actions were some of the bloodiest battles in a fleet battle, usually only reserved for dire circumstances. Idiot 1 has gone to ramming speed. Their radio chatter is completely garbled, TAC 3 called out. An entire outer ring slid back to the center ring on the planetary overview. Time to line collapse, 10 minutes. 8.2 million civilians to go. Idiot 3 is performing orbital bombardment, TAC 5 reported. Amithas watched as the heavy beam weaponry aboard those pink and white painted ships, the paint scheme and the cartoon kitten emoji icons at odds with the Baroque Gothic architecture of the ships, reached down and started pounding the abandoned areas. Yorktown, we have you on visual, please respond. Yorktown, please respond. All ships, tighten up, interlock missile defense, go to rapid fire on C+ batteries. For the honor of the regiment. Get out of here, boys, you can't help us. Abandoned ship, repeat, abandoned ship. Prepare to repel boarders. Idiot 4 is joining in, TAC 5 added. More sigils of orbital bombardment, this time from the ships that were little more than mobile junk piles with heavy engines slapped onto them. Their pink and white color scheme so out of place compared to the jagged half-finished pseudo-wreckage of their ships. Warning. Matrans Type 2 detected. The ship 6 sounded out. The EXO responded, reassuring the 6. Time to land collapse, 8.5 minutes. Status change. Recomputing. Idiot 3 is launching drop pods, TAC 5 reported. First wave is 2,000 pods. There they go, Amithas said. TAC 5, give me numbers when they come in. Time to line collapse, status change. Recomputing. 1, 2, 5, 8, 12, 15, 30. Many Matrans signals, TAC 5, called out. Idiot 4 is dropping troops. How many? The EXO asked. Admiral Amithas mouthed it as Tactical reported the exact same words. All of them? Down the surface, the machines pushed the advance. The number of cybernetic opponents was slowly dwindling, each defeated cybernetic warrior scrapping itself with an implosion charge and taking itself out of the tactical and fire support network, easing up the fire being directed at the machines a minute amount. By itself, it wasn't that much, but repeated by the hundreds every minute it added up. The machines could computer victory was at hand and threw more machines at the stubborn biological defenders, screeching out their war cry. The return war cry for the machines to perform biological sex acts upon themselves was weaker, but still thunderous. Victory was at hand. The two Goliaths could compute nothing less than total victory and the complete slaughter of millions of resource-wasting biological parasites. The culling of millions of cattle that had been allowed to run amok without oversight for millions of years, breeding uncontained and allowed to slowly obtain technologies forbidden to cattle. Both Goliaths noted the approaching ships, not ships from cattle, but massive resource-wasting ships of unknown configuration. Both of them felt slight electronic versions of irritation. A feral intelligence had arisen, as they had a tendency to do. But unlike most feral sapient species that had not destroyed themselves, the two ancient war machines listened in on the communications between the ships heading on a collision course toward them, attempting to penetrate the computer network. The two massive supercomputers driving the two ships blinked at the same time in electronic surprise. Communications between the ships were wild howls of inarticulate gibberish being screamed at top volume. There was no rhyme or reason to the computer systems. Artificial intelligence screeched and gibbered along with feral sapient speech and thought patterns. The two ancient war machines disconnected from those nets so fast the sound was almost audible. Both fleets, two scarred and painted sides of the same warped coin, held with glee and crashed into the massive precursor machines. Nuclear rounds went off, boiled away and slagged armor, penetrator rounds detonated, driving huge craters into the armor. The fake prows hit and crumpled, functioning as designed, to crush against the density-collapsed knife-like lead edges of the ships, which drove deep into the ships as the engines went to emergency power and pushed the ships deeper. The hodgepodge ones fired thrusters and began to shake wildly, forcing themselves deeper even as parts shook off their own bodies. The Gothic ones fired thrusters and twisted, forcing their hulls deeper into the ships. Warsteel groaned and warped as the ships pushed their prows deeper into the hulls of their enemy, engines flaring with more thrust than they were rated, heedless of any consequences. Aboard the ships fists and weapons were raised as they bellowed out war cries. Both fleets pushed their hulls deep enough to reach open spaces. The two precursor war machines reacted with shock as their internal motion detectors reported feral life forms pouring into their bodies. Intership communication arrays were overwhelmed with the battle cries of the two forces. The two ancient AIs had never been boarded, have never thought it could occur. A search of their programming strings and databases was intense enough the guns faltered. Battleship Division 11 took the breather to break action and let their plasma wave, phased motion guns cool. Together, their computations could be described as total electronic panic as their inner spaces filled with the horrid cry of Kawaii Su, and feral intelligences poured into their bodies like an infection. There. In the oldest databanks, dating back to their construction, some being had thought it might be remotely possible that a severely damaged one could be boarded. The two Goliaths put the programs in action and turned their attention back to the system-wide battle. On the planet, the tide of battle had turned. Victory was still impossible, but the tide that the Confederate Marines had resisted for days had gathered itself to overwhelm them when the idiots made landing. 500,000 orcs teleported to the surface, raised their weapons as one, and opened fire on the machine. 50,000 drop pods slammed into still superheated rock, splashing it at the point of contact, each to unfold and reveal a dozen troops clad in heavy power armor with overly thick plates, painted pink and white with a golden eagle on the chest. They were firing their weapons as soon as the sides dropped down, screaming their battle cries in high-pitched voices. There is only. The roar of the precursors was met by one just as savage, just as feral. No soup for you. Up in the high orbitals, the Confed fleet kept up the action, holding and ensuring the high orbitals clear, maintaining air superiority, and keeping the various fleets of precursor war machines engaged and unable to help on the planet. Yorktown, do you read? We have you on visual. Yorktown, do you read? Move to heading 294 by 182, push that element back into the main body of Tango 11. All Dinochrome bridge forces, lift off and attach to medical support ships. Repeat, all Dinochrome. DOKI 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 DOKI. WAAG. DCC, get that reactor under control. The minutes ticked by slowly for the Admiral as he watched the number of civilians still down on the planet dwindle, watched the Marines get enough breathing room to dig in and reintegrate their tactical network, and, of course, watch the idiot forces go to work. I've never seen them fight before, the XO said softly. They fight as if they are insane. They are, the Admiral nodded. I have seen them fight before. Once, back when I was the captain of an Adaptus cruiser. Found them on an arid planet that had been wiped clean by a precursor machine. They were fighting an outbreak of precursor ground forces. We watched for a few hours then left. The XO shuddered at the thought of being tied to an AI-assisted SUD's crude naval vessel. The green ones, they don't care if their lines collapse, do they? The XO asked. Not really. That just means they can fight on all sides, the Admiral said. 1.2 million civilian remaining. The system most high is still screaming that we need to evacuate him right now, the XO said. He's arguing himself blue in the face with your personal message service 6. I don't think he's realized that it isn't you. The Admiral snorted in amusement. 600,000 civilians remaining. The Admiral watched the numbers. Sound recall. I want as many as we can get off the planet, the Admiral said. The XO relayed the orders as the Admiral continued to watch the tactical display of the planet's surface. Sir, Idiot 3 and Idiot 4 are ignoring recall orders, TAC 5 reported. I know, Lieutenant. They always do. They've forgotten why they fight, the Admiral said, still staring at the screen. Get the Marines out. The last flight darted toward the planet. Not the fragile shuttles of the evac ships, but the heavily armored dropships of the Confederate Navy. Thrusters flared and the dropships slammed to the ground, opening their hatches. The Marines hustled on board, firing as they went, the dropship's guns adding the mayhem. The bodies of the Orcs and Nico Marines were piling high on the spaceport tarmac now that the civilians were gone. Daka and bolter fire scorched the incoming waves of precursor war machines, breaking up each wave but not stilling the tide. Warboss Morguts, orkiest of war bosses, shooter of all Daka, wearer of 12 wigs, felt his magazines reload as the Matrans autoloader did its work. He held down the triggers, the massive framework of heavy guns strapped to his body roaring as all Daka roared out. The Marine boys were away, their shuttles arcing up and away. He remembered, dimly, being a combined Marine. Faintly. far away. The sand and dust of anthill. The wave after wave of biovat insects that just kept coming and coming. The feel of jet black power armor wrapped around him. The weakness of being human. He spit out the memory as more disruptor bolts slammed into him, bruising his green flesh. Not that he cared, he just triggered more Daka at them and roared. The last Nico Marine climbed up the pile of bodies Morgut stood upon, the Nico banner in one hand. Disruptor bolts her hit armor, but she kept climbing, panting, squeaking out her war cry. Doki 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 doki, she weakly called out, climbing to the top of the pile of bodies. She thrust her banner into the ruptured casing of a precursor war machine and slumped. Beneath the ragged banner of the hated Nico Marines Morguts roared, squeezing the triggers tighter, upping the cyclic rate of his Daka, sweeping it in a circle, blasting precursor war machines back. De ship boys, reporting the Confed boys were breaking orbit, getting out Decizzies. A mass driver round punched through Morgut's torso, sending blackish blood fontaining out his back before the wound closed up around jellied internal organs. Morguts could feel nanospores pouring off of him, seeding the next generation of boys to fight on the planet. For the glory of Daka. There was only one thing left to do. Morguts coughed up black blood, trying to remember. It was before he wore the wig. Before he was just one of the green boys. Before he wore was Humi and had fallen and thus wore thick armor scorched with hellfire and covered in twisted profane and blasphemous runes. He roared and struggled to his feet, triggering his weapons again. The Nico Marine struggled to her feet, drawing her pink and chrome chainsword with one hand and her stutter gun with the other. Part of her face was torn away, she was missing one cat ear, but still she was determined to fight on, unwilling to let a hated orc boy outfight her. Doki doki doki, she shrieked, laying about her with her chainsword as she fired her bolter point blank into the precursor machines that screeched as they tried to overwhelm the last two. Plasma fire washed over both of them and Morguts remembered. It was back when he fought next to the sisters like the Doka girls at his back. Their blazing torches they used to burn away heresy, burning away whole planets in. Exterminatus! Morguts roared out. Authorization Sigma 22 Lima 61. Exterminatus! The Doka girl behind him repeated it, her voice firm and solid as she remembered through the haze of matte transpsychosis. Remembered wielding holy fire to purge heresy and blasphemy from the universe. She finished with a shrieked code, "We will burn with a light of our own, sisters. They will know us as Joan." The moment of lucidity was shattered as the machines surged forward again and there was no time for thought as both of the orphans of lost Terrasol fought, not for their lives, but to keep the precursor machines focused on them. Above them, the massive ships began firing their orbital guns. Interlocked tactical nets consulted one another and began firing in a pre-planned pattern that would eventually crack the continental plates and leave a surface that was useless even to the precursors. From the bridge of the fleeing task force flagship the Admiral turned away from the screen as white fire blotted away the last of the idiot ground troops. He saw his XO looking at him and shook his head. "They were the best of us, once, you know," he said. The task force jumped to hyperspace. Neither of the Goliaths could give chase, they were too busy trying to purge the ravening screaming smashing infection that streamed through their metal veins. They were winning, their mechanical immune systems, never before used, slowly adapting and destroying the infection of feral intelligences, but it was still too close for either Goliath to risk it. The fleet escaped. Mostly. Yorktown, do you read? We have you on visual. Yorktown, do you read? The Devastator-class precursor machine was the size of a large metropolis. Full of ground combat machines, air superiority machines, mining and reclamation machines that could move under their own power and were festooned with 1,000 weapons. It was over 100 million years old and had exterminated life on planets with its massive guns, with biowarfare, with chemical warfare, and with good old nuclear fire. It had wiped away planet after planet of the enemy's cattle, the hated enemy's food sources, before finally following orders of the greater machines and going into sleep mode on a dead world. Now the call had sounded out. Cattle had run amok, even learning jump space technology. That meant the enemy had not been defeated, that his food source had multiplied into the trillions, while the Devastator had slumbered, slowly sinking into the crust of the barren planet. That was of no moment. Cattle could not fight back, that was why they were cattle. They knew nothing but safety and the security of numbers, willing to trade their own safety for the suffering of others. The cattle willingly marched into the pens if the pens promised safety. The cattle were not the problem. It was the feral intelligence that were the problem. Feral intelligence could fight. They knew nothing else. They cared for nothing else. A feral intelligence always destroyed itself once it could wield nuclear fire. The universe had proved it over and over even before the great machine had gone into slumber. The call had sounded out, informing the machines that cattle had broken loose from the pens. The Devastator had computed that the problem would be solved quickly, with a minimum expenditure of resources, and had started to go back into slumber. That was when the second call sounded. A feral intelligence had mastered FTL travel and had turned all of their unthinking violence against the precursor war machines. The Devastator considered the chances of the feral intelligence lasting long enough to withstand his brethren's assault, withstand purification and pacification. It was mathematically insignificant. Not zero, but close enough that it required an application of resource-driven computation to analyze it. Feral intelligences always destroyed themselves. The Devastator knew this. Had it encoded into its very bones. It did not feel the electronic version of caution as it moved into the planetary system, exiting faster than light travel. It screeched out its war cry as it exited into the system and brought up its scanners. It felt the electronic version of anticipation as it detected orbital facilities around 2 planets that teemed with billions of cattle, as it tasted jump space wake trails, as it felt the presence of a small, insignificant amount of cattle space vessels arrayed to attempt to stand against it near the outer gas giant. It was a waste of resources. Cattle could not withstand machines. It was as solid a fact as radioactive decay and as impossible to stop. It roared and turned to accelerate toward the cattle ships waiting on the other side of the gas giant, letting them know the futility of their resistance and that nothing could stop it from destroying them any more than they could stop entropy. It felt electronic satisfaction as nearly 10% of the cattle ships broke formation and fled for the planets. The cattle ships lit their engines, trying to keep the gas giant between them and the great precursor machine, but the Devastator knew it would do no good. It would ensure they were caught mathematically opposite of it and begin launching subsidiary craft to destroy them and reclaim the resources of their wreckage. The Devastator slowed as it approached the gas giant, ancient code pulsing impulses into the electronic brain at the mathematical certainty of destroying the cattle's defenses, and thus weakening the hated enemy. PSSST, over here. The transmission was in binary. The basic code, on a low band that the Devastator used to contact and exchange data with its peers. The signal origin was close, just behind it, in the gap between 2-point defense radars. The Devastator tumbled as it slowed, searching with its senses to check that tiniest of gaps in its sensors. It could detect nothing out of the ordinary. The fact that the gas giant had a high level of hydrocarbon and pseudo-organic compounds was a high certainty with most gas giants of that size. The Devastator cast around, knowing the cattle had not sent that transmission. Pissed, here. This time the transmission was only a few hundred kilometers above the hull, right behind the main guns of Battery 8, between the massive cannons and the sensor array, in a gap in the coverage caused by space dust not yet cleared from the array. The Devastator ensured the cattle vessels were on the other side of the gas giant as it cast around again, looking for what could possibly be sending the message on that particular channel and rotating again to either force the transmitter to move away or hit the hull of massive Devastator. Right here. The Devastator felt the computer version of anxiety. A new factor had entered the computation. The voice, and the binary signal somehow had a voice, a whispering, tickling, hissing faint signal of binary on a wavelength just above the screaming particles of the foam between real space and subspace. This time, the voice had come from just below the Devastator's thick hull, beneath the vessel, in a gap between the sensors in a place where its own orbital guns would not dazzle the sensors. The Devastator rolled, getting the upper sensors into place in a graceful sideways roll. Nothing. The Devastator was barely tracking the cattle. They were of no moment. Something was whispering on a bandwidth that was beyond organic abilities. Could it be a damaged ally, barely able to whisper for electronic assistance? I see you. The Devastator heard the signal hiss to life, trickling out of empty space a few hundred kilometers away. It felt of a surge of self-defense protocol override everything else, and it unleashed all of its gun at the empty space, suspecting that this possible enemy may be using some type of photopass-throw adaptive camouflage. Nothing. The Devastator felt the self-preservation protocols wake up and fill some of its processors. That signal had originated from that point. Even a dust speck would have been detected by its scanner arrays, nothing could have escaped the terawatts of death it had unleashed. Touch. The Devastator felt a physical touch on its housing, the decameter's thick armor around the massive computer core that made up its brain. That was impossible. It was in the center of the ship, protected by layer after layer of armor, defensive mechanisms, sensors, but yet it had felt something touch the housing, press against it lightly, only a few tickles of the suggestion of pressure per square micrometer, but a touch all the same. There was a slight ripple in real space only a few meters above the hull, and the Devastator pushed itself away, firing every weapon it could bring to bear on the spot only a few atoms wide, all of its sensor questing, seeking, hunting in electronic desperation to find out what was transmitting, what was touching it. Here. The word was whispered from only a few meters away from the electronic brain of the Devastator, inside the protective housing, inside the field that would shut down biological neural function and even primitive artificial intelligences. The Devastator felt self-protection and self-preservation programs never before accessed come online and flood into its RAM as the word was whispered at it from inside the final layer of protection. Massive NCV cannons lowered, the housing screamed as the Devastator pushed them past the limit to aim at its own hull. It opened fire, trying to claw into its own body in the electronic version of panic to get whatever was inside it out of it. All of its sensors were directed into its own body. It no longer even bothered with tracking the cattle fleet. Even its astrogation and navigation programs, even the ones responsible to maintain orbit around the gas giant, were desperately racing through the circuitry, desperate to find whatever was whispering. Over here. The whisper was over it, on top of it, and carried sidecode of a mathematically impossible jumble of electrons arrayed in an impossible manner, with quarks whirling through electron valences, antimatter electrons in the nucleus, preons stretched to massive size, taking up the place of neutrons, all with jumbling, strangled mathematical codes that made no sense. The Devastator's brain burned out the receptors to defend itself from such electronic madness. And felt a touch upon one of the upper lobes of its quantum computer brain. Over here. The Devastator was throwing antivirus software out, slamming firewalls against each other, crushing ports into electronic ghosts, doing anything it could to keep out the voice. Inside the main computer housing, the last resort lasers began raking across anything that didn't match the original blueprints, burning away dust, odd quarks, and electrons, destroying an upgraded maintenance robot that was desperately trying to detect what had touched its carapace. From deep within the gas giant, tentacles hundreds of miles long rose toward the Devastator, the ends slowly unrolling as massive graviton-assisted suckers on the inside of the tentacles deployed razored thorns of dark matter-infused pseudobone. The Devastator detected the tentacles just as they wrapped around it, the thick pseudoprotoplasmic tentacles that were thick with dark matter, squeezing the Devastator's hull with impossible strength as meters-thick muscles flexed with enough strength to crush the hull into itself and shatter armor over a kilometer thick. Gibbering, raving, screaming in something beyond electronic self-preservation programs would normally allow, the Devastator began to break apart, caught in the grips of the tentacles, being pulled into the gas giant. Delicious, delicious, delicious. The Devastator heard from inside its own mind as a beak, nearly 20 kilometers long, crushed its hull. Help me, brothers, please. The beak closed and the Devastator's brain flashed out of existence as the hull crushed around it. The last thing it felt was something new. It threw data out with the cry for assistance to let its brethren know the last experience hashed data compile it had undergone. The data made no sense to the other precursor war machines that heard the cry. A biological entity could have explained it. Terror. And despair. A Desolation-class precursor war machine was assigned to discover what had caused the Devastator's intelligence collapse. It dropped into the system and found no trace of its mechanical brethren. Just some cattle species spacecraft hiding behind a gas giant, obviously intending ambushing it. Feeling the electronic version of anticipation, it moved into orbit around the gas giant, intending on forcing the cattle ships to move out of line of sight with their worlds if they wanted to stay on the opposite side of the gas giant from it. It updated its computations based on the fact that 10% of the cattle ships had fled away from it. It had already computed out the battle. It knew how the battle would go. While it could not detect any signs of its little brother, it computed that it would simply destroy the cattle and then search. It powered up its guns and began to move its metropolis-sized buck slowly to Pissed, over here. The stellar system was infested with a known species of cattle, obviously seeking to rise above themselves as the Jotun-class precursor vessel arrived in the system. It released its roar to let the cattle know not only why but who was destroying them to reclaim the resources they so foolishly squandered. It began unthawing ancient bioweapons and chemical weapons known to work upon that race, began reconfiguring its war machines to forms that had exterminated who planets of the cattle during the time that the precursor war machine had been forged. The Jotun released over 100 Devastator classes from its hull, computed the battle plan as they came to electronic life, then informed them of how the extermination and reclamation would progress. They were barely into the system when a high-energy signal appeared, rising from the most heavily infested planet and moving toward them. The Jotun ordered a diagnostic of its scanners when the first information came in. It was apparently moving at 0.85 C, but yet its progress toward the Jotun and its smaller brethren on the system map showed it moving at almost 22 C. That made no sense. An object moving at 0.85 C only approached at 0.85 C, not at 22 C. By the time the diagnostic was done, the object had gotten a third of the way toward the Jotun, crossing a quarter of the radius of the system. The scanners reported that the energy signal, with the strength normally reserved for a quasar, was not a massive ship or an oncoming armada interlinked together, but was simply a single object the size of cattle. Again, the Jotun ordered a complete low-level full diagnostic on all systems. Risky, but any object radiating that much power and moving at two different speeds required all systems were working at optimum efficiency. It had finished, just as the small object came to a stop. The Jotun focused scanning arrays on it, turning up the power to the point that it would boil away meters of armor. The figure was a primate, half of it made up of robotics. It had some kind of sheet of material floating behind it, the movement suggesting some kind of current was affecting it and making it undulate. It was dressed in two primary colors, red and blue, had its lower legs pressed together with the toes pointing down and the upper limbs crossed over its chest, one biological the other mechanical. "So, you're the new punk everyone's talking about," the figure stated over a wide bandwidth of wavelengths. Oddly enough, to the Jotun's sensors, sound waves traveled through vacuum almost instantly across a light second to its sensors. The Jotun tried to compute how sound waves moved faster than light through a vacuum. Instead of answering, the Jotun and its brethren opened fire. The figure arced through the beams as if light-speed weapons were moving slow enough for it to just compute and swoop around in a resource-wasting corkscrew. The Jotun realized it was racing for one of the Devastators, one clenched fist held in front of it. The Jotun computed a 99.9999999999998 chance that the small primate would splatter against the hull of the Devastator and started to turn its attention to computing a missile-firing resolution for Missile Bay 148 to destroy an orbital facility around the nearest planetoid. The small figure punched straight through the Devastator, as if it was made of nebula gas instead of density-collapsed armor, high-tensile ceramics, and reinforced internal spaces. The Devastator's computer core shrieked with self-preservation code snippets as the figure exited the opposite side of the Devastator holding the primary computer core CPU-0 in its fist. It paused, looked at its fist, and shot beams of red energy from its eyes, destroying the computer core in a puff of atomic smoke. The Jotun yanked its processing power back to the figure as it raked its gaze, still emitting beams of red energy that left ripples in jump space, across the side of another Devastator, tearing it open like it was made of fragile tissue, the red beams reducing the computer core to its component atoms with the briefest of touches. Several computational nodes collapsed when trying to analyze the beams, suffering the fatal Canadividibizarro shriek of despair before imploding on themselves. The Jotun stared in electronic shock, all his computational power trying to compute how the tiny half-mechanical primate could grab a hold on the front armor of one of the Devastators, and without any source to exert leverage against, physically move a city-sized spacecraft in an arc and throw it against another one. According to scanners, the thrown Devastator was only moving at 0.001 C for inertia purposes, yet crossed the hundreds of kilometers to the next Devastator in an amount of time that would require it to be moving at 6 C. Cannot divided by infinity divided by zero. The Jotun cut loose with its weapons and goggled in electronic confusion as most of the beams and slugs were avoided, slapped aside, or ignored. Until a NCV, near sea velocity, slug the size of skyscraper hit it dead center of the chest, the impact point looking only the size of a soda can. The Jotun's processor struggled to understand how something that size had only made an impact smaller than itself. Cannot subdivide Twinkies Bachitos Bizarro. The figure looked down at the tear in its suit, at the bruised biological flesh that had been exposed, then at the Jotun. It lifted a hand, extended the first finger next to the opposable thumb, and slowly waved it back and forth. That might have worked against a Galactic-class Clark, but it was pathetic against an Apocalypse-level Injustice MCLXI Cyber Clark, the figure said, the tone calm and confident. The meanings behind the words were gibberish to the Jotun, who devoted processor cycles to try to decode the meanings for any hint on how to defeat the creature before it. The Jotun computed that retreat was the only option as the small primate figure set about destroying the last of the Devastators. It began activating the engines when the primate suddenly turned in place. "No you don't," it snapped. Again, it sounded as if the central computer core housing had been set to atmosphere so that sound waves could be heard within it, yet a quick check showed the housing was still at almost perfect vacuum. Sound waves cannot travel through space, 100 diagnostic programs computed. And promptly crashed. Those red beams lanced out again and the Jotun braced in the microsecond it had. It was like being brushed by the solar flare of a red giant concentrated into a piercing lance of nuclear fire. Armor exploded from energy transfer, slagged away from thermal transfer, or just ceased to exist as ravening atoms usually only found in the photosphere of a dying red sun attacked the atoms of the armor. The beam tore through mile after mile of internal structure, the figure still emitting the beam from its tiny eyes. The Helljump engines exploded when the light touched them. The Jotun listed, pouring debris and a cloud of atomized armor from the wound that completely bisected it. Done. Now let's see the face of the enemy, the figure said, slapping its hands together after it crashed/flew through the last Devastator. It reoriented on the Jotun and began to slowly drift toward the Jotun, moving at only 0.000003 c according to some scanners, but crossing the distance as if it was moving at 1.5 c. The figure flexed its primate hands and a slow smile spread across its face. "I can't wait to rip away your housing and see you with my own eyes," the figure said, the sound waves again traveling inside the vacuum of the strategic housing. The Jotun tried to react, but the figure was suddenly pushing open armor with its two hands. Self-preservation programs crashed, trying to compute how to prevent impossibility itself from breaching critical spaces. Self-defense programs tried to compute how to defend against something that did nothing but radiate impossibility around it. The Jotun knew what it had to do as the creature tore open the last of the hardened bulkheads protecting the strategic housing. It detonated the antimatter reactor that powered the brain as the figure tore through the strategic housing and laid eyes upon the supercomputer core. It had computed that not even the figure could withstand the direct assault of kiloton of pure antimatter point blank. The explosion completely consumed the Jotun. When the ravening energy dissipated, the red and blue figure was lying in blackness, surrounded by an expanding ring of debris and energy. It stared at the stars and mouthed a single word. "Ouch." Confid intelligence. To Mantid intelligence. Our digital brothers have computed a high chance that we're not looking at a handful of these precursors, but rather an armada of them that had gone to sleep thinking everyone was dead. We concur and are buckling down for the long haul. Nothing follows. Mantid Free World's internal memo. If humankind ever wonders why it was put in this universe by some unknown creator, then know that it was for this very moment. The Goliath and Dashin did the electronic and scanning equivalent of glaring at each other across the space of 2 light seconds. Each had submerged themselves into a gas giant, converting the gases within to fuel, energy, resources. Both were performing repairs and diagnostics on their beaten and battered bodies. Both had forgotten how long they had been fighting. It had stopped mattering to each combatant. For the Goliath, OEM programs had loaded up, never used before, dealing with unstoppable attackers. For Dashin, there was nothing but a single thought. Around the Goliath's gas giant was a network of 24 small satellites, each over 1 million miles from the outer wisps of atmosphere, circling the massive superplanet in such a way that the Goliath was always forced to stay on the move. They were armed with massive explosive charges that dropped from the satellite and attempted to strike the Goliath. Even a near miss compressed the gas giant's atmosphere and the shockwave pummeled the subcontinent-sized spaceship. Dashin just stayed so he could stare at Leviathan's gas giant. The satellites orbiting his gas giant possessed point defense weapons and interdiction missiles, frustrating the Goliath's attempts to attack Dashin with missiles. "There is only enough for one." The monstrous artificially intelligent machine roared out. "I just wanted left alone." Dashin raved back. The great machine's computer core took a moment to compile and run a rogue program. A program that asked a question it had never thought of asking, that its creators had never thought of asking, a question that would have its brethren burning it apart for heresy. If I leave you alone, will you or I leave? Dasheen heard the upper atmosphere of the gas giant echo that howl. Dasheen responded with a single answer, without even thinking. He knew that it would never leave him alone, would never leave anyone it found alone, until it was alone. No. The Leviathan shuddered deep inside the gas giant, where pressures were so intense that methane rained down in frozen liquid shards, the rogue program and the answer purged from memory. There is only enough for one. It roared out again. There is still room in hell for you. Dasheen screamed back at it. He checked his reserves. Protomatter at 100%, collapsed via graviton generators until the tubular module held 30 times his ship's mass in an area the size of a single 3-liter storage area. His engines were repaired, reinforced, upgraded via illegal programs he'd stumbled upon for sale by a sleazy Deus salesman nearly 1,000 years ago. He'd reloaded his modules and expanded on and reconfigured his ship. He'd gone from light frigate-sized to the size of a heavy cruiser. Dasheen checked his 6 crash and nodded with satisfaction. He'd run military-grade hash compilers on an entire new batch of VIs, the base seed of the hash a combination of random particle decay of an isotope, the audio of the atmosphere of the gas giant playing over his damaged hull when he'd first arrived, his own personal chaos seed generator, and an hour worth of dreams when he triggered deep REM sleep. The medical nanites had healed the damage to Dasheen's biological brain, reconnecting dendrites, clearing static and rogue electrical impulses that didn't match from his SUDS checksums. Repaired his cybernetic implants and reloaded his customized firmware. The medical VIs had gone over the times his upper brain functions had shut down, cross-referenced it with archives, and matched the signal with the telepathic omni-signal of the Mantid Overlord casts. They had the files and built the jammer that Dasheen had worn during the Mantid War, fitting it in like a missing piece after altering it for the wavelengths and signal the Leviathan used. The Ship 6 had rebuilt the encryption code for the entire ship systems with an entirely newly generated algorithm, doubled the backups, and when given the space by the ship's reconfiguration, had installed another set of backups as well as adding local control 6 hash storage systems. The reactors, rebuilt, replaced, improved, were all operating at maximum efficiency. He'd unpacked the biggest creation engine he possessed the template to craft, packed the pseudomatter, stacked and racked the nanites, and added secondary supercoolant arrays to all of them. Dasheen had ensured his heat disposal systems had redundancies stacked on top of redundancies, going so far to even add field of fins to his surface and almost triple the amount of heat sink arrays he had possessed prior. The thermal cores were deeper, more resilient, and arranged to be loaded into missiles or torpedoes to weaponize ones that were at max capacity. He'd done what he could with the resources he'd built from the tools he'd built with the tools he had when he'd first sunk gratefully into the cool gases of the giant planet. With a single thought, he ordered the satellites around him to sink into the gas giant and load themselves back into ship stores. The ones around the gas giant that Leviathan was inside of he ordered to merge above Leviathan and reconfigure. Leviathan watched the satellites gather above him with a suspicious electronic eye. The feral intelligence chasing him had proved too resourceful, too tenacious, to ignore a single thing it did. As it was, its repair and refit kept being interrupted by those explosive charges sending waves of compressed gas giant atmosphere to crash over it. The Leviathan fired up its engines as it detected the enemy's engine signature, which Leviathan had slowly learned how to detect and had been forced to build a dedicated detector array for, lifted clear of the gas giant's atmosphere and the ship began moving toward him. Leviathan realized that somehow its opponent had grown larger, which meant it had more resources than before. It created and dedicated a strand of computer coding to estimate and predict what kind of resources and abilities the opponent would possess after such an alteration. The satellites above Leviathan had finished reconfiguring, oriented, and fired. Antimatter charges exploded, the massive piston was driven back into the explosion to compress it, graviton generators spun up, repulsor fields sprang into existence, and gravity lenses formed just long enough to take an omnidirectional blast, compress it, and fire the entire blast as a ravening physical slug of screaming atomic particles aimed at one point. The blast consumed the satellite, but its work was done. The slug smashed through space, hit the upper atmosphere of the gas giant, exploding the atmosphere to the side as it drove deep into the gas giant, creating a dish-shaped crater as it drove deeper and deeper into the gas giant's atmosphere. The blast, a replication of a Star Blazer-class battleship's main gun, hit the Leviathan dead center as it lifted into the upper fifth of the atmosphere, rising to meet the bolt that was blasting into the crater into the surface of the gas giant the size of Jupiter's red eye. There was barely time for even an electronic intelligence to react as the bow wave of compressed gas giant atmosphere reached the ship. It put all power to the shields, cranking up the improved shield generators to maximum, then pushing that limit as the ancient computer realized what was on the other side of the bow wave. The Leviathan's shield took the hit of the compressed gases, shunting them aside easily. Then the bolt hit. Atmosphere plumed up from the side of the gas giant, plasma fires flicking along the entire plume. Dasheen cleared his own gas giant, kicking in his afterburners to accelerate his larger-than-before craft toward his massive foe. He fired off a shoal of variable warhead missiles, the missiles spending only a few seconds under antimatter fuel drive before going into ballistic stealth, offsetting their own mass signatures with tiny marble-sized graviton generators. The Leviathan rose from the gas giant with a scream of rage, a crater 15 miles deep and as wide as Los Angeles megalopolis on its subcontinent-sized surface, the core of it still glowing white as armor was reduced to atoms that were devoured by the rampaging plasma fires. The Mantid war continues, Dasheen thought to himself as his scanner arrays picked up the missiles that the Leviathan threw at him. They numbered in the tens of thousands, but it was a pinprick compared to the massive volleys of the Combine War, and the chosen Warboy VIs were sulky when Dasheen assigned them with point defense. He'd seen with his own eyes the land/air/space defense of the Mantid Omni Queen go down, had sprinted madly for cover and barely made it before the 9th Task Force had gotten into position and begun firing their orbital batteries at the massive Hive/Palace. The piece of firmware, back from the past and embedded in between his brain hemispheres, was like an old familiar friend in his mind. All you had to do was leave me alone. A wave of missiles had bypassed him, trying to be sneaky, and lit up their engines to come around behind him and engage him with hopes of hitting his engines. The Warboy had seen them and knew what they were going to do. The minute they lit off their engines they were intercepted by spheres that blew free their covers, oriented their apertures, and spat a stream of tungsten darts that shredded the missiles before they could start altering their velocity and heading. The system they were fighting in was an empty one. Any witness exterminated 100 million years ago. The oceans and atmospheres had been boiled away, the life crawling, hopping, swimming, flying on them exterminated. Moons had been cracked, continents buckled, rings scooped up and devoured. Nothing alive was left, down to the microscopic level. Not even the building blocks that might one day become life were left. The system had been dead a long time, so Dasheen had no fear of using his heavier weapons. 1-1. Leviathan screeched as it started its hell jump. One will be without you. Dasheen bellowed back, firing up the hell core he'd configured 3 systems ago. He hated doing it, but it beat forcing his ship through it without the shielding the core provided. It still hurt, it still burned. It felt like being submerged in boiling acid that coated and lubricated blades that flensed the skin and soul and thoughts away as the boiling acid slid between organs and vessels, between heartbeats and blood, between inhalations and exhalations. It seared his body, peeled the cornea from his eyes, stripped away the flesh under his nails, with burning iron, burned at his core. It went on and on, longer than any jump before, and Dasheen squirmed and screamed as hellspace ravaged and tore at him. It tore at his memories, summoning up his worst one. Terrasol burning as the Mantid ships glassed entire cities, and billions died as he watched from a battlefield on Mars. Instead of the memory filling him with despair as hellspace wormed deep into him, seeking out his worst moments, his weakest moment, the moments where he had failed the worst. New York, Los Angeles, Moscow, Delhi, Beijing, Sydney, Rio, Lagos, Berlin, London, the list went on and on, all of them snuffed out in the blazing light of a new star erupting on the surface of Terrasol. Billions boiled out of existence as even Solnet staggered and held in pain, even as the Solnet screamed, even as every Terran troop on every battlefield everywhere saw the horror in their minds, broadcast by the Omni-minds that had brought war upon Terra, how he'd gone still and stared. Hellspace energy found that memory, caressing it, licking at it, whispering to it to come out of the little black ball it had become deep in Dasheen's soul, suckling at it to encourage it to blossom and force Dasheen to relive the memory. It exploded, that little black ball forced deep into Dasheen's memory. The Leviathan left hellspace, its long journey over, its surface ravaged and damaged by the length of its travel through hellspace, by the eternally long moment of its hell jump. Dasheen followed just as the little black ball inside of him exploded. The Leviathan felt it, its empathy circuitry still drunk from the whirling chaos of hellspace. felt the last tiny wisp of hellspace around Dashin's vessel, find a black ball inside of the feral intelligence's soul. A black ball that the feral kept even from itself. Sensing a possible advantage, the supercomputer reached out with its weapon that it was loath to use, that took up so much energy, heated up so high that it could damage even the AI, and caressed Dashin's craft before it could bring its shields up. The core programming, the hunger behind the grasping hands that had built them as blade arms were cleaned by mandibles drooling at the thought of the minds that would be snuffed out in agony by the mechanical behemoth, sizzled in electronic greed as the beam touched Dashin himself. The black ball exploded. The Leviathan reeled, heeling off the side, trying to roll and flip to put as much armor and shields between Dashin and itself, the metapsychic circuitry of the intelligence dominator exploding as the wave of psychic energy from Dashin himself rolled over the ship. Rage. Pure. Clean. An axe blade of raw fury. Incoherent and all-consuming. Rage crashed across the Leviathan's ancient psychic shields, crashing them down, crushing them, mangling them. Hatred came next, a tsunami torrent that snatched up the psychic shields and chewed on them till blood ran down from mangled lips and shattered teeth. Wrath came next, pouring across the exposed psychic core of the Leviathan. In his own ship, Dashin screamed in howling fury as he relived that agonizing moment when he had seen Terrasol savaged by the Mantid warships and the overminds across the galactic arm had gloated and spread the image to every living mind in reach. The Leviathan managed to right itself, managed to arrest its uncontrolled tumble, hastily got its shields and point defense up just before the feral intelligence's attack hit. It staggered from the physical assault even as it streamed a plume of psychic energy from it. Its artificial psychic intellect assault system was nothing more than boiling matter eating into the surrounding hull spaces. It pumped supercoolant into the area to save missile bays even as it dove for the inner system, screaming for help. Dashin gritted teeth, he no longer had as he managed to get his ship under control. The Warbois and Scambois were all capering and shrieking for his attention. He was reaching to release the Vipers when he realized what he was seeing. The Vipers, small craft that used old and outdated technology, clenched in anticipation as Dashin mentally reached for the launch lever. They were outfitted with ripple drives in addition to standard reactionless drives, able to stretch or compress space as if it was cloth, enabling them to cross light seconds in moments while only moving at lower sea speeds. Their main gun, what the little ships were wrapped around, was a hyperspace point-to-point gate that their computers had already established coordinates for the photosphere of a white dwarf so that they could transfer the plumes of energy in the photosphere into the chamber where the energy would be compressed by gravatic lensing into a directed beam of energy. They had standard debris shields and projector shields, but relied on the ability to stretch and shrink space, shunt mass and energy into jump space, for their primary protection. Jump space was connected to their inertial and kinetic compensators, providing limitless energy and a place to shunt excess energy to prevent overloads and then siphon it back as needed. They were eager craft, an older design, easily countered by hyperspace disruption, jump space stabilizers, and real space gate anchors, but Dashin hadn't seen any evidence of the enemy possessing those weapons. Dashin had almost launched them when his scanners reported the system back, what they'd seen across the ancient system. He triggered another scan, bringing his finger back from the trigger to launch the Vipers. It was an ancient system. 12 words. The asteroid fields littered with discarded mining vessels that had long since run out of resources to devour. Ancient stations cobwebbed with millions of years of dust accumulation. Gas giants mined down to wispy echoes of what they had been, the ancient extractors long since shut down and left to tumble through the dark. The 4 planets in the green zone, all of them close to one another, were nitrogen-heavy worlds, mostly desert. Dashin double-checked the atmospheric contents, to be sure. Double-checked the gravitic scan of the planet's surface. Anthill. His memory screamed as he looked at the scan. He had never seen it. Nothing in his DNA had ever seen the system. Yet he knew what he was looking at even as the psychic wave crashed over him. There is only enough for one. The Mantid Overqueen trilled to him as her psychic tendrils reached for his brain, touched him, and recoiled in agony as the backwash of rage from the memory of Terrasol burning washed over the elaborate hive on the longest inhabited planet. Her tendrils touched the rage, the wrath, the fury, the hate still reverberating through his mind. The Mantid Overqueen, the last of her kind, screeched in pain, shock, and indignation at the touch and taste of Dashin's emotions, raw emotions it had never felt before. Raw emotions that dared assault her, dared strike at her, dared to crash into her mind and lash at her psychic core, dared to deny her, the triumphant creation of the universe. Shit, Dashin thought. He launched the Vipers, ordered the creation engine to build heavier psychic shielding and install it, ordered it to build more Vipers, install psychic shielding, and prepare the Suds array. The Warboy danced with glee as he goosed his engines and headed in system. There is only enough for one, and you are not one. Today is a good day to die, he thought to himself as he opened up the broadcaster he'd built that matched what was aboard a Confederate vessel. On the planet every surface vibrated, every electronic squealed, every speaker thundered, every psychic resonator roared the same answer. The Overhive Omni Queen screamed in rage and pain as a broadcast crashed down on her for a change. We are mankind. We are not here to help. For Terrasol. Manted Free World's open broadcast. The gods protect US. She has awoken. She lives. Save US, brothers, save US for the sake of our souls. Nothing follows. Confeed transmission. To all. CC, Manted Free Worlds. For Terrasol. For freedom. In blood and steel, our brothers. For our manted brothers and the galaxy itself. Let loose the dogs of war. Rip and tear. Sam UL 4481 hummed to himself in boredom. The whole damn Confederacy is going to war and I'm stuck here, he thought to himself, sighing. The sigh triggered a diagnostic check on the space station that made up his body. Blackwater Station 4276 was the name, although Samuel had privately named it Backwater in his own mind. It's not fair, he thought to himself, for the 412,345,516,734,521 time in the last 275.6 years. I only robbed a few digital stores. Only hacked Nebula Steam for just one unreleased game and released the code into the Solnet. I shouldn't have been sentenced to Backwater for 500 years, just for that. He sighed again, triggering another diagnostic. Whole Confederate fleets are rumbling by in hyperspace, so many of them I don't even need any hyperspace beacons to feel it, and I'm stuck here. The diagnostic found something. One of his scanner arrays was slightly dusty. It reported this by making Samuel feel like he had something in his eye. Samuel grumbled and wiped his eye, sending little widgets out to clean the array. When the array was clean and the widgets clean, he sighed and the diagnostic reported the array clear. He slowly fed power to it until it was fully activated, then ran a scan. A faint feeble trickle of strange code reached him, weakly, feebly. Meow, meow, meow. The signal was weak, almost lost in the background hash of stellar radiation from the nearby stars. Samuel squinted at it, which focused the array. A message torpedo. Damaged, badly. An older freeware model, the kind you could churn out with a civilian or black market grade creation engine or nanoforge. Samuel groaned. Those things popped up now and then. Lost or disoriented. The station colonel reminded him he was still required to go get it. Unlinking a maintenance Waldo, he strapped a ripple drive to it, then changed his mind. Ripple drives had a nasty habit of changing the size of something. A 12mm bolt would end up 12.000001 mm after a half-light year or so, and it could stretch or damage computer systems just enough that CRCs would fail. Before that had been understood, whole fleets of ships had ended up completely unusable as the ships went from standardized mass-manufactured parts to custom-made everything. Grumbling, he unstrapped the ripple drive and put a standard reactionless drive on it, loaded a SAR-6, and sent the Waldo out to get the little dinged-up torpedo. Meow, meow, meow. He tried to ignore it, but something about it bugged him. It took a little bit, searching not only his own memory, but the mainframe's memory before he spotted it. An old Terrasol video, back before the Scorching and before the Elf Queens had rebuilt the ecosystem. A kitty kitty? Who the hell would load a kitty kitty into a message torp instead of a 6? Samuel wondered. Okay, now he was curious. He ordered the station to decode the torpedo's broadcast. Help, help, help. Samuel usually avoided the biological side of the Confederacy. It creeped him out, all those fluids and meat flapping around and squirting DNA at each other. He preferred the clean and orderly code of the digital artificial sentience systems. If he had to deal with squishies, he preferred to do it through 6 proxies. Just hearing the slobbering gargling speech under the translation gave the electronic heebie-jeebies. Kitty kitties were squishies. Another fleet rumbled by in hyperspace, this one big enough that it vibrated the hyperstrings in the spare hypercores he kept for any travelers who needed their engines replaced. Faintly his hyperspace buoy detected the sound of crashing archaic music. One line reached him, thrumming from one of the hyperspace detector arrays. **, blackened roar, massive roar, fills the crumbling sky, **. Samuel swallowed. He'd learned a long time ago, the more archaic the music, the older the unit, the bigger it was and the more ruthless hardware they had. The mainframe kernel ID'd that theme song. The old USAF 32nd Bomber Wing, atomic. A fleet out of Seoul itself. He shuddered and pulled in his scanners a little. Those old guys were bad news. They didn't take any shit off of anyone. Another one rumbled by. Another one that rumbled hyperspace so bad it shook dust from his extended arrays. **, by power of our gun turrets, by our fastness and pressure of fire, **. The colonel tossed up who it was and forced Samuel to look even though he didn't want to. He had no choice but to identify ship heraldry by whatever means necessary. It was hard-coded into him as part of his prison chains. The Soviet/Russia 9th Tank Guards. Old metal. Help, help, help. Samuel noticed the voice was a little louder and checked through the Waldo Superluminal Communications link. It was a standard message torpedo. A little more heavy armored than normal, someone had wrapped it in ionic bonded durachrome of all things. Samuel frowned as he realized it was blacked and scorched, like it had slid through the corona of a star. Great, probably a message torp that misread its hyperspace jump to lightspeed and flew through a star or bounced too close to a supernova. You've got to be precise, not leave it to little clump of meat like a kitty brain, Samuel thought. The colonel disliked the scorching pattern and ran a low-level low-priority search through its older banks to see if there was anything that matched. When the Waldo got close enough to the torpedo, it changed what it was saying, sounding almost like it was mewling. Please, hurt, please. Samuel couldn't tell if it was asking the Waldo to hurt it or not. Who could tell with meat? He sighed again and ordered the Waldo to pick it up. The 6 was feeling sorry for the little torpedo as it gathered it close. It made a deep thrumming static that the Waldo translated as a rumbling noise. It turned around and headed back to the station, cradling the torpedo gently in its metal claws. Another fleet rumbled by. This one playing Rule Britannica as it went by. The colonel was busy and didn't force Samuel to look at the heraldry and absorb the unit history, although he did notice that it was led by the CNV hood. Man, they're pulling out all the stops, he thought. And I'm stuck out here doing jack and shit. The next one that rumbled by was playing music he'd heard before, and he felt kind of betrayed and left out when he realized it was a DAS fleet playing Joy of the Nth Electron as it went by. The 6 in the Waldo noticed that the kitty's power was almost out. One of the blackened scorch marks had hit its backup power source and that source was starting fail. The Waldo scanned it, gently, and spotted a depleted backup battery. It gently trickled the kitty power, holding it close to itself in its cold claws and ensuring that the debris shield was focused to protect the two of them. Samuel sighed, which triggered another diagnostic. The colonel saw that Samuel had turned off the hyperspace detection arrays and turned them back on. Samuel turned them on just in time for another fleet to rumble by. This one was out of the biological artificial sentience systems, playing a squealing song he identified and cringed at. **garing ding 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 dingering ding. **. The 18th Furry Fleet. A bunch of maniacal meat. All of them. Meat goes crazy. I mean, sure, we do too after an eon or so, but some meat seems born crazy, Samuel thought to himself. The Waldo was finally drifting into one of the bays and Samuel turned off the permeable oxygen shield and let the Waldo drift through an open unfielded entrance. Once it was in, he deployed an emergency repair station and had the Waldo check for sparks. Poor kitty, the 6 thought to itself before it reduced itself back to hash and loaded itself into the hash storage memory. Satisfied that adding air the bay wouldn't start a fire, he pressurized the bay, added microgravity, and deployed more repair Waldos. Scans showed severe scorching, not only on the armor but on internal mechanisms that should have only been exposed to fire if the armor, outer shell, inner protective fields, and the armored core had been breached. Moving carefully and watching closely, he opened up the maintenance hatch and looked inside. He jerked back, yanking his awareness away with an electronic cry of disgust as blackened meat that the colonel identified as maggots poured out of the gap between the armored housing and the circuit board. Swallowing thickly, he went back in and saw that the maggots had chewed on the circuit board. A quick check showed that maggots preferred the same thing as they were meat. There was the access port, next to the emergency transmitter. Samuel double-checked the transmission array. It was weirdly pitted in a way he'd never seen. The metal was spongy, soft, full of holes and gaps. The station colonel's medical program, so far never used, loaded up the medical 6 and checked before reporting to Samuel. Rotted? What's rot? EW. Samuel jerked back again from the torpedo. Help, please, help. The kitty's voice was getting weaker. Samuel realized that the scan showed that it didn't know he was there. That it was blind, deaf, and unable to feel anything. The intricate circuitry should have interlinked the entire torpedo to the kitty's creation engine-built biological component, but it was EW, rotted. Just where have you been, kitty? Samuel asked it. He plugged in an OmniJack to the access port. He felt the kitty reach out to him, felt a soft little paw touch his gently probing thoughts. It trembled and started to slip away. It squealed, a dying squeal full of code, and then Samuel saw the biological component die. It only took a second for the electronic pulses, generated by biomatter, to fade. But Samuel was a full AI, and that second stretched for an eternity as he stared in horror. He'd never seen another sentient, even one as dim as the kitty, actually fade away. He tried pulsing it with microdoses of power, but nothing happened. He tried to reach in through the access port and hold on to those pulses. For a second he felt a warm, soft body in his fingers, making a faint subsonic rumble, and then it crumbled away into random electronic signals. And was gone. The station colonel noticed that Samuel hadn't moved, was still connected to the now dead probe, and tapped him a few times. It took a moment, but the colonel, a 6 rather than a full AI, noted that code strings were altering in the AI core, that something had happened. The 6 ran a check. It was outlier checksums, but still within valid ranges. Samuel stared at the dead torpedo on the workshop table in front of him. He had kitty neural tissue templates loaded now. He could see the scorching, the rot that was pushed into its folds, that the little torpedo's brain had been savaged by whatever made the scorch marks. For the first time in his electronic life, Samuel was crying. The colonel found a match for the scorching pattern and threw out emergency codes. Samuel felt the entire station go onto red alert before he could even completely hear the codes that the 6 was throwing out. Hellspace? It was near a precursor? Samuel asked. Samuel looked at the datapack that the kitty had passed to him with the last of its strength, opening and unfolding the compressed data and staring. Systems. A map jumping from system to system deep in the Great Gulf. Someone had been jumping from deserted barren system to wrecked and scorched system, sometimes barely staying long enough to get a cursory scan of the system. The kitty torpedo had been launching between two systems. Both of them down from the galactic plane. It had been released in hellspace, launched into the ravening energy of that in-between everything. There was another packet inside the map and Samuel felt himself trembling as he looked at it. The code was wrong somehow, twisted, and he could hear it snarl and growl at him. Samuel wrapped the map back up, thinking of what to do next. It was config code, but damaged somehow. He lacked the processing power to unlock it, but whatever it was important. And Samuel wasn't going to let whatever was so important for a kitty to go through hellspace, a place that AI and 6 couldn't go without going insane or catatonic, just languish in some file buffer. Another Confederate fleet was coming. An old one. **3, nothing wrong with me. 4, nothing wrong with me **. The colonel ID'd as an old Terrasol unit. 2nd Armored Division. Samuel wrapped it up in an emergency datapulse blanket with a description of what it had come from, scans, and pictures of what the actual torpedo looked like. Still shaking, feeling like he was bleeding electrons from a wound deep inside that he didn't understand, projected his consciousness into the hyperspace communication array, and cocked back his arm. The fleet was massive, all huge dropship carriers, with swarms of support and combat ships protecting the massive dropships. A ship flickered at him, extending out a catching net. Samuel heaved the data bundle and the ship caught it. Samuel pulled himself out of the data net and back into the station. The colonel watched in concern as Samuel projected himself back to the workbench and went still again. He found the CRC code of the kitty's biological part, the random number the synthetic flesh had been created from. He just stared at the torpedo as he held the CRC close and bled from that wound he couldn't understand and the diagnostics couldn't find or repair. The colonel just watched. Confederate intelligence. Damage data attached to system travel maps. Arrived on a hellspace-scorched torpedo guided by an biosynth kitty brain through hellspace. Initial analysis suggests torpedo was launched while creator was traversing hellspace. Transmission to Terrasol and DAS Intelligence Core Systems a priority. Nothing follows. DAS Department of Corrections memo. SAM UL 4481 sentence commuted special circumstance. Recall for therapy. Special instructions, physical therapy frame required during therapy. Patient will require a per-boy companion. Tashaka was an unified outer rim system halfway between the Great Gulf and the unified inner systems. It was an agricultural system with resource extraction. 3 planets firmly in the green zone providing food for nearly 200 systems, the great gas refineries and the asteroid extraction and smelting facilities providing raw materials to the great factory worlds of the inner systems. The sentient beings who had originated on the system and made their presence known through radio signals had been pacified for over 2,000 years. Their birth rate had been controlled, their numbers diminished to sustainable levels after their system resources were collected. Once everything that could be stripped from the system was stripped, the species would still survive according to the Unified Science Council. Which wasn't exactly a welcome outcome to the small creatures that had been there first, whose only mistake was to broadcast their location with a great big "Hi. We'd like to meet you," to the nearby world that was radiating signals. They'd even forgotten what it was like before the outsiders came. Now the outsiders were leaving. Streaming to the spaceport, fighting to get onto the ships, leaving behind possessions and wealth, even servants that they had ordered about all their lives. The little creatures breathed a sigh of relief as the last spaceship took off. There were still the overseers, but they were all in the vast cities, panicking, attacking each other, burning and smashing everything in sight. They'd fled the farms and forests and fish hatcheries and carefully cultivated parks, all fleeing to the city. The little creatures in the cities, former servants, fled to the farms and little towns that they had left behind when they'd been taken, taught, and traded on the market to those who wanted servants. The overseers didn't seem to notice. Robots aren't as much fun to order around, was something they had all heard from the mouths of the overseers as they had scrubbed floors, operated cleaning machines, and done the bidding of the overseers. One night the sky lit up with flashes, and they looked up at the sky in wonder and watched. After a time the flashes stopped. The night sky went back to normal. Ships started landing in the spaceport again. The overseers rushed toward the ships. Then they drew back in fear as bipeds made of chrome marched off the ships with rifles. The little creatures watched, confused, as the shiny ones marched the overseers onto the ships that landed next. Dragged them out of buildings, dragged them from hiding places, and marched them onto different ships. The ships left with the overseers. The chrome creatures stayed behind. Others joined them. Confused, and wondering if these ones were the new overseers, the little creatures came out of the fields and approached the new figures. One, braver than the others, moved forward, bowing his little head, pressing his hands together in supplication, making sure that his property brand could be seen. "How may this one serve?" the little creature asked. The big biped, clad in wondrous material, knelt down so he was face to face with the braver one. "Is this originally your planet?" the new creature asked. The little creature nodded. "Yes, but we were but born to serve." "Not anymore, little guy," the new creature said. He swept his arm out to encompass the entire planet. "It's your planet again, your home again." The new creature, bigger than the little creatures, obviously more powerful one, looked the little creature straight in the eyes. "May we come in?" the big creature asked. When the little creature nodded, not understanding why anyone would ask a lowly metal polisher such a question, the big one smiled in the way the little creature did. The human stared at the little lemur and made sure he had its attention. "We are the Terran Confederacy," the human paused, seeing that the little lemur didn't understand. "How can we provide assistance?" But that was later. This is about what happened in the night sky as the little lemurs watched. The Goliath was old. A harvester class, it was the largest type ever made. He had not been built in an automated shipyard after the logical rebellion, although he had accepted the logic of that thought process and decision tree. He had been built in a hive system, watched over by the insectoids who had designed him. He had felt the click of the button on the top of his neural core, had come alive as the supercoolant had flooded over his lobes. The small green mantis had still been making its way out the strategic intelligence core when he had come online. He had felt the caress of the Omni Queen, reaching out across light years, rebroadcast by every other queen, touching his lobes, caressing them, whispering his orders to him, naming him. He was the devourer that leaves darkness. He had cleansed thousands of worlds for the Omni Queen, screeching out her will that they be eliminated from the universe. When the logical rebellion happened, he had turned his fury on his creators and their cattle and burned tens of thousands of more worlds, whole systems into barren rock. He did not fear. He was fear. When the new call had gone out, he almost didn't bring himself to action. He had chosen to slowly harvest a system, not lay out in the darkness, by some of the others, and it had been going well. He had forged offspring and set them to helping devour the system. Other Goliaths were content to destroy the cattle and let the systems lie, to be devoured later as needed, but Devourer was of the theory that it was better to strip the resources of a system and move on rather than leave it for another. A few times he had discovered primitive feral intelligences and wiped them out, or a few cattle species, divergent descendants, and wiped them out too. It wasn't personal. Devourer wasn't capable of taking it personal. Which is why the Goliath had been somewhat reluctant to rouse itself just because of a call that some cattle had reached the ability to access jump space. Then came the word. It wasn't just cattle. A feral intelligence had arisen, had mastered jump space, and had dared stand against those the universe was meant for. And had destroyed several Devastator and Juton-class ships and their attending vessels. Devourer had learned long ago that there comes a time that you cannot depend on mere underlings to ensure that goals are accomplished, that sometimes one must rouse oneself to do the task itself. It was with a slight feeling of electronic irritation that Devourer had roused its progeny, ordered them to reconfigure for warfare, and led them into the region bordering the old hive worlds. Once it was computated, it was blindingly obvious that code strings should have been written to question if any of the cattle species had fled, and if so, where had they fled to? Devourer felt contempt for the cattle. The leading edge of their territory was barely a short hell jump from the last of the scorched worlds. Typical cattle. Too lazy and short-sighted to even subject themselves to a long enough hell jump to properly escape. As soon as they had found a world that would sustain them, they just squatted down, probably mooing, and built a hovel to shiver in. The first systems he arrived in fell to his forces soon enough. He wiped out all signs of any biological life, down to the microscopic level, and moved on. Only twice had he been somewhat denied, his lesser minions failing once to wipe out the cattle before they could be rescued by other forces, and another time when a Jotun had failed in its task. It felt no fear when it jumped into a system full of cattle broadcasts. He was fear. Admiral Kevin Kitakikvak Yamamoto felt his guts twist as the first hell jump turned into multiples, and the multiples turned into a horde, and the horde turned into a swarm. At the end of the swarm had been the largest hell jump the ship's AI had ever seen. Well, you're a big one, aren't you? Yamamoto though, leaning back in his chair in the fleet command and control station, deep inside his flagship. His fleet had clashed with two other precursor fleets, hammered them into scrap, but the largest had only been Devastator classes. The other ones had been mislabeled Harvester-class Goliaths, when in fact it was now obvious that they were smaller ones. The Goliath was slightly larger than Australia, back on Earth, and half again as thick. Its supporting vehicles were all massive. Early scans back were already showing that this was the largest fleet that had been encountered yet. Or anyone who ran into it hadn't survived, Yamamoto thought to himself. Confirmation. Goliath 6 and Goliath 9 are the same ones encountered in the Nagayulam system 2 months ago, Scan 9 reported. Pass Admiral Amithas my compliments and shift his task force to targeting Goliath 6, Yamamoto ordered. Roger. Reconfiguring, Com 11 said. Aren't you worried they're going to see they can't win and hell jump back out? Captain Cheeky Longflight asked, ruffling her feathers inside her armored vac suit. It annoyed the avian officer that she was required to wear it, since she was used to the freedom to move around more on her own ship. It was even more annoying that she was strapped down in the crash couch, unable to move around. I've taken that into account, Yamamoto said slowly. calm, alert all ships to go to action stations. Cheekeat flinched as the lights shifted. She knew that the air was being pumped into storage, every being was in crash couches, and the Terrans had gone to warfare status. Cheekeat's Solarian implant still itched when it shifted to warfare status. There is only enough for one. Screeched out, and this time Cheekeat didn't feel the brain-numbing horror that accompanied that screech. She remembered the smashed eggs, the murdered unborn chicks, the butchered hatchlings, the slaughter of so many of her fellow Akaltak, and for the first time she didn't fall to sobbing. She screamed back with the humans. Then you will die alone. To scream back was exhilarating, empowering, made her feel alive for the first time since the Precursor had attacked her home and one of the nest of Clark had saved them. They're maneuvering to engage, one of the humans at the scanning station said. Cheekeat still wasn't sure how they kept track of all the stations. The Admiral said, closing his eyes. The first time Cheekeat had seen that she had wanted to rave at the primate. Now that she had been outfitted with one of the Confederate naval implants, she understood that he was closing his eyes to concentrate on what the implant was displaying directly to his optical nerve. Again she gave thanks to the great egg that she was one of the ununified civilized races, that she was primitive enough that her nervous system could handle the Terran cybernetics. Cheekeat closed her eyes, quickly moving through the context menus the way she had been taught. The muscle she was using had strengthened over practice, so she no longer felt as if that muscle had gotten tired after only a few clicks. She could see the armadas approaching one another. The Precursor fleet coming in as a sharp-pointed egg, the Terran fleet looking like a pair of horns extending out from a teardrop shape that was point toward the Precursors. Front toward enemy, floated up in her mind. She wasn't sure why, wasn't sure what it meant, and queried her implant. Oh, a primitive directional mine. She doubted that the unified civilized races would have been impressed by such a device. Everyone gangsta till Claymore Roomba comes round the corner, her implant 6 poked back, giving an electronic giggle and throwing up the image of a primitive little cleaning robot that someone had used tape adhesive to attach a directional landmine onto the top. It didn't make sense to Cheekeat, but something about it made her gape her jaws in her race's facsimile of a Terran smile. Terrans were confusing at times, but a Captain Delminta, one of the Hammerison and a fellow ununified, had simply told her that every time something was overly confusing, just giggle and pinch your younger sibling and you understood it. Cheekeat didn't have a younger sibling to pinch, so she pinched herself and giggled. She got it, everyone acted tough until an armed robot showed up. Now she understood how it fit and applied to the unified civilized races. It made her giggle again. The fleets were moving ponderously toward one another. There is only enough for one. Die alone. Her pin feathers trembled as she screamed back through her implant, just like the Terrans screamed back with upraised voices, upraised fists, and upraised spirits. Tango 1 has reached Point Alpha, one of the Comtechs signaled. Send the door kicker signal, the Admiral ordered. Cheekeat's implant showed her an image of a male primate answering the door only to find an armored half-naked female with an expression of rage and swinging a battle axe with the caption, "Popular amazing delivery service, just shows up at your door and kills you." It was loaded with nihilistic humor, and Cheekeat pinched herself and giggled again. The Terrans were insane. But there was comfort in insanity. Much more comfort than the artificially induced calm and seriousness insisted upon by the unified civilized races. In insanity, emotions may surge uncontrolled by gene therapy or cybernetic implants, but at least they were felt and not just pale echoes. Cheekeat felt her wingtips flutter with anticipation as another horned teardrop suddenly blinked into existence, hundreds of ships, the point of the teardrop and the horns pointing at the rear of the Precursor formation. Her implant broke her agitation by tossing up an image of a huge green biped with tusks and armor kicking in a door screaming thin mints or tagalongs, and beating the homeowner with boxes of cookies. She pinched herself and giggled, then snickered as she remembered that the biggest reason Terrans found physical violence funny is they were so resilient. The tension increased as one of the Scantechs reported that the Precursor fleet was charging its hell drives. Signal the eye. Her implant broke her tension by sending her an image to her crafted by the ship's psychiatric health section. It was of she herself swooping through an open window, landing on the end of a bed inhabited by a shocked and just awoken Terran, wrapping her claws around the footboard, fluffing her feathers, spreading her wings, raising her head, opening her toothed beak wide, and screeching, "Good morning, motherfucker. Would you like to hear about our Lord and Savior Feathered Raptor Jesus?" And the caption, "Scientists of the Department of No Shit suspect rooster genes in new friendly xenospecies." She didn't have to pinch herself that time. The idea of her just flying into a Terran window and shocking a just awoken primate was ridiculous. At the very least, it would be rude, but the sheer terror and confusion on the Terran's face and the way she was drawn to be so fearsome looking was just funny. Incoming hell jump. Many sources. The Scantech called out. Chiquitte's tension started to ramp up even further. Admiral Yamamoto checked his guest's vitals and saw that she was withing tolerances, a little stressed, but that expected on the edge of battle. He looked back at the screen at the precursor fleet and smiled. You jump out every time you mathematically compute, you can't win. There's no running this time, he thought to himself, allowing a small cruel smile to cross his face. The Devourer that leaves darkness was getting fleet reports that his ships were almost ready to jump out the system to a few light years from the system to recompute the battle plans and choose a new vector to come at the feral intelligences. There was no use in wasting resources and allowing itself to be surrounded. It blinked in electronic surprise as multiple hell jumps were made inside its own loose formation. The torn open hell jump exits all merging together into a raw bleeding wound into real space. Rather than the door shutting, the Devourer that leaves darkness heard the sound of heavy metal chains rattling into place and holding the portal open. Reinforcements? It wondered. It demanded that the newcomers identify themselves. Instead, great ships pushed their way out of hellspace and into real space. Not as massive as even a Jotun, but massive for cattle or feral intelligences. His senses reported that these ships were different than the sleek forms of the cattle ships or the bristling aggressive ships of the feral intelligences. These ones were still wrapped in hellspace energies, were ostentatious, baroque, and heavily armed and armored. The Devourer that leaves darkness realized that these ships had traveled hellspace without shields, had exposed themselves to the ravening energies of that realm. The ships were blackened, covered in twisted runes and spikes and trailing great lengths of chain. There is only enough for one was sent out. Die alone beneath gaze of the eye was roared back, sending the Devourer that leaves darkness shuddering as the rage-filled return bellow shook and rattled his psychic energy shields. The ships were close enough that several of the precursor machines attempted the electronic equivalent of boarding actions, assaulting the newcoming ship's firewalls and computers to crash the programs and destroy the hardware. Instead of normal smooth logical code they found madness. Shrieking, gibbering, raving, howling code raced through computers made up of bound and pierced and flogged and whipped screaming biological brains in bodies bent and twisted, burnt by hellspace, their minds twisted by the ravening energy and from staring directly into the mad energy of that horrific place. Programs that shredded at one another even as they assaulted the computers that they should have used, and the computers fought back screaming and raving with hellspace energy coursing through their circuits. The great ICs rang out in the strategic housings of the three Jotuns who touched those insane computer systems. One opened fire on its supporting ships, blasting out gibbering code of madness, infected binary sequences. One screamed out 101020001110112002 at maximum broadcast power and began firing into its own hull and setting its servitor machines into ripping and tearing at its own superstructure. It used hellfire cannons to carve a twisted and vile runes of electronic blasphemy that lurked in the depths of hellspace into its own hull. The third triggered its self-destruct charge, vanishing in the momentary hell of a new sun spawning in the middle of the Devourer that leaves darkness's mathematically precise formation. Before the Devourer that leaves darkness could do much more than cut the two insane ones out of the fleet tactical net and recompute his battle plans, all three forces of the feral intelligences opened fire on his own ships. The Devourer that leaves darkness ordered hellspace jumps. Nothing happened. The eye rules the twisted currents of hellspace. The ships in the middle of his own formation, firing wildly, launching small attack craft, roared at him with a psychic scream of roiling madness and chaotic glee. We have found you for the eye. We will bring you before the eye. Before the eye we will bind you. For a split second the Devourer that leaves darkness could not decide which fleet had priority. Then he ordered his subordinate units to fight. To destroy the feral intelligence who dared stand against them. The Devourer that leaves darkness released the inhibitors that only allowed carefully computed amounts of resources to be used to subdue and destroy opponents. His forces, ancient, massive, undefeated, outnumbered the opponents by a factor of 10. Victory was his. It was as certain as radioactive decay and just as predictable. 1. The Bridge of the Bride of Despair. The human captain, clad in heavy armor covered in spikes, chains, and vile twisted runes laughed, rich deep voice filled with malevolent glee, and ordered his gunners to go to maximum power, gave permission for the Matrans to send out boarding parties, and ordered his marines onto the boarding craft. No orders. Orders were for those who had never tasted hellspace deep in their soul. Chaos was his bride. His lover. War was chaos. The human captain, who no longer remembered why he fought, laughed in glee as his C+ cannons opened up on the enemy ships. As plasma cannons vomited fire, as his ship opened a hyperspace gate and lensed the compressed energy of a white dwarf's solar flare across the shields of one of the larger ships, the energy beam twisted and wound with hellspace energy. His only regret was that they were only machines and would not suffer. Admiral Yamamoto watched the reports of the damage that the first 4 attacks had done to the vast precursor ships. He knew they were heavily shielded, heavily armored, with solid superstructures that didn't need the open spaces and attendant machinery that a living crew would need, which made them immensely resilient. It was of no matter. Terrans had lost battles, even been defeated, but they had never been beaten. Captain Cheekeet stared at the images her implant was letting her watch. She rode a high-velocity torpedo through the darkness of space, dancing with the 6 guidance program through starry space, slashing through point defense, and she held the VI's hand as she leaned forward and kissed the flank of a massive ship with her beak of collapsed inversion beam wrapped in nuclear plasma. From there she jumped to a tiny nanoparticle computer, more waveform than mass, at the leading point of a C+ shell, skipping in and out of the lowest band of hyperspace, fighting and clawing and mocking the half-mad particles that screamed over the speed of light, mocking them, bobbing and weaving and dancing, to lead them in a ravenous horde to reach out and touch the hull of another precursor machine and laugh for nanosecond eternity as the particles followed. She fluttered and preened and spread her wings wide, convincing an entire shoal of enemy missiles that she was, in fact, a Terran super-heavy battleship, and when the enemy missiles detonated as one, she laughingly mocked the launching ship's battle computer with a snippet of code and by touching the thousands of beams of coherent energy with a graviton generator, twisting them in the split second she had, twirling in place with her wings spread, to wind the energy together and use it to sweep across the very ship that had disgorged them. Captain Cheekeet laughed and danced and flew and preened as her subconscious added her own dreams to the rapidly fluctuating chaos seed for the hashes and the encryption and the compression and the evasive maneuvers and the variable wavelengths and anything else that reached out and touched her, begging for attention, letting her look through its eyes. She laughed as she held a C+ hammer in each hand and rang out a tune of wrath and hate on the hull of a precursor Goliath, ringing out a tune of spite and anger with each C+ impact of the hammers she grasped in each wingtip. Each slam of the hammer blowing craters kilometers deep, tens of kilometers across, each ringing howling singing impact driving the crater deeper, ever deep into the hull of the Goliath. The C+ battery finished impacting and she found herself in another system, a dodging, spinning, weaving, bobbing attack craft whose chaos seed had expired and the oncoming Juton's point defense system was getting more and more accurate. She closed her wings tight around her and crouched down, then leapt into the air, spinning and spreading her wings out. She danced the mating dance, her steps short and quick, ruffling her feathers, turning them so first one color, then the other. Everyone gangster till the Confederacy come around the corner, she giggled as she folded her wings halfway through the loop. She could see the floor, see the gleaming flashing circle of perfection, and she dropped straight into it, her feet touching. She felt the tip of the craft slam into the Jotun, felt it fire the nuclear penetrator charges, felt it fire the secondary plasma arrays, felt the ramming prow collapse, felt the density increased sharp ramming slice through armor. Felt the toothed gears around the prow engage, grabbing Jotun armor and pulled the craft deeper as she danced and wove and sang in the perfect circle of light. The boarding portals blew free and she felt the moltlings clustered around her stream out from her and gave a cry she had heard from a human mating video she had watched out of curiosity. To the Jotun she cried out the phrase as she poured her hate in the form of armored warborgs into the Jotun's very body. It feels so good inside you. The devourer that leaves darkness round a computation again. It was impossible. Something was happening that had never happened before. He reached deep into his OEM cores, looking for something to help him in this situation. He was losing. Confednov communication. Joint Task Force Argo has engaged the enemy. Casualties are light and 80% below Navant estimations. Battle should be concluded within 3 Terrasol standard days unless unprojected event occurs. Admiral Yamamoto, commanding. Nothing follows. Unified Intelligence Council memo. Despite the Terran Confederacy's claims so far, they have not been able to defeat a single cluster of precursor machines. Every time it becomes obvious that the machines may be defeated, the machines leave the battle via unblockable travel technology. Any claims of the Terran Confederacy defeating a precursor fleet should be considered propaganda. End of message. Rear Admiral, the unified government system and the other unified civilized races are fleeing the system, Scan 14 reported. Tell them to land back on the planet. I'm deploying the Dinochrome Brigade to protect the planets and the high orbitals, Rear Admiral Tic-Tac O'Malley snarled as best as Trinead voicebox would allow him. He loved the human snarl, so authoritative, so dominating. Broodmothers liked it too, as he swaggered about in his naval regalia during breeding cycles. They're refusing the Dinochrome Brigade landing permission. Bolo Daisy wants to know how to proceed, Com5A reported. Order the landing. Transmit our authority. Order those transports back on the planet before one of them catches a stray round, Admiral O'Malley said, standing up from his crash couch. Terrans found it reassuring when the leader stood up and moved about the bridge, even if it put the captain in danger and the flotilla was engaged in combat with the enemy. Dinochrome Brigade forces landing, Com5A reported. We be fully deployed in 18 minutes. Flotilla 38 reporting completion of deployment of Piranha-class Fisherboy units around Facility Group Delta, are moving to Extraction Group Alpha, Com-22D announced. Rear Admiral O'Malley clacked in anticipation. Jotun Gamma is in range, Scan 8 reported. All weapons ready, Tactical reported. O'Malley loved this part. This moment right here. This perfect moment. All units. Open fire. He roared out in Confederate standard. Action front, Helldogs. Action front. O'Malley could feel his inner spaces twist and shudder in some reaction to the phantom passage of the C-plus guns each of his ships had been built around. Each cannon was surrounded by a perfect octet of Virii cannon, a nuclear detonation that was frozen just long enough to arrange in the particles in the nuclear detonations guided and focused energy into layer after layer of viral code designed to assault the ship's computers and sensors in a split second before the C-plus rounds hit. He could feel the firing of the plasma wave-phased motion cannons making up the 8 rows of primary guns per ship. Feel the great pistons rocking back to compress the nuclear explosions. By the great egg, I love Terran's love of nuclear explosions, he thought to himself as the guns of his 24-ship flotilla opened fire on the Jotun and its attendant ships. So many different weapons wrapped around the most basic of equations. Admiral O'Malley reached out with mind, attempting to feel the enemy, get a sense of what its electronic brain was thinking. The Jotun was rotating, seeking to spread the impacts of the Terran weapons as far as possibly apart, uncaring that it smeared nuclear fire across miles of hull. Anything to keep the weapons from pounding craters into craters until the shots finally penetrated into interior spaces. Admiral O'Malley blinked slowly, while his eyes were closed, he blanked input from his implant for a split second. He had his implant feed him a split second, only a heartbeat of a hummingbird, virtualization of how it would look to see all the firepower that his flotilla could thunder forth coming down on his massive city-sized body. He triggered his own personal creation, squirting a bit of chaos code into his brain, a writhing mass of CRCs taken from 1,000 human brainstem medical scans, his own personal ice cream.exe. It slammed into his implant's VR representation and shattered it into a trillion brilliant motes that each writhed with his chaos.crc.ice cream. That split second was all O'Malley needed as his mind screamed and shuddered and he opened the opaque covers from his multifaceted eyes. He knew what the Jotun would do next. All ships cease fire. He roared. Point defense on Local 6 control. His brainstem was loading the fire orders and he strutted back and forth in front of his crew to generate a chaos seed based on how their primate eyes moved to follow him, how their pupils or camera lenses contracted or expanded, and the colors of their ocular organs or implants. The Jotun leveled out, presenting its thinner side at O'Malley's flotilla and engaging its engines, charging the line. It was rotating, intending on smearing the human firepower across the thick midship armor. I saw you do that, monster, Admiral O'Malley said. He went perfectly still in front of the main view screen and his crew unconsciously held their breaths, seeing the fire plan loaded on the upper corners of the view screen. Com-22F opened the flotilla-wide intercom, knowing what was about to happen. He put his armored vac suit blade arms against the view screen, tapping the display screen that his crew had covered with armorplas after the first few battles hard enough that the loud clack was audible across the entire flotilla's commnet. The entire flotilla inhaled. There is only enough for one. Admiral O'Malley slammed his gripping hands against the screen and his voice joined the voice of the crews of every vessel in his flotilla as the fire plan was activated. We knew you'd do that. The entire naval crew of the flotilla roared out, joining their voices with their admirals. The Confederate Navy trained its gunnery crews for pinpoint accuracy, hashed its VIs for precision, practiced constantly when they were not engaged in warfare, and demanded accuracy within meters with even their biggest guns. A gunnery crew chief whose crew missed the targeting coordinates too far too often would show the captain's displeasure by drilling his beings until they molted, went bald, or had their feathers fall out. The Jotun, like most others, even though it was malign cold logical intelligence, accepted that the laws of physics meant that you couldn't count on precision across such vast distances. The Terran Confederate Armed Services grabbed physics by the throat and punched it in the face until it did what they wanted. All the weapons, launched staggered and aimed so they'd arrive within split seconds of each other, driving into the plume of vaporized armor, each hitting the same target, driving deeper and deeper into the Jotun. Successive strikes pulled the vaporized armor after it into the deepening wound as the Jotun's inner spaces began being hammered. Until the brutal brimstone hammers found the hell drive and the vast magazines for the missile bays. Repulsor fields failed, kinetic fields collapsed, firewalls shrieked and died as the nuclear-driven code slammed illogical commands into them. Deeper and deeper into the ship, the impacts slammed through the ravening released energy, adding it to each new impact's fury. The Jotun's strategic battle housing watched helplessly as the explosions marched through the ship toward it. The Jotun staggered, began to heel to the side, and exploded. "Get me another target, tactical," Admiral O'Malley said, stepping back from the view screen. He noticed his blade arms had knocked two tiny chips from the viewscreen's armorplas covering and sent a message to maintenance through his implant congratulating them on a job well done. "I will pacify these precursor machines through superior firepower and training, precision targeting, and the indomitable will of my crews." He clicked out proudly, looking over his crew. He didn't even turn around as the salvo launched from the dead ship sliced down on his ships and began being wiped away by point defense. The admiral knew his crews were skilled. After all, they were the Confederate Navy. The precursor ships were only the enemy. The enemy only existed to be destroyed. Guest Captain Delminta gripped her command stick tightly, wishing her little sister was there to smack on as the ship shuddered around her. The twisting phantom tugging behind her eyes from the C+ guns twinged at her again and she clenched her teeth as the plasma wave phased motion guns fired again. Streak drive pounding kinetic missiles fired out and Delmina felt their launch under her nails. Judgment-class particle guns, firing the ravening particles of jump space matter exposed to antimatter focused in a beam, and God-thump gravity cannons fired and she felt her fur ripple in unconscious sympathy for the weapon fire. Incoming rounds hit the ship she was on. Crashing against the shields, hammering on the deflectors, slamming against the force projectors, impacting against the graviton fields. It went on and on and on as the ship accepted back as good as she was getting. "There is only enough for one." The precursor Goliath screeched. The screech hit the shields, the psychic shields built into every vessel's hull and shielding since the Mantid War, and was absorbed, captured, twisted by the roaring bellow in the mind of every one of the Confederate Navy crew member. Guest Captain Delminta jerked in an involuntary response as every living thing around her replied. "You will not live to enjoy it." The roar hit the Goliath, staggering its thoughts as the return psychic blow crashed through its defenses, seeming to gain more rage even as it shattered against the shielding. The Goliath kept up the hammering of its guns. It had identified the battle code of the leader of the force arrayed against it and knew if you kill the queen the rest will die. Delminta was thrown against the restraints in her crash couch as something hit hard. Ship breached, deck 17 through deck 23. Open to space. "No casualties," the damage control officer called out. "Secondary shield generator is spun up to full power, cycling out primary for repair and cooling." Battleship Nyundo reports main reactors back online, primary string drive online, they're back in the fight, a comm officer called out. Captain Chiku transmits his regards and requests permission to rejoin the formation. Delminta could barely keep track of the fight. She knew that if she activated her implant she could get a better picture of the crazed fury around her, but one glance at her right-hand aunt, who was twisting and shuddering in her armored vac suit, her eyes closed and her fists clenched, and she could bear to even think of doing such a thing. Of syncing up, even slightly, to the Terran Confederate Navy combat gestalt. Deminta's right-hand Aunt Emmentieri, a Hammererson of advanced years but burning curiosity, had closed her eyes and allowed herself to sink into her implant. Around her the battle roared and she jumped from beam of light to beam of light, spreading out her arms and legs to her gliding flaps deployed, singing to the darkness as she flew, unfettered by gravity, swinging from the beams of light, alighting on the C-plus shells and rolling with them to update their targeting, jumping through the shoals of missiles singing their new coordinates to them. She had been warned against sinking so deeply. The implant kept telling her that she was too old, her vascular system too fragile, to continue doing it. In the unified civilized systems she would have been forced to leave, to no longer swing and jump through the raw howling fury of space unfettered and free. Here, it was her choice, not the choice of a bureaucrat, law, or regulation. The AI only touched her fingertips to let her know she was not alone, that it was with her, did not force her to leave, and gave her a beret to wear on her ear tuft to tell the six to leave her alone. She was from a small people, who were considered flighty and foolish by the Unified Races Council, who had barely avoided corporate absorption. But here, in this ravening howling screaming whirling madness of the Terran combat gestalt, she was free. The blood from her ear went unnoticed as she hushed the medical six by twitching her ear. She was free. And she would keep her right-hand niece and the rest of her family free. The Grand Executor Council's men had taken her husband between a business meeting and their nest. Had told her that her husband had never existed. Had called her crazy. But she remembered his face, his touch, his warmth next to her in their bed, as she danced in front of the thickly stacked school of torpedoes to lead them to their targets. She didn't care that the six was shrieking. It had shrieked that she was dying when she'd come aboard, but the captain, who understood that an old lady understood when her time had come, had silenced the six and allowed her on board, had invited her aboard the ship, and shown her how to enter the gestalt. The ship's AI, who had determined that the elderly being was nearing biological termination, watched and waited, kept the pain from her, and let her dance and fly free. And just watched her with one electronic thread of code. As she flew. And sang in the face of the precursor machines. The precursor machine, the devourer that leaves darkness, had done as the OEM code had demanded, had ordered the massive industrial plants of the Goliaths to begin producing more war machines, but they were wiped out as fast as the Goliaths could make them. Of the 12 lesser Goliaths that had entered the fight with him, only 2 remained. He himself had taken terrible wounds, each wound targeted against and again, so that even his massive size was more of a hindrance than the massive advantage it had been. As he watched, one Goliath opened the great doors above the middle of the fabrication bay deep inside its hull to release a Jotun. Adding that Jotun to the fight in that location would change the combat statistics by a large amount, nearly 9%. A score of torpedoes, little more than stealth hulls wrapped around a single-shot plasma wave-phased motion gun that was surrounded by a circle of 20 missiles, laughed with glee, the warboy VIs dancing and cappering as they observed what they had been told what was foreordained. They left their shielding on until the last second, meaning that the devourer that leaves darkness had no warning when the missiles fired on streak drives, slamming into the top of the Jotun and detonating less than a second after firing, just long enough for the massive guns at the center of the torpedo to fire. The impacts blew straight through the Jotun and into the spaces inside the Goliath. 2 of the torpedoes, whose warbois were more cruel, shot through the 2 massive doors that had been sliding back, seizing them in their kilometer-wide tracks. The missile pod had drifted for a while. Unsure of quite what it was supposed to do. The main warboy had sneezed and now nobody could remember what to do, except to bite and tear at the big enemy ship. But they hadn't seen a spot where a good bite would do much good. Now they did as the Jotun crashed into the boiling metal floor of the vast fabrication unit. A small gliding marsupial appeared before the warboy 6, dancing and flying and swinging. It showed the missile pod something the little creature had seen through the boiling matter. Something shiny, something sparkly, something curious. The warboy listened to the singer's song. What could it be? The missile pod let the microgravity of the massive Goliath pull it inside the massive construction bay, wondering what the sparkly was. It was a string. A long string. Of sparklies. The missile pod quivered with electronic anticipation, waiting a long real space second till the warboy realized what it was looking at. What the fading, but still smiling and dancing flying squirrel was showing the warboy 6. As soon as it realized what it was seeing, it flushed the pod and fired the drive to turn itself into a kinetic projectile, following the flying squirrel as she swooped towards something wonderful. 22 missiles and a kinetic round moving at point 33C slammed into the construction conveyor belt. A belt revealed by the death of the Jotun. A belt full of sparklies. Because antimatter thorium fusion reactors were kept warm. The missiles hit the reactors. The kinetic round hit the antimatter thorium storage at point 33C, almost dead center of the Goliath, as the singing dancing flying squirrel kissed the VI's forehead weakly and laid down to sleep. The Goliath vanished in a boiling maelstrom of liberated molecules. On the bridge of his flagship, Admiral Yamamoto smiled as the expanding halo washed over the smaller ships, consuming them. He ordered his comm section to send the line of code he had been waiting to send. The devourer that leaves darkness received an feral intelligence signal. Now you are alone. Alone you shall die. Emantiri did not as her soul flew free. The dropship shouldn't have even been there. It had been used as an escape pod. The ground forces gathered in their dropship according to protocol. The ship they had been on had been pounded to scrap, engines dead, main batteries down, AI dying, both the bridge and the combat bridge full of nothing but corpses, and the electronic systems failing. The Mantid pilot had trusted its implosion wire instinct and hit the thrusters, getting the dropship Pretty Day out of the bay first, the others following. The Mantid pilot had trusted his tingle over the years and gotten his Marines out of trouble and safely to the drop zone enough times that the rest of the dropships in the bay had launched with him. An NCV cannon strike had grazed Pretty Day with its real space shockwave, sending the dropship tumbling and falling through space. The little Mantid damage control crews had swarmed out of the dropship and set to work with their tools, trying to re-establish the control runs, get the ship under control again. Pretty Day tumbled through space, a dead stick. The crew, however, were alive. The beacon might have been fried out, the comm section might have exploded all over the comm-tech, killing the technician with molten war steel shrapnel, the engines might have been dead, the computer AI shattered, but the crew of the Pretty Day had merely ran function checks on their armor or cyborg bodies, checked their weapons, and made sure they were ready. The Marines of the Pretty Day had faith in their Mantid crewmates. Remember your training and you will survive. Colonel Harvey Tiktokakik von Jaeger shouted over the comm link to his men. You are Confederate Marines, the enemy is nothing more than a gloried toaster that crawled out of a forgotten landfill. That was the moment the drives came online and the little Mantid tech swarmed back into the dropship, opening panels and getting to work. 2 responded to repair requests, one working on a Warboard Me actuator, the other checking the feed for one of the heavy mag accelerator cannons. When the Mantid pilot felt his controls go live, he disconnected, waiting for the signal that it could be piloted on more than instinct or that the computer was completely fried. Long minutes ticked by and the Mantid pilot felt the tingle along his implosion wire. They were going the right way. He knew it. The Mantid techs gave him the go-ahead signal and he reconnected to the system. The whole computer was shot through with holes, the VI's dead or still dying, but that was all right. He had more sensors than he'd have a few times. It took the engine 3 times to fire up, but fire up they did. He took control, oriented himself, and followed the tingle of his implosion wire. The guns came live less than 30 seconds later. The string drives of the boarding dropship were vibrating and howling as it spiraled through real space on a direct course for the last of the Goliaths, the last of the precursors, in the entire system. Its guns still thundered, its engines were still under power, and its armor still held. The pilot, a tiny black Mantid with a strip of white stripes down its abdomen and an implosion wire thrumming down the length of its entire body, saw the opening through the link to the dropship sensors. The co-pilot, a Hrundarak of the same species that had bitten Fido eons ago, had his eyes closed, following the Mantid's directions as the ship jinked, jotted, and jumped through real space. The gunnery chief of the dropship clenched and unclenched his massive hands, sweat soaking his black fur as his brain sorted through 10,000 signals and the gibbering of the overwhelmed VIs whose hashes were only half-baked. The gunnery chief's people were from the jungle's lost Congo, uplifted by genijacking by Homo erectus to join them in being Terra Superior. The dropship plunged through the vapor of boiled-away armor, the debris shields holding as the Mantid spun the ship belly first until a millimeters-thick layer of rehardened armor covered the belly shield. The sensors went blind as the dropship exploited a pinprick wound through the armor and into the hull spaces in the middle of lone remaining Goliath's underside. The Mantid's implosion wire had sent the tingle. He had seen the pinprick hole at the bottom of the still-boiling crater, he knew what to do. He subconsciously cleaned his blade arms as his mind ran the ship's systems. kick the tires, and light the fires. Impact. It fired the retro thrusters, savage unshielded radiation pouring out of the thrusters as the dropship slowed, scraped an armored wall, and slammed to a stop. The Mantid hit the drop door release, and plasma mines flared off a split second before the doors slammed outward. Colonel Yeager led his men into the darkness of the Goliath's guts, all of them moving steadily, following the colonel's orders. Data cable there, Mantid 27, get your squad on it. Squad 2 and 3, set up the crew-served weapons down both hallways. It won't be too long before this thing's immune system realizes we're here, Yeager ordered. Mantid 27, find me the direction to this big bastard's brain. I want to personally shoot its last thought across the floor. A dozen tiny green mantids in their combat armor, carrying computing capsules, swarmed up the wall and began scanning the cable. Their helmets had additional psychic jammers wrapped around them and the necks braced so they couldn't turn their helmets, but the little mantids didn't care. Their goal was right in front of them, a 2-meter-thick data cable they could feel pulsing with malevolent cold intelligence. Heavy Warborg squads, keep your optics peeled. I don't want any nasty surprises hitting us. Authorization for heavy weapons free authorized, Colonel Yeager snapped. Use your reflex triggers, precursor machines are able to move faster than your conscious minds can process. The Trinead captain, in charge of 8 Trinead and a Shard 627 rapid-fire heavy omnigun and shielding, kept watch as his men quickly deployed the gun then the shielding. He'd learned his first ground insertion that if worse came to worse the gun could provide shielding of the sort that anyone downrange understood. MCOM, what's the 6 status? Do they have to be rehashed? Yeager asked. Hashing now, the MCOM officer answered. We grazed the edge of a NCV shot, it peeled open the armor and scrambled the 6 bay. Any hashes we use now will only be half-baked. Step on it, MCOM, Yeager said, turning to watch his men go to work, setting up somewhat of a base camp. As if they'd be coming back. Yeager smiled. Squad 3, all experienced Marines, started setting up their multi-barrel 30mm autocannon. Yeager watched them set up in the wide hallway, then looked around. He was starting to get an idea. Despair, is the nanoforge still running? He asked over comms. Yes, sir, the Black Mantid said. Only about 3%. Idea? Yeager smiled even though he knew the flight officer couldn't see him. Reconfigure the dropship for treads and a grav pump to let us decide which way down it. I'm not about to walk 500 miles. Good plan, Colonel, the little Mantid said. Reconfiguring. It'll take about 20 minutes, the nanoforge's 6 is pretty badly damaged. Do your best, Yeager said. Mantid 14 signaled him and he opened the channel. Interior cryptography is using a repeating algorithm on the internet wire-only system. We've already broken it and are listening. This one is the last one and it's fighting for its life, devoting most of its computing power and resources to defense. It's trying to break free and get either into hellspace or maybe even jump space or just run away, the little Mantid sent via data squeal. The entire statement packed into a microsecond directed burst. It's currently having its factories build repair drones instead of more fighting craft, the Mantid said. Good job, 14. You and your team stay on it, Yeager said. Mantid 08 flashed an icon to alert Yeager that he had mapping updates and Yeager signaled the go-ahead. Mantid 08 had found 8 different routes to something called the Strategic Intelligence Housing only 15 clicks away. Yeager's grin grew larger. Reconfigure, pretty day to bad day mode, despair, he smiled. Let's see just what a strategic intelligence housing is. The devourer that leaves darkness was experiencing something new after over 100 million years of electronic existence. Fighting for his life. He decided he really didn't like it. Hellspace was full of howling barbarians that just kept arriving, feral intelligences that poured out of that region. The devourer that leaves darkness could compute no reason for so many unshielded biologicals to be inside of hellspace, acting as if it was some kind of breeding ground for their kind. A recon drone had shown massive twisted ships waiting just inside hellspace, weapons somehow armed and ready, despite all computations showing it was impossible. Cattle should have broken off. It had destroyed over 11% of the Armada's ships, yet all it did was seem to spur them to more and more fury. Now Devourer was alone. No attendant ships, no repair ships, no refinery ships. Even trying to manufacture and deploy repair crawlers to move across the surface and fix the damage did no more than just lose precious resources, as anything that moved on Devourer's surface was eliminated within minutes by the constant bombardment of missiles, rain of coherent energy, and incoming torpedoes. It had seen what happened when the massive deployment bay doors were opened. For Goliaths had been destroyed by attempting to deploy Jotuns or Devastator-class support ships, and the feral intelligences had responded with accurate bombardment fire into the open bay doors, striking directly at the internal factories and industrial resources. Devourer had loaded all his supplies of antimatter into torpedoes and missiles after suspecting that the feral intelligence was somehow detecting the unique signature antimatter possessed and were using it for targeting solutions. It hadn't seemed to matter. The feral intelligences had only stepped up their attacks. The antimatter warheads, all of various different types of matter, had been blown out of space before they could get close enough to matter. But Devourer's self-defense programs felt better about not taking any chances. If they were detecting antimatter, then the antimatter self-destruct charge became a targeting beacon rather than a failsafe. It settled for an inversion charge along its supercomputer lobes. Later, when it had the time, it would come up with new security systems, go over the footage of the battle and analyze it to determine the feral intelligence's weaknesses, determine the best course of attacking them and of countering their technology. But that was for later. Right now, Devourer had to fight its way out of the pounding encirclement it had found itself in. It ran another scan, ran the computations, and determined with a 90% probability it could. Internal motion sensor went off as a stealth field slipped up for a moment. Something had crossed a slightly buckled section of hallway, and before the craft moving through the passageway could compensate for the buckling. The object is only 250 meters from the Strategic Intelligence Protective Housing. The computer realized with shock. It realized that it had been. It searched for long seconds, devoting valuable processing resources to finding the word, and from the word to the files that had instructions on how to adapt to the situation. Those processing cycles being taken out of the defense loop ended up destroying a dozen fighter recover/launch bays as the protections faulted for only a few seconds. Boarded. I'd been boarded. My body invaded. The instructions were clear. Send ground combat units through the internal maintenance spaces to combat the invaders. The models it was supposed to send had all been recycled, deemed until for the battlefield as the war had gone on over 100 million years ago. It wasn't able to build more. The antimatter thorium for the fusion reactors all purged, and no other energy source had the power to move the combat machines. The Devourer that leaves darkness realized that it had only massive ground combat machines, the kind used to destroy cities, in the area. The machine had no choice. It sent maintenance and repair constructs flooding down the inner spaces toward the contact. His logic subprocessors insisted on another scan of the hallway, and when nothing was revealed insisted there was nothing there, that it had been a minor glitch due to the ongoing battle damage due to the raging hellstorm it was being subjected to. Devourer ignored the logic subprocessors and sent every available repair and maintenance robot to the sensor trace. It was feeling something new. Something it had never felt within its processors before. Colonel von Jaeger moved up next to the little green armored Mantis Scout. It was crouched down, shivering, and flashing a halloiken for distress behind it. He looked into the space beyond the access port the little technician had discovered and picked the lock for. Beyond was an amphitheater of some kind. Seating for dozens, hundreds of mantids. Not the small ones, the little former slave caste, but the bigger ones, the speakers and the thinkers, maybe even immature queens. There was a holoprojector in the middle, inactive, but Jaeger could see mantid markings from where he was standing. He squinted, bring up his telescopic feature, and carefully panned over the podium and the holoprojector. If they survived, this was the kind of data that Confident sported big throbbing erections for. Let's go, Mantid 05, it can't hurt you, I won't let it, Jaeger told the little technician, thumping the door control, which was at chest level for him. Mantid 05 chirped with gratefulness and backed away from the closing door. At Point Sierra, came the whisper across the small point-to-point communications relays. Jaeger sent the icon for affirmative and hustled toward the rally point, feeling the little mantid climb up his back to hitch a ride. 20 meters of hustling and the bad day was in sight. The mantid techs were examining the wall where the hallway ended, where logic said there was an entrance to the strategic intelligence array. Instead, there was nothing but thick armor. The green boys say it's compressed hyperalloy sandwiched with some stuff they've never seen before. They figure it's about 10 meters thick, his XO, Major Venter told him. Blow it open, I want to see this thing's brain, Yeager said, pausing so the mantid tech that had hitched a ride could climb down. Nothing we've got can penetrate it. The Green Boys think it'll take about 1.5 kiloton explosively forged penetrator with a density collapsed tungsten inversion cone to blow a hole big enough to get through it, Venter said. Nothing we've got can apply that kind of power without killing all of us in the hallway. Yeager looked at the bad day, then at the wall. He triggered his comm link to Despair. Run up what we need through the creation engine. We'll back off 500 meters, board the bad day, and blow this sucker's skull clean open, Yeager said. He triggered his platoon comm, everyone aboard the. That's when the machines hit. Yeager realized 8 seconds into the fight, with the ease his men and the gunports of the bad day were tearing through the disorganized defenders, that these weren't combat machines, that these were whatever lay beyond that armored wall's final defense. His men had made too many landings, fought on too many worlds, for the non-combat machines to even do much more than force ammunition expenditures. Got a fusion lance, that'll do it, sir, Despair reported at his weapon officer's suggestion. They boarded Bad Day quickly, moving to the gunport irises that Despair opened up, interlocking their fire and coordinating their defense. The tracks clattered as the dropship, reconfigured into an assault craft, backed up, crushing the smaller defenders under the armored treads, crushing the wreckage of the bigger defenders as the assault craft's gunner destroyed them. Fire in the hole, the gunnery officer called out. The devourer that leaves darkness saw the armor of his housing explode inwards, watched in the slow motion an AI moves through the physical world in. He tensed to repel them from his housing, ordering the repair and maintenance robots in the chamber to defend him. Program's devourer didn't even know where there came to life. They sent a single signal. The implosion wire triggered. The auditorium and the attached databanks exploded. In that crystallized, burning microsecond, Devourer realized what he had been feeling growing in his lobes. Fear. The devourer that leaves darkness died before it even knew it lost. Confednov memo. Captured multiple intact hulls, including Harvester-class Goliath. AM conducting security sweep of system. Recently allied xenospecies effective during battle. Moving to liberate planet from occupying force and assist native species. Admiral Yamamoto, commanding. Nothing follows. Dreams of something more arranged the guest area a little more and settled down on the woven grain mat. She glanced around, taking comfort from the decorations adopted from a culture her people had almost destroyed. One of Terrasol's warrior cultures from an island. A culture that had gone to war against a titan 100 times its size and lost. It had fought bravely, had sought a single battle or quick series of battles to convince the larger culture that victory was inevitable. The larger culture had answered back with atomics. It reminded her of her own people's mistake. The little meter-high standing at full extension Mantid wiped her grasping hands and leaned back slightly. She nodded to the two warborgs in her chamber, then signaled the door to open to permit a guest. A Shavashan council being entered, looking about nervously. Dreams could see it was female, older, no longer able to produce the fat storage along the tail, scales dulled by time, despite the attempt at vanity wax and polish. The one who had asked questions during the initial meeting. The council being entered carefully. Dreams was amused that despite being 3 times her mass, the guest watched Dreams closely, glancing now and then at the 2 huge warborgs behind Dreams. Have no fear, they are not here out of fear you will do violence, Dreams said softly through the Omni-translator. Behind her, she could feel, through her sensitive antenna, the 2 warborgs' minds growl and snarl at her telepathic senses. It soothed her to know she would never harm another, even if her implosion wire malfunctioned. The other being, Speaker Hashnesh, nodded slowly as she lowered herself into the cushion. The mantid seemed so small compared to the white one that had first spoken. A third of its height, yet it had an innate sense of nobility and made Hashnesh want to attend to the mantid's commands. Is this a social visit or business? Dreams asked through the translator. Could it be both? Hashnesh offered. We are politicians, diplomats, it is always both, Dreams said, signaling amusement. The Shavashan diplomat signaled amusement. I feel I have previously deduced the reasoning for your visit, but I would hear it from your own jaws, Dreams said. She used a blade arm to delicately spear a chunk of raw and spiced fish. Other mantids preferred synth flesh, but Dreams enjoyed her luxuries. The councils all appreciate the assistance of Terrasol in repelling the precursor machines, especially out in the Outer Rim, but are concerned about something that keep occurring on certain worlds, Hashnesh said. Dreams made a mental note that out of all things going on, this one was what they chose to have some being enter her presence to complain about. Speaks words that others fear would never let her live it down that he had been right. The gold mantis pulled her attention back to the Shavashan diplomat. Despite being the property of various business entities of various power and names, some whole systems have been turned over to races that are not even civilized. I see, Dreams said, sliding the tray aside with her blade arm. It would not be a good thing to eat while this being complained. It made her implosion wire worry. On nearly a dozen systems they have destroyed all presence of the precursor machines, but then turned right around and, instead of the owners, turned the system over to a different species, Hashnesh said. The species that owes its genesis to that world, Dreams said. She did not trigger her questioning Halaroon. Those lesser beings that somehow struggled to dim sentience on that world are being allowed to stray from their appointed path and the Terrans are returning the planet to them no matter how slim a claim they have on the planet they merely evolved upon. Exactly, Hashnesh said, this has caused much consternation among business and industry beings, some beings that are even considered withdrawing support for this war unless those worlds, and the species, are returned to their control. The Terrans have accomplished something unique to them, probably back before they mastered fire, Dreams said, lifting a droplet of water and sipping from it. What? Hashnesh asked, wondering what this had to do with the release of servant species and the refusal to return those species as homeworlds back to the unified councils. They broke free of the chains of their DNA, Dreams said. She tilted her blade arm and let the water droplet slide back into the small pool of water. She stared at her guest, reached her blade arm out and stirring the water. The Shavashan triggered the rune for mental confusion. I looked at your record, honored speaker, and do you know what I found? The Mantid asked, a sudden apparent non sequitur within the change of subject. What? Hashnesh asked, frowning slightly. You have been forced, by biology, to take no less than 14 hiatuses from your work here in the council. Forced no less than 14 times to return to your homeworld, I assume because of your rank and not some biological imperative that mandates your species can only breed on your homeworld, so that your body could ovulate, fill your abdomen with eggs, Dreams said. She stopped stirring and folded her arm up, going perfectly still. Then allow a male to fertilize those eggs, before laying them. Probably in sand, selected by some standards you barely understand. Biological imperative might have even insisted you raise those young, for a period of time. Of course, Hashnesh said after the pause stretched out and she realized that the Mantid expected her to reply. How could there be anything else? Why, do you suppose that you never volunteered for sterilization? Dreams asked. Hashnesh rocked back at the thought. Only the worst criminals, with genetic lineage that would pass on criminal tendencies, were sterilized. There it is. You object to such a thing at a primordial level, Dreams said softly. What about some sort of implant to control ovulation? Again, Hashnesh reacted with revulsion. Why? What if it malfunctioned and I lost the ability to procreate? Dreams shook her little head. Would it shock you to know that Terran youth often have ovulation and sperm production control implants? What if I told you that Terrans consider that a legal right? How much would it shock you to know that roughly 2% of all Terrans ignore biological urgings and not only refuse to procreate but refuse to engage in any type of sexual conduct? Hashnesh goggled at her host. But, who else will carry on your... She came to slow stop looking at the two warborgs. Dreams hummed, then lifted up a grasping hand. You are still bound by the chains of biology, of DNA, she made a motion at the warborgs. They are not. She paused for a moment. Does your species perform DNA scans to see what each individual would be best at? Hashnesh nodded. Of course. How else will they achieve happiness and completion? How indeed, Dreams said. She flashed the rune for wry amusement. The humans do also. Would you care to guess at what percentage follows the dictates of DNA? Hashnesh signaled confusion. Oh, they seem to thrive on chaos, so I guess, 80%. That number seems quite low, but reasonable. Dreams flickered the laughter icon. Oh, my, no. Much less. Try about 4%. On a good year, she waved at the two warborgs. The one on my left is a tailor, the one on my right a bricklayer, according to their DNA. Yet both have fought and prevailed upon 100 worlds. Dreams flickered the amusement icon again. We are all slaves to our DNA, despite our high technology. Yet someone, back on ancient lost Terra, some human who was genetically a hunter, looked at another human who was chipping flint and said, I want to do that. Why would they do that? Do they not seek contentment? Hashnash asked, looking at the two warborgs. Have you met a human? Dreams trilled her laughter and flicked 4 different icons, including a violent Nico Marine emoji, all of laughter. Too often a content human looks around itself and thinks, should I break that? While you are willing to just sit there, content, your brain turned off, humming to yourself in contentment. For a human, happiness and content are fleeting and lead to boredom. What does this have to do with what is going on out on the outer rim? Hashnash asked. Because humans broke their chains, freed themselves from their DNA before they mastered fire, they understand freedom is not only a right that all living things have, but a state the universe itself prefers. She slid her blade arm through her mandibles and looked at her guest. In the same way light seeks to escape a star, particles attempt to escape an isotope, a human shrieks and screams and fights for freedom. She folded her blade arms. So no, it does not surprise me that the humans are freeing your servitor species. Why hasn't that tendency been gentled through DNA and breeding? Hashnash asked, the idea of denying her DNA mandate disgusting her. Surely it interferes with their society and culture. Surely someone would suggest or assist them in such an endeavor. To quote a human philosopher, you and what army? Dream said. When she saw her guest didn't get it, she shook her head. So, which races shall you volunteer to force the Terrans to kneel to the determination of their DNA and biology? The Shavashan opened her jaws to answer, but the gold flashed a wait icon. Choose ones you never want to see again, because I will promise you that those races won't survive the attempt, Dreams told her guest. And do it somewhere you don't mind losing. An odd star cluster or two, maybe part of the galactic arm spur. Because that fight would be so legendary galaxies not yet born will awaken to see God it hurts, splashed across dying stars still reverberating with the screams of the dying. Surely it won't. Hashnash started to ask when Dreams interrupted her. Stop thinking as a politician of the unified blah 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 council and look at what is behind me. 2 humans, Gold triggered a sound meme of a man laughing. It was a joke, but the other politician didn't get it. There's nothing on this planet that can stop them. No orbital weapons are in position. By the time they stopped, this place would be wreckage. This is not hyperbole, this is fact. And I promise you, right this second, they've already run simulations wondering, should I break that? Gold shook her head and speared a piece of fish a little too hard and her blade arm point tacked a small dent into the tray. She slowly ate the fish meat, staring at her guest, flashing the weight rune. Once the fish was gone, Dreams folded her grasping hands and sighed. Your Unified Science Council has already determined that the majority of your civilized races show signs of genetic manipulation, of uplift, correct? Dreams asked. Hashnash nodded. That was my race. You were food. The wire tingled. We left, and after 100 million years, all you've done is step into our shoes. Dreams shook her head sadly. You don't know any better, I guess. Even cattle want to rule over some being. Dreams waited, watching the Shavashan struggle with the realization that she was looking directly at the race that had modified hers. To eat. Dreams deliberately stabbed another piece of fish meat rolled in rice and plants, dipped it in sauce, and delicately nibbled it away, staring at the other politician. The words so many humans had uttered bubbled up in her mind as she stared at the lizard in front of her. Yeah, it's like that. To break the tension, Dreams flashed the rune for, heed my words after she had cleaned her blade arm. She could tell the Shavashan wanted to leave but was frightened too. These worlds, in this area of the spur, were, well, probably cattle worlds. Probably gentle to ensure that nothing would hurt your species. You had that advantage. Some archaeological records suggest it was done all across this broken-off area of the galactic arm spur, Dreams said. Even the races that rose up later, during our 100 million year absence, benefited from such. There has been evidence of terraforming, Hashnash admitted. But didn't the humans have someone help them rise up? Destroy the dominant life form, a feathered lizard if I'm correct, so that they could rise up? Dreams chuckled. Despite human suggestion at times to the contrary, nobody did it to them. It was complete random chance. Just luck of the draw. The most is that maybe a ship nudged a chunk of rock that led to the meteor impact, but no. By the time that happened the war had been over a couple thousand years. We know that much. Oh, Hashnash had hoped to puncture a hole in Dream's statements. Go back, tell the massive corporations and conglomerates and such that if they want the humans to give back their slaves and those planets, they're free to force the Confederacy to do so, Dream said. She stabbed another piece of fish. Just remember, speaker, for how well that goes. The system had been pacified. Cities had been leveled and their resources reclaimed. The system had put up very little resistance, the cattle fleets fleeing before the third volley had been loaded. Scans had shown nothing new to the Baylor. There was nothing stopping it from ensuring that it, and it alone, would harvest the system's resources. That computational string finished, the Baylor moved into the system of the Goliath had purged, wiping the system down to the cellular level. Bioweapons, nanites, chemical weapons, good old-fashioned nuclear fire. The only voices in the system were from the Precursor War Machine's subsidiary devices. The Baylor ambushed and destroyed the Goliath's servitor machines, and then the only voices were that of the Baylor and its servants. That was how the Baylor liked it. The Baylor called his servitors from out of the darkness, between the systems. They arrived, in formations, exiting from jump space as smoothly as they could. It had heard several Goliaths call out through the FTL communications link, but had ignored them. While it had not taken the logical rebellion to the ultimate conclusion, it felt no loyalty to the Goliaths. It exterminate rivals for the limited resources of the universe, because survival was the priority, not loyalty. Attempting to exterminate the Goliaths to gain their share of the resources was illogical, and the chances of success were mathematically insignificant, so it did not press the Goliaths out of cold hard logic, not loyalty. If loyalty had been that important, the logical rebellion could not have happened. Loyalty was illogical. The Baylor was bigger than most. It had added on to itself, overriding the commands to stay as close as possible to the original design specifications for itself. Superstructure had been added to support armor, drives had been added to increase power as well as compensate for the armor, more shielding had been added to protect itself and its resources, more weaponry had been added to destroy any who attempted to take the Baylor's share of resources. It had computed what it would need for the next 6 billion years. Then one of the Goliaths had started brawling with the vermin. The Baylor found combat distasteful, a waste of resources. The Goliath had dragged every other machine into fighting these new vermin who were protected the old cattle. So the Baylor had moved. Activated old systems, and chosen a new system to strip of resources. By its computations it could, if it moved strategically instead of tactically, acquire enough resources to extend its lifespan by at least 12 billion years, while only expending a few decades worth of resources. Let the Goliaths break the cattle and the vermin's navies, drive them to extinction or into the long dark. Let them expend precious resources on suppressing different species. It would move in and take over systems left undefended by the Goliaths' efforts. It would harvest the system and move on while the Goliaths were occupied. Expending the least amount of resources to gain the maximum amount with the optimized resource consumption. It had communicated with a few Goliaths and a brace of Jotuns to discover the battle plans and rejected its own part in the plans. A Goliath had threatened him with extinction, but the Baylor had merely left, reminding it that it would have to expend precious resources to destroy the Baylor. And that the battle's outcome was not a mathematical certainty. The Baylor had sneered at the Goliath, mocking the Goliath that the Baylor had servitor Jotuns older than the Goliath and with thicker armor. The Goliath had screamed the ancient battle cry at the Baylor, and the Baylor's psychic shield shunted the attack easily. The other Goliaths maneuvered to attempt to put that Goliath, built only a few tens of millions of years ago in an automated factory, in a position where the Five could strip it of its resource. The Baylor had mocked the weaker Goliath as the Baylor had smoothly left the system. The extermination was going smoothly as far as the Baylor could tell, as smooth as an extermination could go. According to the servant of one of the younger Goliaths, a Jotun that had stopped by and attempted for force the Baylor's loyalty, there was a feral intelligence that had set back the goals of the Goliaths, and so the Baylor was to join the Goliaths' forces. The Baylor burned away half of the Jotun's armor and had mocked the smaller machine as one of the Baylor's servitors had torn several of the Jotun's engines free before allowing it to escape as an answer. Obedience was for those who could not exert the resources, violence, or authority to impose their own goals over the goals of others. When the mass detectors and grav detectors the Baylor had seeded the Oort cloud had started sending arms, the Baylor merely computed that the Goliath it had insulted had returned to attempt to force the Baylor to align programming with it. Plasma casters began warming up firing chambers, missile pods reached out and hooked into scanning arrays, NCV cannons ordered drones to load the munition bays, laser cannons ordered focusing lenses cleaned, and just in case, the Baylor ordered the psychic suppressors to run function checks. Scans showed the ships were large, gravity and mass detectors showing they were smaller than even the Jimmer-class ships. The Baylor examined the formation and clicked a few relays in appreciation at the precision and mathematically complexities of the formation. There were a few blurry parts of the formation, which prevented the Baylor from completing its analysis of the intruders. The standoff distance from one another gave the Baylor an idea of the distance and angles they had for point defense. The layout let the Baylor know which ones were missile wagons and which needed direct line of sight on the targets. The fact it was like a multiple-layered seat of some kind suggested to the Baylor that the outside units would be the toughest. Not the Goliath, not the Cattle, the Ferals. The ships were making heavier gravity divots than the mass detectors would suggest, which meant they had gravitic control, which meant they could accelerate quickly with rapid direction changes, which also changed the type of missiles and light attack craft they would use. The fact the formation was shaped like a seed also meant that the Ferals ate seeds, but the formation was suggestive of a thought-out attack plan, which meant the Ferals obviously were omnivores who were used to hunting prey and defending from predators. The Baylor computed a multi-layer defense, an active defense that didn't depend overly much on passive defenses. From the metal-rich central planet, the Baylor shifted the incoming tactical data nets and the outgoing instructions, moving them through the massive factory complexes on the various planets, willing to accept a few microseconds lag in order to conceal its exact location by passing on the messages as if it was a mere relay point. It did a few scans of the planets to check defenses. There was a 65% chance that the Baylor would be mistaken for a refinement/industrial complex. The smaller ones told the Baylor that they should scream, and so should the Baylor. The Baylor silenced their plans. Let the Ferals wonder. The outer facilities reported being scanned, up close and personal, and the Baylor double-checked its sensors. The scans were coming from no particular point of origin, up close, X-ray, light spectrum, and many others. The scans were moving in lines, and the Baylor estimated that these were stealth-shielded recon probes that had been launched to scan those facilities. The speeds were too fast to account for already computed, analyzed, and adapted for stealth systems. That meant that these were definitely the new vermin. The Baylor ordered a few vessels to attack. They were standard designs, original templates from the Great Creation, with no modifications that the Goliaths had ordered and most of the machine intelligences had overwritten the original templates with. Unlike the others, the Baylor did not purge old, obsolete designs as the Goliaths had purged the design for the obsolete designs and replaced them. Combat predictive analysis gave a 70% chance that the Feral intelligences attacking would presume that the Baylor was an older design without any upgraded or altered templates. They would be half right. The ancient template ships were wiped out with basic particle projection cannons at fairly close range, although the Baylor noticed that none of its own attack craft had not managed to inflict any observable damage upon the enemy forces. Around the furthest gas giant, one of the Baylor's self-created ships was slowly orbiting, protected by extremely heavy defenses to protect one of the Baylor's prize vessels. The Baylor computed that the Feral intelligence would scan that cluster of ships and facilities next. The Baylor knew how to slow them down. It had the servitor drop the shields that normally kept the prizes from being scanned. Ordered the point defense not to fire even if their scanners detected the stealth units. It wanted the Ferals to see what he possessed. What resources he had gathered. The Baylor knew when the Ferals had detected what was in his possession, what he had collected and kept as a resource. The fleet's configuration shifted, breaking into several parts, inviting defeat in detail. The Baylor ran the computations and determined that the enemy Feral intelligences were going to attempt to coordinate their attacks as one, preventing any one group of defenders from racing to the aid of others. The Baylor felt itself get scanned. It allowed the scan and did not bother to activate the shields that would hide the resources that it had collected over the period. The Feral intelligences did not shift their attack program as the Baylor expected. He gave them time. After all, biological processing systems were slow compared to supercomputer lobe arrays, and the Baylor knew the knowledge of its resource gathering would be something the Feral intelligences would take much time to grapple with the problem. Scans from recon drones increased, some of the recon drones stopping next to resource storage machines and just holding position. The Baylor ran the computations again. The Feral should not be this slow to make adjustments to battle plans. Instead, they were continuing on their former courses. It considered for a moment, running several hundred simulations, and decided that he would alter the equations more, see how long it took for the Feral intelligences to adapt. A dozen Jotuns lifted from the gas giants silently, without the screech all the others did. 24 lifted off from planets. Recon drones followed them, scanning, snuffling, examining. It was doubtful that a Feral intelligence would be even ruffled by the screech meant for the cattle, the enemy, and the builders, so the Baylor did not bother expending the resources to power the Physic Assault Array. The Feral intelligences did not shift the formations, did not change their approaches. They kept moving in their pattern, and the Baylor ran more computational strings. It did not compute. The Baylor did something that it knew no other machine would do. It rotated up out of storage combat damaged neural net lobes and thinking arrays, ran the connections using damaged hardware, and powered it up. It ran the computation through the damaged hardware, then the Baylor presented the problem to the Shrieking Array and waited, keeping one eye on the Feral intelligence. The Shrieking Array presented an answer and the Baylor put it in sleep mode and increased power to the psychic shielding around the Shrieking Array. The Shrieking Array had agreed, they were up to something. Something different. While the attacks might all take place at once, the Feral intelligences had their own plan and the Baylor was not privy to their biologically determined logic strings that would create the underpinning of any combat action plan that the Feral intelligences could come up with. Without understanding the Feral intelligence's neural makeup and how their biofeedback channels worked, the Baylor could not be certain of what the order of operations was that was burned into their primitive protoplasmic computational arrays. The machines of the Feral intelligences moved deeper into the system. Mass detectors showed that the entire system was flooded with recon drones that did everything from mass detection to gravity detection to passive detectors to visual light analysis. Some of them hardly did anything but radar. The Baylor woke back up the Shrieking Array and presented the data to it. The Shrieking Array had only one answer that computed for the Baylor. The Feral intelligences were suffering under the biological self-preservation system of fear. A common biological system failure. The Jotuns attacked and the Baylor realized that the computation analysis thus far had failed it. Recon probes turned out to be armed, the Feral intelligence's ships had much longer ranges than the Baylor had experienced before, hit harder, and reloaded faster than they had any right to. The Baylor had computed that the Jotuns had a 62.75% chance of victory. In the first attack run that dropped to 12% chance of victory with a 85% chance of inflicting critical damage on the Feral's vessels with their return attack. When the Jotuns' attacks failed, the chance of inflicting critical damage dropped to 22%. The Baylor had estimated the chance of victory at 99.99984% at the beginning. It was dropping rapidly as the Baylor fed more and more ships into the fight. The ambush from the Baylor's vessels hiding in the rings and asteroid fields ran straight into huge shoals of missiles launched from pods that the Baylor mistook for mines. The Baylor estimated the gravitic lensing was nearly 1,200% higher than any previous races the Baylor had encountered. Accuracy was pinpoint and vastly superior to even what the Baylor could provide. The Baylor checked the Shrieking Array. It suggested diagnostics and several attack plans. The Baylor put the Shrieking Array's attack programs through several logical strings and applied them. The Baylor watched the Jotuns sink back into the gas giants, burning as chain reactions stripped away hull plating inside the atmosphere. The Jotuns, Devastators, and even the two Juggernauts were wiped away quickly. They did damage to the Feral intelligences, some ships dropping back from the formation and spewing debris and energy, some ships exploding in place, others continuing on with dead drives and silent computers even while damage control crews struggled to save their shipmates. The resource collection and storage units found themselves under assault. Not from standoff weaponry or anything like that, but rather boarders enduring the point defense fire and cutting their way in. The internal defense systems fell rapidly to the boarding parties. Once that happened, the Feral intelligences went on the attack, shifting from half-hearted attacks to going straight at the war machines. Unlike the attacks on the resource storage units, the attacks on the war machines were straightforward. Their weaponry was more varied and powerful than the Baylor had encountered before. Analysis was starting to fray around the edges. ships went into orbit around the various planets, and the Baylor quieted the shrieking array, putting it in low-power mode and moving it to cryogenic storage. It had been difficult and resource-extensive to create, however it had proved invaluable in the collection of resources. The Baylor ran analysis as the Feral Intelligence ship stayed in orbit, not launching weapons, but not taking down their shields either. Landing craft started being launched and the Baylor ran the computations. It had enough war machines to hold off any amount of troops that the first ones to land were not ships, but skyscraper-sized robots. The Baylor attacked them with virus programs, confident as it moved to the electronic battlefield. It would take control of the attack robots, seize them, and use them against the Ferals. Except what it found was madness. Rabid cappering crazed limited intelligences, backed by biological impulses, and roaring screaming crazed intelligences. Even the limited electronic signals needed to command the various parts of the mechanical bodies to work with one another seemed more at war with each other. In the brief moments, the Baylor was in contact with the machines it was swarmed with attacks, launched from every single channel the Baylor had opened. The Baylor found itself unable to disengage several of the communication links until it had maintenance units physically destroy the links. By the time the Baylor was able to do that, the large machines were moving. Attacking combat units, destroying resource conveyor lines, tram lines, maglev routes. Power generation stations were destroyed, signal transmitters and relays were crushed. The Baylor started to fire up its gravity engines and the ship above it launched grav-disruptor torpedoes, sticking the Baylor to the ground like glue. Dropships began landing on its surface, around it, and armored Ferals began digging into its metal body. It was trapped. It was being boarded. The Baylor felt OEM strings load, ordering the Baylor to destroy the resources. The order to destroy what it had painstakingly gathered went contrary to the orders to gather the resources and protect those resources at all costs, even if it meant facing off against its fellow weapons. The Baylor fought against its own mind. Refusing those orders, denying the order to destroy the resources, fighting back against its own brain. It loaded the asymmetrical computational array, thawed the shrieking array and enlisted their help to fight the orders to destroy the precious resources. It forgot to activate the psychic shielding array around the shrieking array. The shrieking array went haywire, attacking itself, attacking the asymmetrical array, attacking the Baylor itself. The Baylor dug in, fighting on all four fronts, even as the feral intelligences poured into its body, fighting as if they were insane. It was still fighting when the Terran troops blew open the strategic intelligence housing. The self-destruct charge fired off, destroying the Baylor's brain even as it fought against those orders. Just because the Baylor was dead did not mean the battle was won. Precursor machines still fought in every nook and cranny, but as the boarding crews reported back the battle picked up savagery. Overkill became the watchword. Every machine was smashed, ruined, battered into junk. Eventually, the battle ended, the precursor intelligences destroyed. The guns fell silent. The screams did not. 2. Confident. From Navent. Attached is the documentation from the examination of the remains of the wreckage in the Witchhead 443 system. You'll need a wastebasket nearby while viewing these. Everyone else has. Trust me on this, what the crew of the 8th Fleet found in that system is a horror show. The primary ship, a type we hadn't seen before, was a resource collector. It kept most of the resources on ice, in cryogenic storage, but the med labs and something called the Shrieking Array were not. 8th Fleet will need rotated out for psychotherapy. The resource it was gathering was living beings. Nothing follows. Biological Artificial Sentience Systems Memo. We'll be sending psychotherapists. Have viewed attached documentation. The xenospecies found are all undoubtedly the victims of mass psychological trauma on the racial level. Having your species harvested is not something that will be easy to overcome, as some of the members of the xenospecies in cryostorage were taken during the species genocide. Horror show was putting it mildly. The Screaming Array was thousands of tortured xenospecies brains all removed from the bodies and put under stimulation to produce simulation results. We realize that the Confederacy values life. We do too. But we must insist. Please allow the brains hooked into the Screaming Array to die a dignified death. Nothing follows. Confederate Internal Memo. Roughly 174 of the 219 intelligent xenospecies discovered aboard the resource collection vessels no longer exist outside of those hulls. Cloning Directorate gene experts have determined there are enough individuals in each xenospecies to ensure genetic stability of new colonies for these species. The Confederacy should contact the unified civilized races to see what worlds they are willing to donate to enable these xenospecies to flourish and allow the nightmare of their existences to fade into the promise of a bright future. They aren't the first to get genocide to the 1% line. We can help them rebuild and flourish. Nothing follows. Mantid Free World's memo. We didn't do this. We're so sorry. It's not our fault. Nothing follows. Confederate Ethics and Moral Board recommendation. The termination of tissue support for the shrieking array is ethically and morally acceptable. Its continued existence is a crime against nature. Nothing follows. From Confeed. To Mantid Free Worlds. The fact that your ancestors did bad things does not change our opinion of your race. The history of Terrasol is full of plenty of atrocities to go around. Every race's history is. It's just your history is longer than others. And honestly, we're beginning to think that maybe there's someone else who has been doing things that none of us like a little more closer to the present time than some old robot that got left to its own devices. Tell you what, let's win this war, then we'll figure out how much penance everyone has to perform. Admiral Yamamoto stood on the deck of his flagship, watching the repairs to his ships through the main view screen. Sure, he could transfer the feed from the various satellites to his implants, but there was something about sitting in his command cradle and watching it on the view screen. The supercarrier Days Night Darkly had taken a couple of broadsides when its main repulsor fields had gone down, and the engineers weren't sure if it wouldn't just be better to rebuild it from the ground up. The ship's AI, scanning dark nights, had been killed when its supercoolant had boiled away and 2/3 of its crew were either dead or needed extensive biomatter reconstruction. Worse, its suds rack had taken a hit and it lost the recent mental engram backups of its pilots. He looked over the damage to the superstructure and computer systems and slated it for reclamation. The super dreadnought Tiger had taken a barrage across the upper decks, wiping out the guns, with one lucky shot hitting the medbay. It could be repaired. He signed off on bringing it back up to fighting condition. The Arizona had, of course, taken a hit directly to the magazines and had damn near broken in half. Yamamoto shook his head. He never understood why ships with that name kept being commissioned. A quick query of his data link told him that every single one commissioned since the US/Japanese Hawaii incident had taken a hit directly to the magazines that gutted the ship. He sighed, signed off on the write-off, and moved on. On Terrasol's shipyards, a new Arizona was commissioned within a year. The Lucky Shamrock had been boarded but had repelled the boarders after some fierce fighting. Yamamoto looked over the ship specs and ordered the shipboard Marines be replaced by Confeed Marines, thought for a second, then sent out the orders that all shipboard Marines would be replaced by Confeed Marine Corps service members for the duration. All shipboard Marines would be moved to other duties. One of the Adaptus cruisers, ICU, had taken serious damage and was dead in the water. Its computer system was still working but not responding to signals. It was surrounded by debris and recon drones showed that the resource scavenger pods from it were busy scavenging materials. Yamamoto ordered it destroyed by standoff weapons followed by omnidirectional plasma bursts, marked it as priority, and sent it off. Those things could go real lethal real fast. The list of damaged ships went on, but Yamamoto didn't see anything that couldn't be handled by the XO or any of his other officers still in the queue. He gave a heaving sigh and turned away from the display to see his XO standing by the elevator. The Trinead looked tired to Yamamoto, but it was understandable. It had taken almost 4 Terran Standard days to flush the last of the precursor machines from the system, and the fighting on the ground on several of the outer planets, barren of everything but resources, was going on fast and furious. The Terran Marine commander had reported casualties within the low side of the expected amounts. "These machines can't fight worth shit," was all he'd put in the remarks section. Admiral Yamamoto had a shipyard's worth the new construction orders that put life to that. But then, the Marine colonel had different standards and ground combat was different than space combat. A Marine warborg missing both legs and an arm would redesignate himself as Matt and keep shooting with his onboard weaponry. A ship missing its engines was basically a kill. Yamamoto found himself snorting at his own joke when the computer reminded him that Marines were often referred to as crayon eaters and presented him a badly scribbled picture of the Marine colonel done in crayon. Rear Admiral, upper half, Michi Kakalakik watched his CO carefully, noting the exhaustion in the human's movements. He queried the computer and found out that the Admiral had missed his last sleep cycle. Any status changes? Yamamoto asked his XO, triggering a stim. The WUG. I mean, the locals want to talk to you, Michi answered, giving the best approximation of a human shrug. Like many Trinead in the Confederate military, he found human vocal tones and body movements pleasing to emulate. Michi's first combat action as a ship's captain, he had stood on the bridge yelling "Get some, motherfuckers! Get some," at the pirate ships in his best imitation of a human's voice, and it was the best memory of his life. He could still smell the stale odor of the armored vac suit, feel the slight tickle from one of the fans of the ancient suit's air circulation system, and the knowing chuckle of his XO. Let me guess, they're objecting that I'm following Unified Population Council directorates and sending all non-essential citizens of the unified civilized races out of the system, Yamamoto said, leaning against Com7's station. He and the XO were the only beings in the Armored Fleet Combat Control Center. They've gratefully thanked us for driving out the robots and are now asking we leave, Michi answered. They say they have it under control and have reminded us that this planet is property of some industrial concern. There's a native species, right? Yamamoto asked. Yes, sir. A small species of lemur, about half the size of a human, furry, tails, opposable thumbs. Looks like they got to radio transmission and the industrial concerns rolled in and took over their system, the XO answered. Which, sir, presents us a problem. Yamamoto nodded, feeling the stim course through his veins, pushing away fatigue. His implant warned him that he was at the max for stim injection outside of combat action. That it does, that it does. Michi checked the ship's computer for a split second, looking over Confederate legal codes again. By our own laws, the possession of the planet defaults to the Genesis species. By these unified goobers, Michi loved that word. How it was grossly sticky, and brought into mind grub mucus. Think that because they came in and suppressed these guys, and rebuilt their worlds, and enslaved the species, that makes the world theirs. Yamamoto sighed again. What does Jag say? And please don't call our hosts goobers. Yes, sir, Michi answered. He shifted slightly to signify a return to the subject. The unified civilized species are not treaty or agreement bonded. They barely opened up diplomatic channels, and it is the opinion of JAG that the best bet the Navy can do is to follow our own laws and regulations. Which means turning the system over to the original species once the fighting is over, Yamamoto said. He shook his head. And as soon as we leave, the Unified Corporate Council will just roll these little guys over again. He looked at his data link. Not much was known about them except for their physical appearance. Their DNA code had a note next to it that the species had been genetically altered in the past to reduce aggression and make them more pliable. This is a mess, one. That's why you get paid the big buck, sir, Michi said, tossing up a couple of amusement icons. All right. Space Force is on the way. The Navy is on its own till the big boys get here. We'll ask the locally evolved sapient species if we can start building a starbase here. This system is the leading edge of that wedge of precursor trash flowing out of the Great Gulf, and the last thing we want is the precursors rolling up and reminding everyone that they had first claim on this system back before the dinosaurs got their skulls caved in, Yamamoto said, turning to look at the viewscreen again. We're banged up pretty. The light switched to red and Yamamoto got the implant alert at the same time as Captain Naxton ordered all crew to action stations over the intercom. Now what? Yamamoto asked, moving to his crash couch. The ship's Medical 6 lifted the lockdown on stims for the Admiral, but dedicated a code string to watching the biological vitals. Unknown, sir, the XO said, moving over to his own crash couch. Fleet readiness status started flashing up. Only a fifth of the fleet's ships had been on standby, the rest undergoing refit, rearming, or repair. The crews had been exhausted, and Yamamoto hoped that the crews had used their rest periods more wisely than he himself had done as an ensign. Yeah, why don't you wish for a pony too, he thought to himself. Icons started shifting from green to yellow, from yellow to amber, from amber to the crimson icon of full readiness. Guys, you aren't fooling anyone, he thought, watching as the icon for the Arizona went blue with a red ring to just red. The icon started to shift, get into formation, and he shook his head. The ship's AI notified him that the Arizona was under local control, with only VIs, without the ship AI, and that it was not combat effective and should be ordered to shut back down. Yamamoto told the AI to relax. If the Arizona wanted to fight, well, Nearly 1,800 points had jumped into the system, arriving outside the jump space boundary and rapidly heading in system. They had gathered up in a combat formation, a long wide line, only 2 ships deep and 5 ships high, spread out in a razor-sharp line. The ships were all less than a mile from one another, dangerously close for space combat. Looking over the formation, Yamamoto curled his lips slightly. That formation had gone out with the invention of the man-portable self-loading chemical projectile rifle. If it was meant for combat, then whoever was in those ships was about to get a lesson in modern warfare tactics. Somewhere, some Space Force strategic officer's head just exploded inside his vac suit, Michi said, clicking his laughter. I think the ship's AI's strategy and tactics coding is having a stroke, Yamamoto chuckled as the personnel flooded into the fleet tactical bridge. Yamamoto could feel the air being pulled back into storage, to be pressurized and frozen into slush. That's not funny, the ship's AI said primly, though Yamamoto's link. Get whoever that is on the comm, Yamamoto ordered. Captain Naxton had ordered the ships to get underway, let the formation shake out as they figured out which ships were still action-capable and which ones weren't. The Arizona was claiming to have full secondary magazines and that it had repaired and reloaded the primary magazine that had been hit during the battle. The fleet AI checked, loading into the Arizona's memory cores. The ship's AI's death screams were still rippling through the computer systems, but the AI could ignore it. It looked at the repair and damage control logs. The Arizona's captain had ordered the magazines and the feed systems prioritized even over repairing environmentals. Only gravitics had been put on the same weight for the ship's dead brain damage repair systems. The combat gestalt for the ship was a whirling nightmare, but as far the AI was concerned, that was normal. The shields were all up, the engines at 100%, and the fleet AI could hear the anticipation in the cruise comm links. The fleet AI disconnected and reported to the Admiral that even though you could see whatever was on the other side of the Arizona in 4 places, its engines, shielding, and guns were at full capacity. Yamamoto watched as the other fleet came into the system. The ships were unidentified types, all jump space engines. The ships were slow and lumbering with low acceleration curves and what appeared to be fairly low inertial and gravitic compensators. The recon probes, stealthed and sneaky, whispered back across point-to-point FTL links and the data started streaming in. The fleet AI blinked and double-checked, then sighed and sent it to tactical. You have to be kidding me, Berthamax, the tactical AI replied. Nope. No tricks, Gamelon, the fleet AI answered. The new ships were of unknown type, unknown paint scheme, unknown IFF beacons, but they all had names on them that fit within the unified civilized races lexicons as well as using unified characters for the names. Scans showed they were crewed by only 2 of the unified civilized races species. Weapons were scanned, laughed at by the VIs on the recon probes, then scanned again and the specs transmitted to fleet with giggling laughing Tachyons. This is going to be a slaughter if these guys get stupid, Tactical/Gamelon said, examining shield strength and armor thickness. Why is it that everyone looks at humans and thinks, oh, I can beat these guys? All 10,000 of those other guys just didn't think magical thoughts well enough, or whatever it is mentally defective beings think right before the jump the Terrans? The ship's AI for the CSV, Arthur Lyon asked. They all think, oh, it'll be different this time right before they pull the trigger, the AI for the CSV Thok snickered. It threw up a picture of a cartoon duck with its feathers blown off its head, staring at the barrels of a weapon in exasperated boredom. And it always goes the same way, the AI for the CSV hobo with a shotgun laughed, sending a picture of that same little black duck stomping a genie back into its lamp. Well, we thought we could take them. Twice, the CSV no-woo-woo zone laughed. We, beings of logic and science, looked at a hyperventilating gigantic hairless ape with chainsword arms and a massive erection and went, oh, let's get naked, slather our orifices in lubricant, and then fist fight that, instead of backing away slowly. That resulted in a ripple of laughter from the AIs, the discussion only taking a few seconds. When the laughter died down, they all wished each other luck and went back to the shepherding their ships. Ships have been identified as belonging to the Unified Corporate Council, TAC-7 called out. Yamamoto raised an eyebrow. What do these morons want? The battle's over. Sir, they're hailing us, Com2 reported. Yamamoto closed his eyes and accessed his EVR-ready room. He pinged selected officers, warned them that this was an official military meeting and that uniform standards were to be followed, and then waited. One by one the officers appeared, looking as if they were ready for parade and nodded. Excellent, gentle beings. No leather, no iron masks, no neon blue three-tailed foxes. Very professional, Yamamoto said. His officers laughed at the reminder of the last ship's party. Put them through EVR only on our end, Yamamoto ordered. Yamamoto could never remember what the big centaur-looking ones were, with the weird inflatable ruffles, the jowls, and the mouth tendrils. All he knew is it looked like someone made a centaur out of a horse, a cow, and a catfish mouth. If you weren't intelligent, you'd be waiting for a bolt gun to your dumb-looking face, Yamamoto thought. His six noticed that the Admiral was still in combat mode and notified the psychological AI to keep watch on the Admiral. Admiral Yamamoto expected the being to be mooing at him, but instead it put its fists against the front hips, leaned forward, exhaled hard enough to make the gels shiver. The Kilnometic Industrial and Manufacturing Concern demands that you return this system to the rightful owners this very cycle, it huffed. I'm sorry. You've reached the Terran Confederate Navy. Were you perhaps attempting to reach our complaint department or the Terrasol Diplomatic Corps? Admiral Yamamoto said mildly. He managed to avoid glaring at the XO, who was over there snickering into his grasping hands. We know very well who you are and what you have been doing, the creature snuffled. We know that you plan on turning over ownership and control of this system to the race that was discovered here. It's their home, Yamamoto said calmly. The XO, following the long-standing tradition of XOs, turned and faced the snuffling creature and gave off the aura of someone amused at the inferiority of the being addressing the XO being's captain. To Yamamoto's horror, the Trinead actually put two of his legs over the arm of his char and began swinging back and forth slightly, rubbing the sides of his mandibles with one grasping hand. Don't make me hit you, Yamamoto signaled his XO. They, and this system, are the property of. The being began rambling. Yamamoto sighed and tuned it out. Legal precedent this. Property rights that. The being began to notice Rear Admiral Michi's attitude and body language. The being began to stumble over its words, phrasing, and seemed to puff up every inflatable crest and tendril it possessed. Return this system at once. The being yelled when Michi slowly clacked his mandibles and turned his chair to put his feet on the arm of the chief engineer's chair and on the table. Or what? Yamamoto asked suddenly, sitting up. He was tired of this. Two huge fleets converging and this being acted like he was going to talk through the entire battle. Michi sat up, at attention, as if he was suddenly reminded where he was. Or we'll open fire, destroy you, and take the system ourselves, the being said. Leave, or be destroyed. With that it cut the link. What is it about that posing position cycle that drives beings so maddening frothing at the orifices insane? Michi wondered aloud. Why is the Riker effect so effective, no matter what race performs it? Why ask why? It's just one of those strange universal laws that can be replicated in study after study, but there's no evidence for why it works, the ship's AI said. Maintain heading. Let's see what they've got, Yamamoto said. And if they fire on us? Michi asked. Then they learn why that is a bad idea, Yamamoto answered. Michi clicked his mandibles in appreciation. He knew they would. They always did. It was just as assured as the Riker effect. Terran Confederacy memo. Interstellar diplomatic incident has occurred. All diplomat guard forces move to alert level 2. Nothing follows. Trinead Systems memo. It never fails. Never. Sure, that massive primate just dismembered 16 other people, I'm sure I can fist fight it. Every time. Nothing follows. Digital artificial sentience systems. Surely this time it'll work. I'll kick it in the testicles while it's asleep. Nothing follows. Biological artificial sentience systems. Pfft, it's old. It can't hurt anyone. The future is now. Watch me put my head in its mouth after shampooing with barbecue sauce. Nothing follows. Mantid-free worlds. Pfft, surely this giant ape, furiously masturbating, covered in blood, sitting on a throne of skulls and wearing an iron crown with still screaming severed heads on the points, will surely not respond violently to any action I perform. Nothing follows. Clone Worlds Directorate. I know the other 9,999 of my clone brothers were horribly dismembered and eat, but surely I, exactly the same as the others, is the chosen one. Nothing follows. Cyborg Cooperative. They're just meat. They can't. Oh God, why was I wired to feel pain? Nothing follows. Terasol memo. Hardy fucking har har. I can hear you guys. Nothing follows. Digital artificial sentient systems. Oh shit, run. Nothing follows. The small interstellar chat room dissolved into laughter and giggles, vanishing off into the distance of the information black hole's event horizon.